All right, friends. I think both of our YouTube streams are up and running. We're going to get our TikTok stream open in just a moment. All right, and TikTok should be up right about now. All right, I think we got all the streams going. Thank you for being here, friends. It's great to see everybody. I know the stream just started. People are going to be filing in, so welcome in, friends. I think it's Monday, is it not? I think it's Monday night. Should be fun. We had a great time this weekend. So have even more tonight. I'm gonna grab before I start. We got one guest already waiting to get in, and we've got 2 super chats, and I think Dalton is here as well. Thank you so much for the love paint, Carrie. I appreciate that. Let me pull Dalton in. There you are.
Hey, brother, how you doing?
Good, good. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing good this Monday.
Good, good. I gotta adjust my audio real quick. Okay. Before we get going too much further, everyone can hear Dalton and everyone can hear me, right? All the audio is good to go?
Check 1, 2, 3.
It says Dalton is very loud.
Here, maybe if I turn this down a little bit. How's that?
That's pretty good, actually. I like that right there.
Yeah.
All right, very good. You doing some ASMR or whatever they call it?
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam. It's
That's
coming,
my
guys. Just give me some time.
gonna be my bedtime track. Oh, good. All right, guys. Let me grab our super chats and we'll get Jimmy from the queue. Unashamed. Thank you so much for the super chat. Says was chilling with my frozen light in the soul rehab matrix, trying to get my density to a higher level, but got lost in all those dimensions. Thank Doug for this cookout and for the rock solid logic. But thank you, Unashamed. And yeah, and referring to that Quantum Woo video that we posted a day or two ago, that was a wild conversation. I was legitimately lost where he was getting this nonsense from. I'm glad you watched it, though. And help me make a deconstruct. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, may Doug and Sharon give Justin their holy spirits to make pleasing aromas during tonight's cookout. Well, thank you for the well wishes. In fact, I've got the pleasing aroma behind me burning for Doug and Sharon as we speak. Snickerdoodle, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, oh my God, you mean Doug? Hello to you, friend. And Dex, thank you so much for sending out 5 DZ debate memberships. Super, super appreciate it. And I will say, I checked our memberships at the end of last stream, and vertical stream is literally crushing horizontal stream in memberships. I know the views are up on horizontal stream, but they're getting crushed on memberships. I don't know what's going on over there. Nano, thank you for the $5 Euro chat, says, got pulled over last night. Before they said anything, I asked, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God? The car's still there. I'm not. Well, thank God someone is able to bail you out of jail. You should have told him it's okay. Jesus fulfilled the law for me already. No ticket. Done. Bryn, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero says, can't catch the stream tonight, but here's a song recommendation. Words Written Over Coffee by Riot Before, a song about the process of deconstructing. Let me grab, I forgot to do it already. I'm going to open up a new browser. Bear with me for one moment so I can have Discord running with me, because my soundboard doesn't bring in any audio from my Florp browser, but it does for my Opera browser. So I'm going to open up Discord before I forget so I can see what the mods are up to. And then, now that I got it open, guys, I started, by the way, a thread in the Discord called Atheist Jams. I am now adding all these songs to the Atheist Jams Discord thread. So let me go ahead. It's called The Riot Before by, who's it by? Oh, I'm sorry. It's Words Written over coffee. That's who it is. Okay, so it's words written over coffee by, I guess spell coffee right. There we go. By the riot before. So these band names sometimes are hard to decipher in text. Thank you for that. Drew, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, I recently moved to New Mexico. Doug's Majesty is on full display. Look at the rocks. 1,000,000%. I don't know how you can go out west and not see the majesty of Doug.
I used to live in Albuquerque. It's beautiful over there, especially. I mean, especially if you're right next to the Sandia Crest Mountains. Doug's glory is on full display.
Indeed, indeed, it is. I'm gonna grab 2 more super chats when we're gonna get Jimmy in here. It's just Kay. Good to see you. Thank you for the $5 super chat. This is another day of cooking. Looking absolutely stunning today, Justin. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Watching your old streams. Do you remember Praise I Am? Do I ever? He's one of my favorite crash outs. He's come and crashed out twice on my channel. I don't know if he'll give us the privilege of a third. I would certainly be open to it. I would certainly welcome a third Praise I Am crash out. That being said, he owes Dalton at least one. He'll be coming for Dalton eventually.
Yay! I already had. We'll talk about it later. It's going to come up in the super chat, I'm sure.
For sure it will. For sure it will. And last one for now from Lakes. Thank you so much. Lakes says, being a Mormon missionary in the South, once upon a time had its benefits. Christians would constantly accuse Smith and his polygamy, and I would simply say, have you never read the Bible? Actually, that's a very fair point. In the Bible, like, polygamy is like explicitly condoned. God just says, hey, if you take a second wife, here's what you do about it. That's it.
Yeah, monogamy is a Greco-Roman idea. The only reason he even shows up in Christianity has nothing to do with Yahweh.
Yeah, that's legit. All right, let's get Jimmy Balls in here.
Hello.
How you doing, Jimmy?
How are you guys?
Doing well, can't complain. Jimmy, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes and yes.
Okay, and is it a particular God or like a generic God?
For the sake, I believe in a particular God. I think it is hard to make an argument for that specific God. I'm just going to be defending, hopefully, just theism as a whole here.
Okay, so you're a Christian, but you have no defense of it?
Yes, pretty much. Yeah, for the sake of this.
Okay, cool. Thanks for being honest. So what's the argument?
I would say without God, objective moral values do not exist. And by that, I just mean, go ahead.
We don't have to argue that. I don't believe in objective moral values.
Okay. I don't know. I've been tuning into, and this doesn't have to be a long conversation. You guys can get moving pretty quick, but I've tuned into you a couple of nights now. I love your guys' approach to this. I think it's hilarious on here. Even as a Christian myself, and I appreciate what you guys do. I think there's no question more sublime than philosophical and religious ideologies. To me, though, you guys bleed morality. We condone,
subjective
moral. Gentleman's name in the bottom of me, but he'll say, "Hey, here's this scripture." I'm sorry, am I interrupting you?
No, I was saying his name is Dalton. You don't have to say that.
Dalton, sorry about that.
Dalton will say, like, hey, we bleed subjective morality.
Okay, fair enough. I'll get to the point here. If it all is subjective, I have 2 questions. One, how have we adapted this way? Why have we adapted this way? Maybe the why isn't important under a true subjective morality standpoint. But 2, if I walked around and said, hey, I'd like to commit this heinous act, I believe it's good, is there any... do you find a problem with that, at a moral level?
I mean, I would, but that's my opinion. Like, no matter what we're judging, like, we have to recognize that it's our opinions. Like, you think that you have objective morals and somehow your opinion is now more valid than mine, but the reality is you don't have objective morals. You just want objective morals to exist. But I guarantee you, if I press you a little bit on the Bible, you'll come to the conclusion that you don't actually have objective morals. You have divine command theory.
What's divine command theory?
Divine command theory means that all morals are actually subjective. They're subject to the mind of God. And good means obeying God.
Sure. Yeah. Maybe I've got that. But is the opposite of that what you guys believe? Which is, and I'm open minded. I'm not here to like do some gotcha TikTok debate thing. Maybe I'm a bad first guess. But do you believe it all? Like any deeper meaning to some moral standpoint you have is illusory, and it's just kind of the way it is. Like I'm just kind of confused on the subjective moral standpoint.
Well, that's a fair question. Listen, in subjective morals, like you just have to admit that you don't get to beat somebody over the head with your viewpoint. Like, it certainly is true that like as a society, you can come together and decide, like, hey, here are the boundaries we want as a people group. That being said, like I can't go to somebody and be like, a motherfucker, if you don't hate the color red, you're wrong. I can't
Yeah.
do that. I don't have objective
Yeah.
morals, right? So that's why like working together as a species is so critical. And the reality is, I think most people are okay with the idea of subjective morals. If you dig a little bit deep enough, they'll just come to the realization, oh yeah, well I believe this is wrong because that's how I was raised, or that's part of my culture. Like, for example, I had a friend who was a missionary. I forget, in one of the African countries. It's been so long, been 20 years since I talked to him, but he said one of the most difficult things he had was adapting to the culture there. And he gave me a really good example. He said, so if you're in a tribal area, sometimes they don't wear tops, and sometimes they barely wear bottoms. And so
Mhm.
he's one of the things that we started to do when we were working with these tribes is we started to have them dress. And so we gave them clothing, but what did they do? Well, they would cut the like the clothing as small as possible just to cover the areas that the missionaries didn't like. And what happened was the men got upset because he said, "You're making our girls look well, in their language, it was equivalent to whores. You're making our girls look like whores." And it's like, "What are you talking
Mhm.
about? We're covering them up." He goes, "No, no, 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 no. We see what's on American TV with the loose women. That's
Mhm.
how they dress, right?" So in their culture, they associated that type of clothing that just covers the minimal body parts as that's a sign of a loose woman, right? Whereas in their culture, you could just walk around topless and no one gives a damn. It wasn't even a moral issue. And I
See,
think if you travel, you'll recognize that morals are instinctively relative. They're subjective.
I would
yep.
also point
Go
out
ahead.
that I don't think, like, objective morals don't just exist for us. I don't think any theist has any objective moral standpoint.
Okay, that's pretty good actually. I'll make because I think I know where you're going to go with that. The folks who believe in objective morality, sort of written on their hearts by God, don't even practice this thing.
No, I'm saying that if your morals come from your God, then it's coming from the mind of your God, then it's not objective. It's just God's subjective
Oh, I
opinion.
see. Okay, fair enough. I'll just make this last point. I didn't want to interrupt, but I have a crazy fucking ADD. So when I don't get it out,
Okay.
I like lose it. I said that this is my final statement here, and then I'll move on. But the problem with me is that I feel like objective morals do exist deep down, and what I mean by that is whether you believe in them or not, they exist. I think actions like rape, cruelty, child abuse aren't just socially unacceptable, they're moral abominations. I think some things are
Well,
really wrong. Similarly, I think love, equality, self-sacrifice are really good. And so maybe that is just I'm calling subjective morality something objective, but
yes.
I guess that's
I
my stance.
No, we understand that it feels like they need to be wrong, and you feel like they need to be subjective, like or objective, because saying that they're not objectively wrong, you lose the power that you once had. But the reality is, I don't think you would like objective morals. Like you said that it feels like it should be objectively wrong to like grape, yet God
Mhm.
commands graping and causes graping in the Bible, which means it can't be objectively wrong, or else God wouldn't be doing it.
But don't you lose the ability to condemn that once you say it's all subjective? Like, don't I allow for
Mm-mm.
an act like grape to be just as morally okay as not graping because it all is up to opinion? Like, in other words,
No,
we can look at
you
1940s Germany, who believed what they were doing was right, and say, well, that was their subjective opinion. There's no real truth that comes out of that.
The reality is you lose the ability to say something is right or wrong, not me. I can still do it. You lose the ability to look at God in Isaiah 13 saying he's going to have women raped and say, hey, that's pretty shitty. You lose that ability, not me. I still have it.
And I believe we both do have that ability, because I do believe there is some, and maybe the Bible isn't the correct place to start with this kind of stuff, and maybe that's why I'm not a good guest here. But I do believe we're able to condemn those kind of
Are
actions.
you're able? Are you? Do you think you're able to condemn God?
Dalton, you are a motherfucker down there. I would say no. I got to be intellectually honest with you. No, I don't believe I can. But then again, do I believe Isaiah, whatever passage you gave me, was morally good? The closest, the biggest out, or the easiest thing to redeem myself is I don't know God's plans. And that, to me, as even a theist, is unsatisfactory.
Right.
From an argument standpoint.
It's basically a retreat, right? It's a
Sure.
retreat to, I don't have an answer for this problem, and that's fine. It's an honest thing to say. I think it's more honest than the people get up here and do somersaults trying to justify it. We'd rather just someone say, you know what, I don't have an answer for it.
But what if somebody, and you guys could kick me off whenever. What if somebody said, "Yeah, God is evil. He's omnipotent, meaning he's possible. He could do both good and evil."
Yeah.
I mean, is there
that
is that a
actually
retreat?
that makes the argument easier on the theistic side, because you can actually start making sense of the world around us once you recognize that the God that exists is evil. But then the problem for most theists is you have to lose your religious viewpoints. Like, you can't be a Christian and think that God is evil.
Biblically accurate Yahweh, though.
Is there biblical? This is probably a question for God. I forgot the name. I got to take meds or something for this fucking ADD, or drink a coffee. But is there direct quote saying he is all good, and the translation for good means what you and I understand as good?
I would say that John in his epistle makes the claim that God is light and in him there is no darkness, but the Hebrew Bible has God creating evil and doing evil. So there's just different opinions in the Bible.
Yeah, it's difficult to say what the Bible says. Like Deuteronomy 32 famously says he's just in all of his ways, which we would, at a minimum, then say, well, whatever God does then must be just to do. There is as Dalton alluded to, there's one passage in 1 John that talks about the goodness of God. But the basic issue is that the Bible is not univocal. Some passages depict God creating evil, and some passages say he's incapable of doing evil.
Okay, fair enough. And then thoughts about like the resurrection of Jesus. Do you guys think it's BS? Clear? Okay, fair enough.
But it's good to hear from your friend.
I'll buff up my apologetics here and come back on.
Yeah, come on back. You were nice to talk to.
All right, guys. Thanks.
Cheers, Fred.
A good way to start the show.
Yeah, he was nice, wasn't he? Shit. Like,
Yeah.
I tell people all the time, like, you don't have to get up here and yell. Like, we can disagree without shouting at each other.
Yeah, other Christians who are wanting to call and let him be your example.
Whereas I had a pastor that used to say, you can disagree without being disagreeable. I still like the saying. It's a good saying. I think he's right. Let's grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Zen, thank you so much for the $99 super chat. That is humongous. Let's get some W's in the chat for Zen. Thank you so much. It says, welcome, one home, Justin. I think I only have one home. Here's something to celebrate the Browns victory. I know, the Browns finally did. We finally got a W, guys. To celebrate the Browns victory with a new stash of Kraken. Saw you on Atheist Experience. My new hobby is following Justin from stream to stream, getting harder to keep up. Rock hard for Doug and his Sharon. Well, thank you. I appreciate you following me, jumping around from here to AXP to the line. I mean, there would be some more of it, but at least, I'm only going to be over there typically like on a weekend,
It reminds me of the Bible passage, where can I go to escape from Justin? Oh, wait, isn't that in the Psalms?
That is. It's just a similar one in Amos 9. That's neither here nor there, talking about how you can't run from God. But Melanitis says, but do you remember the guy who was crashing out knowing that he was muted and then started talking to people in the queue, and you clipped that? Oh my gosh. Yes, I know exactly who that is. You're referring to Minar, king of the world. He's big, he's beautiful, he's strong, he can do handstands. If you have not seen the Minar crash out, you need to go see it sometime today.
It's on my bucket list now.
The Minar, schedule an hour of your time, while you're doing something, doing laundry or something. It's a 1 hour crash out. It's the craziest crash out you've ever seen. I had to put him on mute and walk away and go to the next guest. He spent the whole hour. I used to have a YouTube queue for guests where they can actually talk to each other in queue, and I wouldn't hear what they're doing. It was like a waiting room. And he was in there crashing out to everybody else in the waiting room for the next hour. It was crazy. I
Oh,
recorded
those
it.
poor guests.
Yeah, it was wild. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says members of the heretical sect of horizontal worship will cover the earth with the knowledge of glory of Doug as the water covers the sea horizontally, not vertically, fracked sideways per pebble. I don't like this development that you guys are starting new Doug sects between the horizontal. There is one universal church of Doug, and it is both horizontal and vertical. It's a duality. Doug has a duality
Both
of streams.
Oh, it's both. It's both vertical and horizontal.
Fuck, what did we do? Oh my God, we're in trouble now. We're just going to adopt everything for religion. Jeff, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, cussed out today for saying I get more inspiration from Maya Angelou than Jesus. How dare me? Listen, I'm sorry that happened to you. I have no idea who Maya Angelou is, but I can assure you that they're more inspiring than Jesus.
Oh, don't. They're gonna rip into you. Maya Angelou is like she was like a civil rights actor.
Recently?
Listen, now they're gonna rip into me. I don't know a lot about history. It's in the last 50 years. She's really famous though.
Shit, I'm sorry, guys. I got to be honest. I have two areas of specialty, and I stuck to them. I knew the assignment, and I did the assignment. Randy, thank you for the 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. That is huge, and not just 20 more Deconstruction Zone memberships. That's 40 for Deconstruction Zone and another one. Randy, you're the reason why Vertical Stream is kicking Horizontal Stream's tail in memberships. Another 20. 60 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships tonight by Randy already. And we legit just started. We just got started. Oh my goodness. Well, thank you for that. I'm going to grab 3 more super chats and then we're going to get, it looks like Doug in the YouTube queue. Roman says, thank you for your donation. Well, Roman, thank you for your donation. And Snickerdoodle again says, I never catch the top of your lives. Praise Doug. You're at the top of it right now. This is the beginning of it. It should be banging here in a little bit. If you're watching on YouTube, there's a link on the screen, tiny.cc/DZ to join. There's a clickable version of that in the description of the video. If you're watching on TikTok, you know how to get in. Just hit the guest request button. Miss Pickle says, poor Dalton had a wild Courtney interaction yesterday. She's a Looney Toony as ever. She's as Looney Toony.
There it is. I knew it would be in the I knew it would be in the comment section eventually. Yeah, it was something else. I feel like I was christened.
I thought it was great. I was in the kitchen cooking chicken and making food, just watching Dalton do his thing. It was fantastic. I think it did great. And she always gets a little bit hype. And then when you say something that is outside of her script, she gets all offended. Doug Brown, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, as a prophet of Doug, our igneous Lord and Savior asked me to commend you on the delightful aroma of barbecued Christians. Well, thank you, Doug. I really do appreciate that. And guys, the gifted membership war rages on. Noko Apostate. Oh, I just clicked it because he sent too many. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, hey, Justin, can't join the show. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you, Noko. I appreciate that. And he sent out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Guys, the Deconstruction Zone memberships are taking the lunch of DZ Debate memberships. I mean, it's like not even close at this point, at least double. All right, let's see if Doug can enter the chat. How you doing? Is it Douglas?
Doug is good.
Oh, Doug is good.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. It looked like Doug LS good.
No, capitalize it.
Yeah, so
Hey,
the font on my screen makes it difficult to determine an L from an S, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense. I just short time fan of the show. I just had a quick question for you since you're really like knowledgeable on all this stuff. I've never heard anybody talk about the story that's, I believe, in Kings. And you'll have to excuse my memory, but there's like a king that goes out, he goes to battle, makes a covenant with God, and that he'll sacrifice the first thing he sees when he opens his door when he comes home, and it
That's in
ends up being his
Judges
daughter.
11.
Judges 11. I I
Right.
Jephthah.
just yeah, I mean, is that not like the craziest shit ever? Because then, like, when he commands Abraham to do it as the
Yeah.
test,
Yeah. So
I mean,
I'll pause you there. Your reception's really bad, so I'm only making out every other word. That being said, I know exactly what you're talking about, and I'll fill you in. Okay.
yeah, sounds good.
Okay. So in Judges 11, Jephthah makes a vow. He says, "God, if you give me victory in this war, I'll sacrifice to you the first thing that exits my house when I come back from war." Assuming it was an animal. I don't know if people realize this, but typically the lower end of the house you would have livestock. The problem was his daughter ran out to meet him, happy that he was back from war, and he had to end up sacrificing his daughter. And she went out on the mountain and bemoaned and bewailed that she would die a virgin. And then she came back after some time and was sacrificed. And this is the explanation for the mourning ritual. There evidently was in southern Palestine some sort of a mourning ritual. Was it southern Palestine? I have to double check where Jephthah lived. There's a mourning ritual in the region in ancient times, and this apparently is the explanation for why that mourning ritual existed. Is this a real story? I don't think so. No, I think it's a contrived story to explain the mourning ritual. That's all.
Okay, what's the morning? I don't even know what the morning ritual is.
There was all kinds of rituals in the ancient world to mourn various things, like babies that didn't make it, or women that died virgins, or women that died childless. Lots of things that were considered, horrific things to have to live through.
Okay, right on. Yeah, I was just curious about that when I had read it. I'm like going to cover to cover on the Bible again just to see how crazy it really is. So
That's pretty crazy.
I was,
Well, it's good to hear
oh
from you.
yeah,
Have a
yeah.
great day.
Thanks, you too. Bye bye.
Cheers. All right, I'm gonna grab exactly three super chats. We're gonna get Toastman in here next. Varen says, Justin, would you ever consider starting a series, teacher him biblical Hebrews? I think you mean teaching biblical Hebrew. And I've considered it. The problem is we already have so many qualified people doing it that you can take their class. So right now, Dr. Josh Bowen is already doing a class, and there's quite a few TikTokers already taking it that you might know, thinkers in the class. And the reality is somebody like Josh is really going to be able to do a way better job than I can. Like I could probably teach like a Hebrew 101, 102 type classes. But if you really want to get nitty gritty on the grammar, you need someone like Dr. Josh Bowen. I can equip you essentially with the basics. And then beyond that, it's kind of up to you. It depends on what you want to do with it. If you want to actually read the Hebrew Bible, that would be one way. If you want to be able to speak Hebrew, I mean, honestly, you can get Duolingo, or Rosetta Stone, and you can learn to speak Hebrew pretty quick. And about 70% of modern Hebrew crosses over with biblical Hebrew.
Yeah, I got Rosetta Stone to do just that. Although I think I might I'm contemplating possibly doing like a podcast also. I think at the end of every podcast I might give like a Hebrew word of the day sort of thing. Like Sesame Street.
Your mic cut out for some reason. I don't know if you might need a different cable. I wonder if that cable is having a problem. Jennifer says, look at the rocks. Happy to be here. Sizzle. Well, thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate that. Good to hear from you. And last one from Fafo says, Bob Thorpe. Oh, from Sunday is wild for showing his face. I know. That guy's crazy. I don't think his first name was Bob, though, was it? I think it was something. I don't know. I forgot. Nevertheless, I downloaded some videos on the internet of some horrific shit that he said. And I'll probably be publishing those here eventually. Yeah, it's crazy that he has the gall to do what he does and then show up on the internet anywhere. Apparently, he called in on Matt Delhoney's show that night, too. All right, let's get Toastman in here. I think we've spoken to Toastman before. Toastman's had a little...
What happened?
Yeah, how you doing, Toastman?
Yeah, a little trouble. What's up? What's the dilemma of the day?
I don't think there's a dilemma. The claim of the day is your God is imaginary. Toastman, I forget. Are you a Christian?
Yes.
Cool. Do you have any evidence or argument that would warrant the claim that your God is real?
Let's see. I think last time I tried step my foot into the cosmological argument. I appeal to the irreducible complexity of life forms on this planet.
Can you demonstrate that there is such a thing? Because it sounds like an argument from ignorance. Like you don't understand evolution, therefore God.
You got me there. No, I don't. I don't fully understand it. I understand the thumbnail
Yeah. I would say
explanation of it.
this. One of the things I used to say a lot, and I should start picking it back up again, is even if evolution would like turn out to be wrong, like it still wouldn't mean that your God is real. Like you still need you need to have an actual argument positively for your deity rather than just saying I don't like evolution, you know?
Yeah, like it's you would never see someone who's trying to support evolution by trying to talk shit about creationism, because evolution can stand us on 2 feet. So the same should be true in the reverse.
That's a very good point, yeah.
Okay, well, I confess I don't have requisite debating skills or
Okay.
information at my fingertips.
That's okay. I mean, at least you're coming up here and being honest. That's all we can ask for.
Yeah, I missed. What were you talking about before?
Before when?
I mean, who was the last person to come up and got slayed?
Well, we had a young man come up that want to talk a little bit about objective morals, but I think you and I already covered that, didn't
Objective
we?
morals. Okay. Okay. Did anybody clarify that scripture in Deuteronomy
Where'd he go?
about the man who rapes a virgin has to marry her and pay the bride price?
At Deuteronomy 22, 27, 28.
Yeah, that's it.
And what about it?
Did you clarify that one, or did you just kind of leave that one
What do you need clarity
as
on?
well? I mean, I've heard a lot of other atheists bring that up as one of the scriptures that seems unjust to make a
Well,
woman marry her rapist, and that's an incorrect interpretation of the Hebrew translation of that
so
scripture.
to be sure, I don't bring that up only because it is possible to read that two different ways. That being said, like most people who know Hebrew, like actually know Hebrew, not pretending to know Hebrew, would recognize that this is something that's happening by force. So to faz typically means to wield by force. The same, like in Deuteronomy 20, when it talks about going out to capture cities, it uses the same word.
Yeah, so I'd be interested to know what you think it is that is being misrepresented in the Hebrew of Deuteronomy 22.
I think if I had to guess, he's probably going to say that seizing doesn't have to mean by force.
I guess every other context of it seems to imply that. So why would we
Yeah,
think any differently here?
yeah. Now, it is used in it's used in certain contexts, like picking up swords, like grabbing hold of a sword. Um, and there has been some argumentation made about like when it says that she's become defiled. I forget how they conjugate the word, but the root word is ani, which means to diminish, to make small, to lower, and that certainly could be used of somebody who is graped. It's used of Tamar when she's graped by Amnon. But what are you gonna say, Toastman?
No, no, you had the word right. It can mean a couple different things.
Right. But that's why I don't bring that up because it's not worth arguing about. There's plenty of other occasions, like there's plenty of other like really solid arguments other than that one. I think that's more of a discussion item than a debate item.
Okay, well, I'll leave that alone. It was just there's another atheist TikToker who was talking about I forget the verse. It was something 45
Isaiah,
7. That one
yeah.
where
I,
God.
I, the Lord, create good and evil.
That's the one.
What about it?
That's the one. Well, his what he was putting forward was how can God have how can God Himself have free will and not be evil? I was like, what?
Yeah, so what he's suggesting is if God has complete free will, meaning he can do
Right.
anything that's logically possible, that means it's logically possible for him to do evil stuff. And of course, the Bible describes him doing things that are evil. When he in 2 Samuel 24, when he kills 70,000 Israelites for David's census,
Right.
it's referred to in Hebrew as ra, it's referred to as evil or bad. And so God certainly does stuff in the Bible that is described by the Bible as being ra. And so the problem that we have in English is we like to think there's a difference between the word bad and the word evil, but in Hebrew it's basically the same thing.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, that's a tough one for us. I think I think it kind of, if you look at it a little deeper, the worst thing that can happen to a person is not physical death.
So you're okay
So,
with abortion?
am I okay with abortion? No.
But the worst thing that can happen to you isn't physical death. And you send the baby directly to heaven. It seems like abortion would be like the super Christian position to hold. That way they don't risk going to hell.
Well, humans don't have the authority to be the causal agent of death.
So God will forgive
So
you.
there,
He'll forgive anything other than blasphemy of the Holy Spirit.
I mean, it's the most Jesus thing you can do, even if he does send you to hell. Sacrifice yourself for the salvation of someone else.
that doesn't mean that's desirable by God.
Well, for example, in Matthew 16, Jesus says, "Those who want to, I'm sorry, for those who want to save their life will lose it, and those who lose their life for my sake will find it." So, if I'm willing to give up my life, my salvation, even to make sure that all the babies make it to heaven, that seems like the most Christian thing to do.
Wait, aren't you taking a figurative thing and turning it into something literal?
I don't think so.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think Jesus meant like. Well, I guess it could be taken literally. You could
Also,
be in a situation where you would have to give up your life.
also, I don't think abortion necessarily would lead to damnation. I mean, at best, it could lead to a fine. According to the Torah, I would just have to pay a fine, but according to the Torah, it's not murder.
Abortion is not murder.
No, because what's the penalty for murder in the Torah? What happens if you murder somebody?
Right?
What happens to you?
You get killed.
What happens if you kill a fetus in the womb? According to the Torah,
You know what? I don't know.
you just pay a fine.
Really? Oh, I haven't seen
Yeah.
that. I have not seen that.
It's also true that in Numbers chapter 5, God has the Israelites do we're going to call it a magic potion to determine if a woman has been unfaithful. And if she is unfaithful and she got pregnant, it'll result in a miscarriage or what we would call an abortion as well. So God seems to be okay with some forms of abortion, like if the child was born from an illicit union.
All right, wait a minute. I remember that one. I think that came up when I was on the game show version of this TikTok.
Hmm.
I think that I looked that up. It doesn't exactly say the fetus is aborted. It says something about
No,
her womb swelling or something
it
like that.
says it says her belly will swell and her thigh will fall away, meaning it's gonna her internals are gonna fall out. And the what you need to know is like in biblical Hebrew, they don't have a word for vagina or uterus. Those aren't like things that they had. They typically
Yeah.
use tangential things like thigh. It'll say thigh for referring to the genitals of an individual, rather than saying genitals. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. I just learned something.
Yeah. Well, I
Well,
get it.
well, what do they say? The permissive will, the permissive will of God. It's, obviously these are things I don't personally
Mhm.
comprehend,
Yeah.
but
But
it is interesting.
yeah, what God demands versus what He allows. Well, it is interesting. But Toastman, I think we need to get someone up here that's going to argue and shout at me. You know what I mean? We got to get the
Yeah,
juices
yeah,
moving.
that's more fun to listen to.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you're nice. I like shooting the breeze with you, but I think everyone came for a show. You know,
Okay, yep. Bringeth on the show.
it's good to hear from you, buddy.
All right, good one.
Cheers.
Justin, some people argue that life doesn't begin until conception. Others argue life doesn't begin until birth. I've had some older retirees tell me life doesn't begin until they're 60.
Oh yeah, I've actually heard that myself. Yes, now that you've mentioned it. Oh yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see about that. 60 is the new 50, I think. So does that mean life begins at 50? I don't know. Melanitis says, by the way, getting stoned for Doug right now, and we love it. Do it. Doug's all here for it. And Roundball Defender says, I walk on the beach in Southwest Florida and love feeling the hard grains of Doug supporting me and caressing my feet as I gaze into the Gulf of America. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for supporting the channel. And yes, don't take Doug for granted. Let him seep into the nooks and crannies of your feet. Spurting Fluid Dynamics, amazing name change, by the way, says, just showing some love, keep exposing Christian hypocrisy. This is Reverend Ricky Skaggs. I knew, Ricky, I knew. You didn't change your PFP. It's a really good new screen name, though. I like that. And Steven says, hello, Reality Asylum by Crass, great atheist song. Noted, my friend, noted. Add it to the Discord. And Jerry says, just listen to your debate with Allen's, and he ran the same points. He had the exact same crash out when he was on my live. Are you serious, Jerry?
He came on my live yesterday.
They never learn. They have no intention to ever be honest or to learn. What they want to do is run the script as many times as possible on as many live streams as possible and just see where it works. And, anyone who's been around the block knows it ain't going to work.
I guess if you shoot the arrow, you shoot the bow long enough, you manage to hit a bullseye eventually, right? That's the idea.
Right. Mm-hmm. It's the scatter style, a cast in a wide net. Nathaniel says, what is panpsychism if not even a deistic god? I have struggled to understand some of these concepts. I don't even know, Nathaniel. I don't care enough about these quantum woo pantheist, uber theist concepts to really dig into them to care what they mean. They're just silly on the face of it. You don't need to know anything about it to defeat the worldview. Snipnut says, is God really omnipotent when he only had one son? Well, he sounds impotent if he only had one. That's what I would say. I think that's where you're going. Space Lord, thank you for the super chat, says, I'd have a smaller problem with the theist claims of objective morality if their God that gives us morality wasn't such a monster by his own standards. That's the other problem. Not only do they have this claim of objective morals, but their own God betrays them and breaks those objective morals. You know what I mean?
The irony of Jesus telling his followers to do what the Pharisees say, but know what they do because they're hypocrites. The irony.
I agree. Gretchen says horizontal supremacy. Gretchen, listen, both streams are loved. Ken, thank you for super chat though. Ken says, here's a helping hand for Rocky. Well, thank you, Ken. Rocky appreciates that, and so do I. And Dave says, the truth was revealed to me on a platinum tablets. Oh my God, on platinum tablets, that horizontal is a superior method of revelation, but only if watched diagonally. So you have to get your monitor and do one of these on the horizontal stream. That's a wild turnabout. All right, I'm going to grab two more super chats, and then I'm going to get Benjamin into the chat, and then Bree after that. Jag says, what do you think of the argument that we can make subjective morality objective as long as we agree on a common grounding? I hear it used on the atheist experience a lot. Well, so to be sure, like when I first started streaming, I used to kind of do that. But to be honest, it's a waste of time. It doesn't really get you anywhere. Like it doesn't reinforce the idea that subjective morals are like somehow the only reality that we have. it's an argument to make it feel like we have some kind of objectivity, but it doesn't really do anything for the argument. So I kind of stopped running it. But when I was first live streaming, I used to say the same thing. Listen, as like if society, if we can agree that we have a goal, like once, like Dalton says, once we agree on the rules of chess, we can go about determining what's the best way to play chess. Then yes, yeah, we could have objective measures of determining what is right and wrong once we subjectively agree on the goals. That being said, while I agree with it, I just don't know if it's fruitful in the middle of a debate.
Yeah.
You know?
The problem is that the Christians just don't seem to have the same goals as us. They don't seem to care about human flourishing.
Yeah. I think the better argument is just showing how ridiculous divine command theory is. Peter, thank you for the $10 Canuck Bucks. Is on my way home from Toronto. Went to a friend, Roka, South Asian betrothal ceremony. I hope that was fun. Drank too much. 2-day hangover. Holy shit. Reminded me why I only drink once a year. Now a train delay. Happy to be here. Well, thank you, Peter, for being here. And I hate hangovers. That's why I only have like 1 or 2 Krakens. I hate them. Not a big fan. I hope the best for you. I hope you get recovered. And I hope that you feel better soon.
Never had one. I've managed to luck out.
You're not missing anything. Welcome in, Benjamin.
Fuck you.
Aw. What the best you got?
Sorry, I heard you saying before that people prefer an angry guest, so I'm trying to be angry.
Oh. We do
Yeah.
get that sometimes.
No problem. Yeah, so I'm here to just have a conversation with you boys. Try to sway your mind a little bit. Maybe you can sway mine. I don't think you will, because I'm obviously probably the smartest person in the room here. That's okay, though. Anyway, don't take the glasses off. Come on, Dalton. Leave them on, buddy. All right. Anyway, I think objective morality. Are you guys subjectivists or no?
Until somebody can prove that morals are objective, we have no other choice. Can you prove that they're objective?
Yeah, I think there's just a self-refutation problem. I think that if morality is just subjective, I mean, the claim murder is wrong. It's just an opinion. I mean, obviously you're okay with that. I think that you'd be okay with a person saying that their purpose is to wake up one morning and unalive a... Well, actually, I'm sorry. Let me ask this way.
So, to be clear, you don't have an argument for objective morals. You just don't like subjective morals. That's not a
No,
an
I'm just
actual
saying
argument.
subjective morals basically puts you in a position where you have
But,
to say
see,
outlandishly.
that's the funny thing is you keep saying subjective morals. I'm asking you for an argument for objective morals. Do you have one of those?
Yeah, I'd say
Let's
the
have it.
observation. Yeah, observation. Certain acts, I'd say like unaliving children or innocents, are universally almost condemned. So the problem is that
Almost.
purely
Tell that to the ancient Israelites.
Hold up, wait. Listen, even if it's happening, okay, doesn't mean that for the most part it's universally condemned. People are still typically against it. They're just doing things that people are typically against.
Yeah,
I mean,
you
I'd say
just
the problem
described
would be-
subjective morality. Thank you, appreciate that.
Wait.
Yeah, some people are
Wait,
against
no.
it, some people aren't.
I didn't-
That's
I
called
didn't-
subjective
I
morality.
didn't do that. Wait, hold on, bro, hold on.
You know that there were people that used to sacrifice children for the good of the community. They thought it was
Listen.
good and moral to do it.
Yeah, but typically the people that were doing these things, they were going against their own moral code.
No, so you're
Doesn't
mind
seem like
reading
it was-
now?
No, they were. They obviously.
That's
like, for
crazy.
example-
I think we've
Wait.
talked to you once, Benjamin, on this exact topic. I recognize the tenor of this conversation already, and the
we had a-
conversation
we had a very
devolved.
sweet bonding
The
moment.
conversation devolved in you being able to read minds. Do you think that's a winning
I
argument?
don't. Okay, wait. We've had a conversation once, but I don't think I ever devolved to me being a mind reader.
Yeah,
I think that's a different guy.
I think we
That's
talked
a
about
different, That's a
morals.
fucking different guy, bro. That's a different guy.
Yeah, I think you came in and talked about morals with me before.
Listen, I'm not the mind reader guy. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I'm not that guy. But listen, we haven't had a conversation before, so if you prefer to speak to somebody else, go ahead.
You're definitely not
I
that
mean-
guy. Don't worry about it. What's your argument for objective morals?
Okay. Yeah. So like I was saying, I think the problem would be, I don't think that purely subjective morality can explain.
Again,
Well,
I don't know why you keep saying subjective. I want the argument for objective morals.
Yeah, I was giving it, and you said that basically.
No.
when
You
I was
said
giving that-
subjective. An argument for objective morals needs to start with objective morals.
Okay, fine. Let me give you I'll give you an actual argument if you want. I can just say I would say if morality were entirely subjective.
Can't help himself.
He can't.
Hold up. Wait, let me finish.
He doesn't have an
and-
argument for it.
In In order to
giving the
provide
argument.
evidence for objective morals, you don't have to say anything about subjective morals.
I'm giving the argument. Dalton, chill out, bro. Chill out. Listen, okay? All right. If morality were entirely subjective, okay.
Go ahead. Just go. I'm listening.
Listen, okay. I've been drinking for a little bit. Okay, give me a minute. All right.
I believe it. Don't worry. You're safe
Okay,
here.
listen. If morality were entirely subjective, I'd say anything could be justified, like slavery, war crimes. I think anything like that. Okay. I'm saying the implication is a purely subjective morality undermines human rights, laws, and like justice, things like that. So I think
you-
that.
I think you just described the Bible to me.
Yeah. Not only
Wait, what?
that, you described the Bible and you didn't actually give me an argument for objective morals.
Yeah, I realize that's why I said it. I didn't really give an argument. Okay,
Right.
this is what I'm gonna do.
So to be sure, like saying I don't like subjective morals will never be an argument for why objective morals exist.
Well, do you believe, under your worldview, that a person could say that their purpose is to wake up one morning and unalive like a school?
They're welcome to, and under my worldview, I would say, well, I believe you're an idiot and dangerous.
Right.
Like, that's how subjective morals work. Like, I don't have to agree with everybody. They don't have to agree with me. But again, your disdain of subjective morals will never be an argument in favor of objective morals.
Yeah, but I think that what I just gave there is like the key problem. We can go off that.
It's not a problem. I'm asking for an argument in favor of objective morals.
Justin, I'm trying to get there for you.
For example, if I said,
go ahead.
If I said, listen, I'm holding up two objects. I'm holding up a lighter and a tape measure. I said, can you give me an argument that I'm holding a lighter? If I'm holding this lighter and said, okay, I'm going to give you an argument for me holding this lighter. And then I started with, well, this tape measure in my hand no longer exists. I don't like this tape measure. That's not a fucking argument for the lighter. You'll never give an argument for objective moralities by saying you don't like subjective morality. Give me the argument for objective morality.
All right, fine. Larry, let me put this together. Just give me a second here, okay? Because I've had 4 Captain Morgan and Cokes.
Take your time. Take your time.
I got
Put your knee up. Do a good pose.
Yeah, because I got my old lady made like a whole pot of shrimp tortellini, so I have that too. I have to get to in just a minute. Okay. All right. So the argument. So
deep breath. No rush.
Premise. I can give it to you in a syllogism if you'd like. I'd just say like.
Fuck, I'd love a good syllogism. Yeah, P1.
Yeah,
let's
sure.
have
Okay.
it. I'll put a notepad up and everything.
All right. Sounds good. Let's do this. All right. I think premise 1 is going to be, if you're ready, I would say, if objective moral values exist, okay, then some actions are right or wrong independently of human opinion.
No, of anyone's opinions.
Correct. Of anyone's opinion. Correct. Yeah, correct.
Okay.
So premise 2. Oh, sorry. Let me know when you got that. You need me to repeat that, or?
Okay. So P1, we agree. If objective morals exist, then some actions are right or wrong, independent of any opinion.
Yeah.
Next one.
Yeah. Premise 2. Okay. Premise 2. Okay. Wait. Hold on. This actually isn't going to be very. This is just going to beg the question. But premise 2 is going to be some actions. Okay, are truly wrong, regardless of what anyone thinks.
That's begging the question. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind. Okay. Let me come back. Okay. I'm going to come back to this live.
Okay. All
I'm
right.
going to follow you right now. I will be back tomorrow. Okay.
So have a good time with your Captain Morgan. Write down some notes and come back and we'll go over the syllogism tomorrow, or I'll be live Wednesday.
Right. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. All right, bye.
All right, cheers, man.
I kind of love that guy. I don't know.
I know. I like him now. I'm sad he had to go. People are fun. Hey, it's a Monday. I'm glad we're having a fun time on a Monday. Okay. Let me grab just a couple of super chats so we don't get buried, and then we'll grab our next guest, which is going to be Bree. Jennifer, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, Maya Angelou, I know why the cage bird sings. Oh, I didn't read that. I'm sorry. Was our U.S. poet laureate. Shame on both of you. Shame. I'm sorry. I didn't.
I knew Maya Angelou from her civil civil rights work. So I I have something going over here at least. I forgot that she was a poet.
I apologize, friends. I apologize. I need to get up to speed. JM, thank you for the $2 super thanks. And Nick, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, loving the Justin Dalton show, as we Jamaicans say, big ups. Hey, thank you, Nick. It's good to see you tonight. And I hope you're doing well over there in Jamaica. And Carnage with us. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, smash, marry, or unalive. One night of the same type of call edition. Your options are Philbro, Quantum Woo Merchant, or Belligerent Idiot. Oh boy. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to literally execute the Belligerent Idiot. That guy's going to get murdered on screen. I'm definitely probably going to, let's see. No, I take that back. I'm going to murder the Philbro. I'm going to marry the Quantum Woo, and I'm going to smash the Belligerent Idiot. That's how I'm taking that. I don't know if there's a better way, but that's a good question.
Quantum Woo people seem to be obsessed with frequency and vibrations, so that sounds really good for bed. Just saying.
That is the case. Yeah. Thank you so much, Carnage. And Saint Brush, thank you for the 666. Says the Rock of Ages, pieces be upon him. I love that. We need to adopt that. Pieces be upon him. Struck the statue in Daniel's dream horizontally. Oh no. And verticalite church does not lay upon the stone of truth. Well, that is true. The stone that no human hand has cut, obviously, is that of Doug. And Peter says, also, long live vertical. Hey, thank you, Peter. Viva live vertical. And Dexter's Lab says, get Doug and Sharon hot and wet in a SM room sauna? Maybe. I wonder if they'll sweat. I've got questions now. Mr. B, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says another song for the jam. Atheist Ain't Got No Songs by Steve Martin. That's on the list. I added that to the list. Thank you for letting us know, though. And Space Lord says you haven't made it as a religion until you have sex and heresies, like the vertical stream, for example. Fucking A.
Y'all, I watch on the vertical stream, so follow my example.
I don't know what to tell you. Listen, until the horizontal stream gets anywhere close to the amount of memberships as the vertical stream, vertical wins. And Carlos is trying, though. Carlos sent out 50 DZ debate memberships. That's crazy huge. Thank you so much, Carlos. And listen, if you got gifted a membership tonight, you got access to the deconstruction cheat sheet. Thank you so much, Carlos. It's good to hear from you. And I hope, friend, that you're doing well tonight. And last super chat before we get Bree in here from our friend Zen. Again, thank you so much. Says, I want to maximize my contributions to the channel. Would the channel retain more of my donation if I use Venmo or PayPal? Will the channel keep more of the donation? It is my sacred duty to support the channel. Well, thank you so much, then. And yes, if you do PayPal or Venmo or Cash App, we get 100% on the channel. And if you do a super chat, YouTube gets between 30 and 35%. That's the YouTube cut. So unfortunately, yeah, the YouTube has to make money somehow. And that's one of the ways that they make money. If you want to support directly, you can go to the links in my bio and directly support. And also, I do have a Patreon in my link tree if you want to support on Patreon monthly. And Patreon, believe it or not, only takes like 5 to 7%. It's very small. So if you want to do a monthly subscription and you don't want YouTube to take a bunch of it, you can do Patreon, and almost all of it gets to me.
Do I need a Patreon?
I think you do. Yeah, you got to get a Patreon, buddy. I can help you set it up if you need some assistance. But yeah, you got to get one. Bree, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I am 35 and I don't believe in God, but I have 2 questions for you. You could boot me though.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you said something about the hand on the thigh, or like thigh referred to genitals. And I watched Joel Reed's Bible, reading the Bible, and he talked about in, like, I think it was Exodus, how like Abraham, Isaac, and all them, they would like put their hands on
Genesis, yeah.
their thighs. They would put their hands on their genitals.
So Eleazar famously pledged to get a wife for Isaac that wasn't of the Canaanites. by putting his hand under the thigh of Abraham. And most scholars, I would not say I'm a scholar, but I agree with the scholars that this is a reference to the genitals, which is where the seed is located. The seed of Abraham is in the balls. And the promise, the reason why you put your hand under the thigh is because it was a promise to protect his seed. It was a symbolic gesture.
I love the idea of just Abraham and a friend of his like making an oath to each other. They just start grabbing themselves. It's so funny.
It's so funny.
Was it like a handshake?
No, it wasn't a
It's a-
handshake. It
Oh,
was
okay, thank God.
just a symbolic action based on what he was promising to protect.
All part of the very weird same club.
To be sure, this wasn't normal. Like, people didn't just do this on the regular. This was something specific to Abraham and Eleazar.
Oh, okay. Whew.
Yeah.
Anyways, also, what is R? I saw it twice. What does RHDF stand for?
Rock hard for Doug.
Rock hard for Doug.
Oh, okay.
Fair question.
I hear Doug all the time. I still don't know what people are talking about, but
Doug
okay.
is here. He is the Rock of Ages, and this is his consort Sharon Stone.
Nice. Okay. Thank you for your time. Y'all have a good one.
Thanks, Bree. Good to hear from you.
Listen, I had to learn a lot of the lingo and stuff when I first started watching too.
There certainly is a lot to pick up on. We've got an active crowd tonight on TikTok. Not as many guests wanting to get onto YouTube streams. If you're watching on YouTube, there is a link on the screen for you to get in, tiny.cc/DZ guest. You can join the conversation as well. How you doing, Sim?
Oh, hi. Sorry. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Oh, good. I'm really sorry. I was originally gonna troll earlier, but I saw the other guy who was acting silly. I think he was drunk. I'm probably my main plan. I was just gonna talk about Deuteronomy 6:7, but
Are you a Christian?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, we're looking for people that will debate us that don't agree with us. Okay.
My bad. All right.
All right. Have a good one. At least he was honest. Yeah. Don't troll. Don't troll. All right. Let's grab
6-7. Okay, I just
not
got
that
it.
again. Not that again. Okay. All right. We'll get Christ is King up in here.
I bet you I know his religion is, Justin.
You know, if I had to guess, and I'm going out on a limb, I'm saying that Christ is King is a Christian. Is that an accurate guess?
100%.
Yeah. And are you at least 18?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. And what would be your most compelling evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
I believe that it is self-defeating to deny the existence of free will.
I haven't denied the existence. Well, what do you think free will is first?
I think it's the genuine ability to make choices.
Well, if that's all you think it is, then sure, I believe in it. But I don't think that's what free will is.
Yeah, free will typically is the ability to make choices without any sort of outside interference, like punishments if you make a different choice or coercion or anything like that, which you certainly don't have. If your God is real, you don't have free will.
Okay. I understand that you could say people could be influenced by things, but I think what we're really like when we're talking about free will, we mean we're not mechanistically unfolding the sequence of events. We have determining ability in the seat of our soul.
Yeah, you can say that, but that doesn't have anything to do with Jesus Christ. So, what's the argument for Jesus being real? Like being God and all that nonsense.
Okay, well, do you think will is matter or energy?
I think will comes from your brain, but again, to be sure, none of this is actually an argument for Christianity.
Well, I'm trying to get there, but
All right,
I'm trying to
go ahead and
You know
lay
there
out
are Christians that don't believe it.
Yeah, by the way, there's
Okay.
a whole sect of Christians that don't believe in free will, so this is not the best argument you could have brought.
Okay. I mean, I guess people can make other arguments, but the free will thing is, it's not matter or energy. I don't think matter or energy typically do choice making.
Can
So
you
I would
can
have
you
to
prove
say
that?
like if you're just empirically they don't do it.
No,
I
that's
mean,
begging the question. You said the support for your claim is that they don't. So what's the actual support for it rather than begging the question?
are you mean like do I know if they're not going to like tomorrow like Hume's like it's skepticism we don't know if like the matter is going to start making choices tomorrow?
No, you said that like matter doesn't make choices, but like as far as we're aware, we're just made of matter. There's no spirit in here, right? So you would have to demonstrate that somehow something other than matter was residing inside of us. And again, none of this gets you to Christianity. I don't know why you keep bringing it up.
I'm well, I'm okay. Well, if there's free will, if that is true, like I don't think that's just compatible with
Free
Adam.
will is unrelated to your God. No one cares about the free will argument. I'm not debating Calvinism right now.
Okay. So where do you think you agree that free will exists?
He can't help it. This is all he came up with. He has nothing else. He
Do
wrote
you
it
agree
down on
that
a
it exists?
napkin at a restaurant earlier today, and he's like, "I'm gonna go cook somebody with this," and that's all he brought. That's all he thought to bring.
My dude, even if I believed in the existence of the soul and I believed in the existence of God, and even if I believed that Jesus was the Messiah, I still wouldn't believe in free will. So this is utterly irrelevant.
I don't think that it is. I'm just asking you, do you believe would you agree that free will does exist?
No,
No, I'm a hard determinist.
Okay, see that's what doesn't make sense to me.
he
How could
can't
you
stop it. He can't stop it. He wants to have an
Well,
argument
I
about
don't I don't want to
determinism. He
stop
doesn't.
because
He
I want
doesn't
to
want to
know.
talk about his God. So,
Well, I
Christ,
want to get to
here's what
as
we're gonna do.
this
We're
is
gonna talk about
epistemic.
your actual God. No one cares about whether or not you're a determinist or not. I don't care if you're a determinist. I don't care if I'm a determinist. I don't even know if I'm a determinist. It's irrelevant. It has nothing to do with whether or not your God is real. Do you want to actually get on
Yes.
track, or do you want to get skipped?
Are you afraid to answer the questions?
It's unrelated. I don't have to
It's
answer
not.
questions that are entirely
It's so
unrelated
not.
to
It's
the
so
topic.
obviously not. It's so
Okay. All
it's
right, so
clearly not.
we'll start then. Give me the conclusion to your argument, and then we'll fill in the premises. What's your conclusion?
Uh, there's a source of will that has will in itself.
That's the conclusion. How does that relate to the Christian God?
Well, that okay. So you're talking about my conclusion for God. I'm talking about my conclusion for
We're
free
talking
will
about
right
your
now.
conclusion for God. We're not talking about free will. If you bothered to read the thing above my head, it says your God is imaginary. It doesn't say your free will is imaginary. No one cares about free will versus determinism. You walked into the wrong room if you wanted to have a boring philosophical discussion about determinism.
Okay. Well, if you want to go from like how I get to free will, there being a source for that.
I want you
My
to get to your God. I
my
don't care
argument is
about free
only like an
will.
absolute
No one cares
eternal
about free
like
will.
that only an absolute
All right,
eternal source like
so
what we find in
here's
theism
what's
would
it,
be able to give free will.
no, wrong
So
again.
since it exists, then
Your God explicitly says you don't have free will. Thank you for the Ian raid. I appreciate that. Paul says in Romans 9 that you don't have free will. It's only by the will of God, the mercy of God.
yeah, that doesn't negate our ability
did
to
you
make
actually
choice.
read your book?
How,
Are you
where in
one of
that
those
does it say?
Are you Orthodox, by the
Where
way?
in that does that what
Are
you
you
just brought
Orthodox?
up? Where does that deny that we have the ability to make
Are you
choices?
Orthodox?
I'm not.
Okay, I was trying to figure out why you're bringing bad philosophical arguments. Usually they're orthodox. So the reality is, whether or not you have free will has nothing to do with whether or not God exists. I could just say that that free will does exist, and it still has nothing to do with your God.
So are you agreeing that free will does exist then?
No, I'm not saying that it does exist. I'm saying even if I did, it has nothing to do with whether or not your God exists.
That I don't see how I don't really agree with you. I would definitely
Okay, then
disagree
give me
that if
the
there's free
argument.
will, like
Give me the
I would
argument
want to
from
know how
free
that
will.
gets here.
Give me the argument from free will exists. Actually, your definition, freedom of choice, not freedom of will, because you don't have freedom of will in Christianity. Because if you do anything that God doesn't want, He burn you forever in hell. So you don't have freedom of choice or freedom of will completely. What you have is a coercion to choose what God wants you to choose. So give me the argument from coercion
Okay.
to Christianity is true.
Okay, so first of all, with coercion, like we could go coerce some guy who we're police and we're going to coerce him into getting into the back of the police vehicle because he's committing a crime. He still has the choice to run away, to
Yeah,
try
it's not a free choice though.
So coercion doesn't defeat all these things of coercion, influence, different things that do impact you and do restrain you in some way. Those don't defeat like the ultimate. Because my argument for why free will exists is that
Buddy,
you can't
what do you
deny
think free will means? Yeah, you can't deny it's not an argument. What does the word free will mean? What's the phrase mean?
is the ability to make genuine choices. That's
Wrong
what I'm calling
again.
it.
Determinism has that.
They're not a genuine choice. You're just being determined to do something.
No, they are
It's not
genuine choices. What do you think the free in free will means?
It means your consciousness has that like responsible
No.
if you chose to
No.
let's say hit someone with your car and make them unalive, you would be actually in my universe really responsible for it. It wouldn't be just a sequence of events which you are unfortunately part of in the
That
grand
didn't
scheme
answer
of
the
things.
question. The question is, what does the word
Because-
free mean in the phrase free will? That's what he asked.
I guess in the way that I'm using it, it's free from a totalizing degree of influence, which removes any genuine choice.
But that's not what that
Would-
means. Go ahead, Dalton.
Here's my definition for free will. Free will is the ability to make a choice. Is the ability to make a choice free or independent of any underlying cause.
What? No, it's not. That's not what we believe.
That is.
You can say that, but you're just equivocating if you're trying to make that my definition.
No, I'm saying that's the definition. Like, I'm not even into your garbage philosophy, and even I know that if you just go to like a philosophy dictionary and look up free will, especially libertarian free will as it's used, it means the ability to make a choice without any external influences, force, coercion, or persuasion.
No, it does not.
Yeah, it does.
No.
Yeah.
No, people know that
Yeah.
you can be hungry and want to eat because you're hungry, and it's not. You still have influence, but
You have a
it doesn't
choice.
negate.
You don't have a free will
And-
choice.
Yeah, and that choice of whether or not you will choose to eat or not will be being determined by some underlying cause.
Yeah. So listen, this is a really dumb conversation. Like nobody's here to have a free will versus determinism discussion. Do you have anything other than this that actually is related to your God? Because this is not going to get you anywhere close.
Well, the way that it relates for me is
It
that
was a
if
yes
free
or
will,
no question.
if
Do you
I'm
have
talking
any
about-
other argument other than this? Because this is not going to get you anywhere.
Sure, I can go. I can take it in another direction if you're not having fun with this one.
Nobody's having fun. Nobody cares. We're here talking about God, not about free will versus determinism.
I mean, I'm trying to take it there. I think it's a little unfair to say that it's not related. You really think so?
Well, the conclusion of your argument didn't even end in God, so it's a useless argument. Starts with the argument where the conclusion is the Christian God.
I was making an argument like to get our epistemology
All
right.
I'll
So
help you
then
out.
we
No,
can-
I'll just make notes for you. No one cares about your epistemology. No one cares that you took philosophy 101. Conclusion: the Christian God is real. Fill in the premises.
Premise number 1: free will exists.
Can't help
two.
himself.
This is all he has.
This is
They
necessary.
never can think for themselves. They can never think on their toes. They come
God
in with
is
a
a
script and
necessary
they stick
precondition.
to it. That's begging the question.
Sadly, Justin, I think he was just determined to make these horrible arguments.
Yeah, premise 2 is begging
free
the
will.
question.
How is that?
You can't use God as a premise for proving God. Is this your first semester in philosophy class?
Well, it's a transcendental argument, right?
I know tag is the weakest, dumbest argument alive, but even in the tag argument, you don't, in fact, beg the question. You can run tag without begging the question.
I think it's often formulated God is a necessary precondition for like logic. Logic exists, therefore
Yeah.
God exists.
Dakota, thank you so much for the $15 over Cash App.
Because
And
we would
no,
say it's similar like
you didn't actually do your syllogism properly for a good tag argument. What you want to do is first establish some connection between P1 and P2, where the conclusion could only be that a god, some kind of a god, is necessary. Then from that conclusion, you would do another syllogism saying, well, now that we've established a god is necessary, then we need to fill in the blanks for why my specific god is the necessary god.
I see. So you're right. Is that where you're saying I'm begging the question?
Yeah, if you're trying to say
Okay.
that the Christian God is real and that's your conclusion, your second premise can't be God is the necessary precondition, full well knowing that your God is the Christian God.
Okay. If we all right, I can put more in there for that then. I can do that.
Okay.
Premise 3. God in order for us to have like epistemic rationality, God must be revelatory.
What do you think that even means?
It means that God has to be able to
Nope.
endow
Epistemic
us with-
rationality. Do you think so before we get any further, I got to get the Philbro timer going. This is going to get stupid. All right, Philbro timer is up. We've got let me get 10 minutes loaded.
Nick, take note that any claim you make, Justin's probably going to hold your feet to the fire to justify that claim.
Yeah, so the Philbro timer means for every argument you run, you only get 10 minutes. I shouldn't even give you 10 from now because you've already wasted 5. But the reality is, every time you say something silly like epistemic rationality that I know is a nonsense phrase that people here aren't going to know what it means, I'm going to stop you, make you define it, and you're going to eat time off your clock. So go ahead and do premise 3 again and try to use words that regular people know.
So for forming truth, beliefs in truth properly, we need like a revelatory God.
Have you thought this through? To be clear, the conclusion of your first argument is that God is real. Your second argument is about the Christian God. So premise 2 and 3 are begging the question.
Well, all right. Well, do you not agree with me that like if God's not revealing, if he's not a revealing God, he's not revealing stuff some way, then we're kind of in an epistemic like black hole. Would you agree
No,
with that?
I think it's utterly ridiculous. I knew who my father was when I was like 6 months old. I'm sure I had enough recognition to know who my father was, and God never revealed it to me.
I never understand why Christians make the claim that God is the necessary precondition for logic. It just seems like a claim that they haven't yet substantiated.
Yeah. Or for knowledge. Listen, before you're even born, like, you know, you're getting uncomfortable. Your brain just knows things because it's aware of the outside world.
All that's required is that the world exists and that you exist with a brain to be able to comprehend the world. And that's all it's required to have knowledge.
I'm definitely quite convinced though that when you say like we have knowledge, like it seems like how is it absolute though? Like if there's not something to ground it and like make it like
Why
stable.
doesn't it need grounded?
Because if it can change, if our beliefs are like in like a world of change, then who's to say that my belief is what it is?
Who's to say your belief is what it is, even if you're getting revelation from God? You could be wrong about the revelation you're getting, so it's a nonsense argument. The reality is, knowledge claims are just what you believe, based on good reason. Like if I have good reason to believe that Shasta root beer is fucking delicious, that's knowledge that I have. Now, you might not even agree with me. You might think that Shasta root beer is terrible, but to my knowledge, it's delicious.
Well, I'm not saying that you necessarily can't like have the knowledge, but like sort of justification, like as to why we know that. Like, how do you know it's not an illusion that it tastes really good?
I
How do
usually
you know
confirm
that
with
God's
other
not an
minds.
illusion? Like, so
Because it was
what you want to do, like, so what you're attempting to do right now is, right, you want to push the atheist into hard solipsism, right? You're saying you can't know anything. You can't even know that you're not a brain in a vat. Well, neither can you. Like, every argument you're about to use to push me into solipsism, I can use against you. So how much time do you want to waste on solipsism?
Well, I would disagree with that because I mean, you're saying
He
but
can't stop
the thing is, I
himself. He
would
never
naturally,
listens to any warning.
I
I
would
gave him
be,
the warning.
If I get a revelation from your
I
God,
would,
how do I know I'm not just like going crazy and seeing things that aren't real?
That's right. How do you know when
well,
you've received that
as defined,
revelation?
our God never lies.
We're
As
not we're
defined,
not
our
Okay,
God never
we're
lies.
not asking about that. We're saying, how do you know that the revelation you're receiving is from God and that you've interpreted it correctly?
Because that's the worldview. It entails that
So what?
we believe God is
How?
not alive.
No, we're not asking if God's
It's
lying. We're asking,
stipulation.
how do you know that you're hearing from God?
Because it's
I told you,
like
Christ. I'm pushing you into
we're stipulating the
solipsism.
presupposition. We make the presupposition, and in that
You're
worldview, it's coherent. When we
I'm
compare
not
all the
asking about
worldviews,
your
it ends up.
presupposition. You're on the solipsism train right now. You're in the first car. So, what method, what metric can you use to determine that God has revealed something to you?
This argument that I'm using.
No, you can't,
Why not?
because it doesn't have anything to do with whether or not you have knowledge of the God.
Well, if I can eliminate all
The
the other
argument,
possibilities.
you don't know all the possibilities. You need omniscience for that.
Well, I mean, I can say there's a God or there's not. Those are two possibilities.
what if Loki is tricking you into thinking you're receiving information about Yahweh?
I would have no way of justifying that.
You have no way of justifying your God either. So you have no way of justifying if you're receiving revelation from God. You only think that you are.
No, my justification is that I can even like make sense and coherently defend if we're going to stipulate
I don't.
anything. If
I
we're going
think
to
this whole
enter
conversation has demonstrated
into
that
the
that's
realm,
not true.
if
Yeah.
we're going to enter into the realm of predicating things and like actually using language and all this logic and stuff, then like
Yeah.
we're kind of we're resting on all these categories like being based in a thing that's not going to change and turn into something different randomly.
But none of that has to do with our question. The question is, how can you know that you're receiving revelation at all from your God? Because you have to use your brain to do it. Could you not be just a brain in a vat thinking you're receiving revelation from God?
I don't think so.
Why not? Prove it. Prove
Because
that you're not a
again,
brain in a vat right now.
because if I okay, so if I'm sitting
He's
there
in
and
it.
the brain in a vat and I'm thinking that, then it would be I would have to go, you know what? In this brain in a vat, I really just don't know like in this knowledge sense when I use my I don't see a brain in a vat. I look around, I see everything else. Apparently I'm
So
in
what?
one. If I'm coming to this conclusion, then I'm really just doing so like in like it just entails that anything like any like nonsense like could be going on. I'm in a vat. Well, where's the vat? Where's all this?
Doesn't matter. You're in a
But
dream
so
state. That's the
argument
whole
is
point
that
behind the brain in a vat argument is you can't determine whether or not you're in a dream state and everything that's happening in your brain right now is an illusion or if it's reality. That's why I keep telling you, like, if you want to push the atheist into you can't prove anything, then I'm going to do the same thing to you. I'm just going to push you right into that vat. That's why I told you solipsism goes both ways. It's the sword that cuts both arguments. It's not going to work for you. You got to try something better.
Surely you got something better to demonstrate that the Christian God exists, right?
He doesn't. Yep, and he's gone. I guess he fell in the vat. Oh well.
The irony of saying, well, God makes it to where I can make sense of reality. Nothing about what he just said made sense of anything.
There was not a sensible word that left that man's mouth. You know what, though? At least he was nice about it. I mean, I don't think he was having a good time. But he was nice. What was his name again? Christ something or another?
Christ is king?
Yeah, that's
Was
right.
that it?
Christ. Christ is king of the vat. All right.
Could have swore he was a Muslim. I'm just going to...
Let me grab a couple super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here right away. Jeff, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says 2 must-read poems by Maya Angelou. I Know Why the Cage Bird Sings and Still I Rise. Well, I really appreciate the suggestion. Shoot me a message in the Discord where I'll just Google it. I'll be able to find it. Remind me of that so after the stream I'll be able to get right on that. Side, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, call me Sin. Oh, I'm sorry, Sin. Suggestion to all of you, if you haven't watched Lucifer, the TV show, it is a must watch. It shows God is not good and Lucifer was not the bad guy most of the time. I agree with this.
I love that show. And God is played by the guy from Allstate. You're in good hands.
Mandy, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Is the H in your last name for Handy? Are you Mandy Handy? Because that would be a really cool naming scheme. It says, if this unearthing machine is loving, where is he when a child and an animal cry for help from abuse and pain that he created and allowed? Hail, Doug. I know he'll never create those horrible conditions. Never. And the theodicy is one of the greatest arguments against God. If God is real, then there's no reason to have all the needless carnage that we see here on the earth. Maybe there could be a limited amount of something like what we would call necessary suffering, but I'm not even convinced we need that. That seems like that could be resolved with an all-powerful deity. And Adam says, Justin, have you ever considered the fact that you can choke to death on a hot dog as an argument against fine-tuning? Well, I used to run this argument back in the day, and I think people got tired of it. I used to run the argument. I had a statistic for how many children choke to death every year as an argument against fine-tuning. In fact, one of my first atheist songs on my TikTok, I made some atheist songs like 2 summers ago, talks about that very thing. Yeah, the fact that that children, anyone who's ever had a child knows there's multiple times in that child's life where you have to reach down its throat and pull something out of its throat or it's going to choke to death. Every child does it. It's crazy that was a fine-tuned design. And Huper, thank you for the $10 super chat, says the superiority of the horizontal chat is both cultural and technological. Both our live chat and our post-stream chats are better. We are the horizon for all to follow. Oh my goodness. Listen, Hugh, I don't know what to tell you. While your words, really are lifting some spirits right now, I have to say that the memberships on the horizontal stream are lagging the vertical stream so seriously that it feels just like smack talk to me, empty smack talk. And Yoda, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says mobile defaults to deconstruction zone when you click memberships. So to get a DZ Debates membership, you need a computer. That's why the numbers differ. Either way, horizontal supremacy. No. If you go to my channel on the horizontal stream and click join, it'll take you to DZ Debates. Now, it might be in the description of a video. It might be that the description of the video, that link takes you to the main channel. I don't know about that. But no, if you hit join on the main page, it'll take you to whatever page you're on. Dex, thank you for the $10 super chat, my friend. It says, what might quicken the moral conversation is to get them to admit that people do use subjective morality, so it exists whether they like it or not. Then they can prove objective morality. This is not a bad idea. I've seen Joel do this, and Joel does it really, really well. I haven't put together an argument to do that, but I should, Dex. This is a good idea. I'll put together a syllogism to demonstrate or at least an analogy to demonstrate that subjective morals do exist, and then I can switch it over and say, now prove that objective morals exist. And 2 more super chats, friends. Stateful True Heretic says, horizontal stream is the place for Doug's true followers. Horizontal stream's popping off tonight. They do not like vertical stream. Join the heretical sect of the horizontal worship if you are DTF. BTTF. I know what that means elsewhere. Like us, and get fracked. Oh, down to frack. Okay, sideways for Pepples. Much love, Justin. Down to frack is amazing, by the way. That
I understood that very differently. Yeah.
That's the new slogan. That's the new slogan for Pebbles, down to frack. We finally found a slogan for Pebbles. Hugh Pugh says, let the vertical heretics have their day in the sun. We all know the horizontal stream is the fastest growing stream out there. These veritics will soon know who Doug really shines on.
God damn.
The war is on, and Viper's sending a hard shot, 20 DZ Debate gifted memberships. That's a huge cannon shot. Thank you, Viper. I really appreciate that. And with that, let's get our next guest in here. We're going to get Phi, and then Chris, and then Simeon in that order. The battle of the 2 streams is getting pretty hot right now. I didn't know this was
the great schism of 25.
Yeah. Phi, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God? Phi? Hello?
Phi.
They might be up here by accident. All right, well, Phi, if you're up here by accident, I'll go ahead and cut you. Come back if you want to talk, and we'll get you plugged in. With that, we'll grab our guest from the YouTube queue, Chris. Chris, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I am 18, and I do believe in God.
Awesome. And is it a particular God or a generic God?
I am Seventh-day Adventist.
Yeah, I love it. So what's your favorite argument or evidence for the Christian God being real?
Well, there's 2 things. One, an experiment I did while I was in school, and the Tower of Babel. That's 2 pieces of evidence that I want to present.
Well, you've got my interest.
Yeah, tell me about your experiment.
In school, we grew plants in complete darkness, and they grew for 2 weeks before we pulled them out into the light.
Okay, so what?
Well, it verifies plants being created before sunlight in Genesis.
But so what? No one cares about that. That has nothing to do with your God being real.
It's just evidence I wanted to present.
I've literally never used this argument before. Listen, we know that plants get nutrients from the soil. They can survive a time period without sunlight. Like, they go out of sunlight, like, every night. It's gone.
I completely understand that. It's just evidence I wanted to present because it's just something I thought it would be interesting evidence. There's been many times it's been said that plants were created before sunlight. Well, that was an experiment we did in class. So, yeah.
I've never said that. Only to the people who say that the 6 days of creation aren't literal, like there's a 1,000 years. then I would say, well, the plants didn't exist in darkness for 1,000 years or without sunlight. That would be silly. But if you believe in a literal one day, one day, one day, one day, then yeah, it's fine. Plants can survive a day without sunshine.
Oh no, 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 no! I don't
With
believe in
magic,
that.
all things are
The
possible.
school I went to did, but you know, I kind of grew out of that.
So
But yeah, that's
what's your
one
next bullet
experiment
point?
that we did. What's that?
What's your next bullet point?
The Tower of Babel. There was an explosion of different languages and different writings throughout the world, roughly around the same time, and that's just interesting how that happened. When I was in college, I did a paper on it, and roughly within 50 to 100 years, there was different writings in different languages throughout the entire world. Roughly around 5,000 BCE.
Yeah, because people could speak and write. The reality is, we had just as many languages prior to 5,000 BCE. We just didn't have any record of it. Like we didn't have
No,
writing.
I'm talking throughout the entire world. That's North America, South America, Asia,
I
and
know.
everywhere else.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, we had many languages prior to the invention of writing too. We just don't have record of it because nobody was writing. Why would we think there was
They
one
were
language prior to the invention of writing? That's crazy.
And to be sure, I don't think that we can demonstrate with any evidence that all languages stream back to one common source. It's more likely that there were several sort of springs from which like not a language is evolved.
well. Latin has the Romance languages have a common source. So does the Germanic languages have a common source. So does
Do
the
the native languages
uh,
of North and South America have a common source with any of the
yeah,
languages found in the Mesopotamia? I don't think so.
they all have a common source. I don't know
They don't.
what the common source that all of those trace back to. I couldn't find the source traced back to those, but
Yeah,
there's like 7 or 8 common sources
they'd be traced back
that
to
all
like
these languages trace back
Homo
to.
habilis. Yeah, Homo habilis probably had maybe one or two languages. Yeah,
Yeah, Homo
a
habilis or
couple hundred thousand years ago.
Homo habiliensis. One of
Yeah,
those two had
so
languages.
yeah, not Chris. I mean, surely you can see that none of this demonstrates that the Christian God is real, right?
It's evidence.
For what? How? So to be sure, the splitting of the languages was already recorded by the Sumerians way before the Bible. In fact, the Bible just is riffing on the Mesopotamian edition of it.
Yeah. Hmm.
Right. So if I'm going to say that this is proof of anything, I would say it's proof that Marduk is Lord. What's the proof that Yahweh's Lord?
Yeah. Obviously, also, when we talk about the splitting of languages in the Hebrew Bible seems to insinuate the first language was Hebrew, and that's definitely not the case.
I know that's so funny. Yeah, because the naming of Eve, she was given her name based on Hebrew grammar, and it's crazy. Hebrew grammar didn't exist when Eve was around.
I I thought it would be something like not Babylonian. Oh Jesus Louise. I can't remember what it would be
Akkadian, Sumerian.
because
Their names are Adam and Chava. Those are Hebrew words.
Yeah,
yeah, but
it says that she will be called an Isha because she comes from Ish, which is a play on Hebrew grammar. It's the feminine form of man. Ish just means like a man, like a dude. And so,
And Adam is only called Adam because he's taken from Adama, from the dust of the earth. That pun only makes sense in Hebrew.
Yeah, and Chava, the mother of all living, is a play on the word life.
Chai. Yeah.
Like
Fair
the
enough.
reality is, like we know for a fact that Hebrew didn't exist until like the 10th or the 9th century BCE. There's no way that Hebrew existed and then disappeared and then came back a couple thousand years later.
Yeah, but it came back in a more advanced form.
Evidence, please.
Are you talking about modern
Well,
Hebrew?
no. I'm just saying there was Paleo Hebrew and then.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Hebrew evolved from the Semitic languages. Prior to Biblical Hebrew, it was Paleo Hebrew, and then probably Phoenician mixed with Proto-Sinaitic. Prior to that, anyone's guess. But the reality is, we have no reason to believe that Adam and Eve were speaking Hebrew, as the Book of Genesis would suggest.
No, I thought they were probably speaking something like oh, I can't remember. It's been a while since I was in college.
Enochian?
Um, I'm sorry, my brain is lost.
Yeah, that happens. Don't worry.
But
Well, Chris, did you have anything else for us?
I'm afraid not. You guys are absolutely wonderful. I do apologize.
No, you're fine. It's good talking to you. They were interesting topics, at least.
Thank you so very much for your time.
Cheers. Have a good one.
Bye.
A lot of nice guests today.
Yeah, it's almost like there's something strange afoot. Like we haven't had any crash outs yet, and it's already 7:40.
It's the calm before the storm, Justin.
That's what it is. That's what it is. The sea waters have come, or the ocean waters are getting sucked in right before the hurricane. Bear in Mind says, great name, by the way. Does Doug approve of consuming stone soup? And if so, is that both the body and blood of Doug? And yes, Doug is all for stone soup, as long as you're not doing it like the story suggests, to trick people. Doug isn't interested in tricking people. Yeah, but enjoy some stone soup if that's what you need, for sure. JDMist, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, so saith Doug, the truth, the light, and the way are only found horizontally. All hail the Rock of Ages. I don't know about that.
False prophet.
I don't know about that. Listen, JDM, the jury's still out. Thank you for the support, though. An overly polite rebel, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, Maya Angelou, an author, poet, performer, and activist. Her autobiography, I Know Why the Cage Bird Sings, is widely taught at universities. Yeah, I was already out of school, I think, when the book was getting popular, at least where I was. I'm sad that I didn't actually get to read it. Maybe it's time to get the book and read it. I don't know.
And I didn't go to college, so that's my excuse.
Exactly. John, although, I mean, listen, you put Dalton toe to toe with anyone who did go to Bible college or seminary, and he's gonna clean them up. John says, Justin, the Browns? How? Well, sometimes you get lucky. You know that. You don't need skill if you have luck. As part of the Holy Trinity, please rain down Doug's blessings on the Saints. Rock hard for Doug. And F Mega. Couldn't agree more. And listen, we got nothing against the Saints. I hope the Saints win. We'll definitely pray to Doug for the Saints. And Tess says, as liquefied rock, magma erupts forcefully upwards, so will Doug smite the heretics in the horizontal. Yeah, I don't know if he's going to smite the heretics in the horizontal, being that Doug approves of both streams. I don't know how many times we can say this. Doug loves all horizontal and vertical streaming. Adam says, the Thorpes perfectly illustrate Christian degeneracy. I couldn't agree more. Yeah, Ben Thorpe. There's just Google Ben Thorpe and you're gonna find some stuff. I'm not going to tell you what you're gonna find. You're gonna find some stuff. Crucifix Me says Tower of Babel crashed. Syntax error in speech. Yeah. 404 not found. Snipnut says, as liquefied rock magma sits horizontally in the ground, the verticals call this lava magma. Another blasphemy. Do not be deceived. I don't know. It does erupt vertically. You know what I mean, Snip? I'm just saying. Hammond says, hi guys, do you know why El was synthesized with Yahweh but not Baal? They are really similar to each other in other early Israelite religion. Okay, so here's what you need to know. So the reason why they were assimilated, why Yahweh and Baal were assimilated, not Baal, Yahweh and El were assimilated, is because El was the highest deity of the pantheon. They needed to replace that highest deity with our favorite deity. So that's why they picked off El. That being said, there are a couple psalms that are entirely just repurposed psalms that were originally about Baal. We've got mentions of them in the Ugaritic literature that are clearly showing, not word for word, but very similar psalms existed way before the Bible for Baal. So,
Yeah, they were in competition with one another.
Grim says to defeat Justin, just tell him. To defeat Justin, just tell him to look at the trees for Ian. A deep nuh-uh sends him ruzzing. Blitz, ask him if reality is made in thu at we see. I don't know what those words mean, but Grim, I see what you're saying here, and I appreciate it. And I'm going to do 3 more super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Sean says, if offered, would you ever be a part of one of those Jubilee videos where one atheist debates a group of theists like Alex O'Connor, or a similar video? 1,000,000%. I've been trying. Want to get on? I don't know. I don't know why they haven't called me. Call me. I'll gladly take on 20 theists. I have no problem with it. I won't be going out Lord Jordan Peterson. I'll tell you that. Dr. Fudge says, why do so many people think they can support their argument solely by undermining the opposite position? Because in philosophy, what they want to do, like if they don't have a real argument for their position, what they want to do is at least invalidate yours and then pound their fist on the table and say, see, I'm right. Well, no, that's not really how argumentation works. But if that's the best you can do, it'll fool some people, but it won't fool anyone with an actual brain. And Tim Davidson, thank you for the super chat, says, as a child, I understood SpongeBob. As an adult, I understand Squidward. Oh my gosh, I couldn't agree more. Yes. As an adult, doesn't your heart go out to Squidward? I mean, I'm just saying, we all grow up. All right, let me get Simeon from the queue. Simeon, welcome in.
Ooh, cannot hear you, Simeon.
Simeon, do you have your audio selected?
I think me.
Oh, there we go. We got you now.
Okay. Hi. How
It
you
might
guys doing?
Good. How you doing?
It's good. So I would just say, I grew up in a Christian home, and it was hard to understand right from wrong because you were influenced by those that raised you. So it was easier by default to believe that there is a God because of practices that we were supposed to obey and understand the commandments, even when Yahweh didn't actually keep his promises, since he lied to Adam about the fruit of
Yeah.
knowledge, saying you shall surely die, and didn't die when he ate the fruit.
Mhm. Well, it sounds
Um,
like you're an atheist, Simeon.
well, it's a half transition to atheism, let's just say, because I feel like there's some part of ourselves we can agree, and some things about ourselves as creators on earth, like how gods that we used to believe in the past are created the heavens and the earth. So in my mind, I believe that we are also our gods because we create jobs, healthcare, we understand science, time, like hundreds of years. So I just want to know, based on your viewpoint about that, 'cause your topic is, do you believe in God? Um, I believe in ourselves as gods, if that makes sense, because you can see evidence of jobs around you. Even when we have a long way to go to help like everybody, we did have we did create things to happen to inspire our communities, like how gods wanted to take credit to create whatever imagination they think about their
I,
power
I,
and
I think when me and Justin think about gods, we mean like supernatural beings who are responsible for some forces of nature, if not like for creating the world. I think that when you start using the word God so loosely, that it kind of sort of loses its meaning and it doesn't mean anything.
that's true. That's true. Um, I just have a more of a like creation. in terms to what others think about who created us, because even that's not even evidence. Even the Christians that also try to defend this argument. And so you guys do so you guys don't think that you also create this podcast like a god?
No, we don't believe in God at all.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
Mm-mm.
So not even yourselves view yourself as okay.
No,
Okay.
I mean, definitionally speaking, human beings aren't gods. Like that's baked into the definition of the word, right?
There is. There is. People just want to know about knowledge then if there isn't a God. And I try to tell them that, well, if you gain the knowledge yourself, does that give you the credit? And so they kind of understand that, but they think that that is beyond our imagination because we're human beings.
Let's start
And
with like a super easy syllogism. Like premise number one: gods are not supernatural, or I'm sorry, gods are supernatural. Right? Do we agree there?
yeah, but Jesus told the multitude when they accused him to be God in the New Testament that he clarified to tell the audience in Jerusalem that
But
you also possess
you're not
God.
a Christian, are you? I thought you didn't believe in the Christian religion.
I am halfway transitioning to deconstruct.
Okay, so
Also,
if God is supernatural, can we agree on that? That whatever a God is, it must be supernatural.
In the religious viewpoint, yes,
But no. In like reality, in the reality viewpoint.
it would be no because there wouldn't be to discover evidence.
So you just don't believe in God. You're an atheist.
Well, I just believe in what I can bring here on Earth, just like everyone that's trying to do the exact same thing to make the world a better place.
Yeah, but that's atheism.
So, okay, well, that's so I can understand that definition. Uh, my philosopher, who with I used to disagree a while back, claimed that there is a certain way that we extend ourselves to view as like godly examples to do like great things in the world and impact that way. But he didn't really tie to that as supernatural, of course. But it's more to like the evolution of how humans are able to create things on Earth as
Yeah,
how like gods would see.
yeah. So
So
you just don't believe in God anymore. You're an atheist. Welcome to the club, Simeon. There's nothing wrong with it. We eat lots of bacon. No one cares where you put your dingling. It's a great time. But you are, in fact, friend, an atheist now. If you don't believe in a supernatural being that created all things.
I don't in terms to where all the Canaanites came from, and they did not come from Adam and Eve from the beginning. Because even the Bible says that the mark of Canaan will go to Cain, and no man will harm you. But that was way before Eve was the mother of humanity. So
Right.
who was the mother of the Canaanites? And that was actually shocking to me. But
That's a good
I
one.
I would not. I don't know. It's just.
Listen, Simeon, it's okay if you're not ready to wear the atheist badge. You are, in fact, an atheist, even though you don't recognize it yet. Give it some time. Take a couple nights of sleep and think about it, and come back. Let me know where you're at in a few days.
Yes, of course, as always, and perhaps maybe more of a personal podcast. I don't know, like an interview. I have so much questions, but yeah, it would be great to have this really discussion.
Yeah, for sure. We'll do a Q&A in the future.
Okay, all right, take
All
care,
right,
guys.
see you, friend.
so only somewhat related. That passage from John 10 is like the weirdest out of context quote of the Old Testament in the entire Bible, in New Testament for me. Like the I say you are gods,
Yeah, when
applying it
he's
to the
doing,
Pharisees, like weirdest quote in the New Testament.
it's a wild one. I think it sounds like a justification for Jesus's own divinity. Like they need to find some way to use God that is in line with the Old Testament, and that's the method they did. They made up a fake dialogue where Jesus essentially references Psalm 82.
And calls
Lou
it the law.
Yeah, I know. So, whoever wrote John was not a Jew. I don't care who wrote it. That person was not a Jew. That's 100% a fact. Lou Venna, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. I super appreciate that, Lou. That's a huge, generous W. And for those who weren't here earlier, yeah, if you send something on Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal, 100% of it goes to the creator, and none of it goes to the interfaces that we use to talk to you. Gus, thank you for the $5 super chat. Just cuz we appreciate that, big W. And Patch Grabber, great to see you. Thank you for the 5 Canuck bucks. Says I love poetry. I'm a poet, and I don't even write poems. Damn it, never mind. I think you missed the opportunity, Patch Grabber. I see the joke you laid out for us, though. That was a good one. And BC says, I also watch both streams depending on my mood. I am vertisantal and still rock hard for Doug. Actually, I do the same thing. And I tell you why. If I'm watching something like while I'm waiting in my car, I watch it horizontal. I put it on my magnet. I turn it horizontal. And the reason is because I don't want the way my phone sits. Sometimes if I do it vertical, it just, and I have to plug it in because I'm watching something. The plug-in touches my screen. But if it's unplugged and I'm just watching a stream, a lot of times I'll just watch vertical, because I'm used to it from TikTok. And
No, I had someone say that I have a lawyer chair, which I think is appropriate because you know what? I got objections.
Hold on, where's my soundboard? Did I open my soundboard today? There we go. Amir, Dex. Wait, what am I quick in the moral conversation? Oh, so I think we read that one already. We wanted Amir's. Amir, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says the new Pascal's wager: don't believe, just perform belief. Afterlife's uncertain. Conformity pays in trust status. Smiles, votes donors, and silence. Yeah, I agree. I'm baffled by the amount of Christians that think that Pascal's wager is even remotely persuasive. It's just certainly not. Uizu, thank you for the 200 NGN. Says thank you for your donation. Well, thank you for your donation, friend. And Astronova, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says Vertical may have 62,000 subs. Well, members, not just subs, members, way more members, but only has 750 viewers right now. The horizontal has 1,500 viewers. I'd say this is evidence that the verts are now living by the Holy Spirit of Doug. Well, we have to wait and find out. If the memberships catch up, we'll see. Gates of Delirium, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says vertical streaming was the original DZ stream and vastly superior. All others bow down to your vertical overlords. The war rages on. And Nikosi, thank you for the $10 super chat, says do an experiment of day and night without the sun, and then I'll be convinced. Big ups to all Yardy in the chat. I agree, right? Show me how in the world you can have day and night before the creation of the sun, because Genesis doesn't know. It has day and night existing prior to the creation of the sun on day 4. And Jake, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the 616. As Christians say God is the unmoved mover. Rocks don't move. Checkmate. Doug's win. Doug wins 1,000,000%. Doug is the unmoved mover. Doug doesn't move. He doesn't move until something acts upon him, but nothing acts upon him because everything operates under Doug's will. And Giga Chedneezer, amazing name. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says Victory Monday. Here we go, Brownies. Here we go. Yeah, the Browns finally pulled one off, friends. I don't know if anyone was paying attention this weekend. The Browns finally won a game. And Astronova coming in again. Thank you so much. Says I just had a revelation from Doug. Doug no longer supports the verts. Horizontal is the only way. Doug wouldn't say that. False prophet. I still love you, Astronova. And last one for now from our friend Matt Doherty. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, let all the followers of Doug remember that while magma erupts vertically, it then spreads Doug's message across the land horizontally. May we all be unified by the mastery of his strata. Yes, the strata laid out, the ground that we are on was laid out through a process that required both vertical and horizontal Dougism. That's all there is to it. All right, let's grab our next guest. We're going to get Link from our YouTube queue. Surprisingly shallow depth of guests on the TikTok queue tonight. Usually we have a ton of TikTok guests waiting to get in. They're all on YouTube tonight. If you're watching on YouTube and you want to know how to get in, the link's on the screen, tiny.cc/DZ guest. If you're watching on TikTok, all you got to do is hit that guest request button and you'll be in queue. Link, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yo, what is up, brother? I am at least 18 and I do believe in the God of the Bible, yes, sir.
Cool. What would be the most convincing evidence or argument for the Bible God being real?
So, what I'll do is I'll address some of your points and then that you made, or I don't know if one of them was a super chat, but a few of them were other points, and then we'll get to that, if that's okay.
You want to address the super chats? I'd rather not. I'd rather you just give me the argument for your God.
Was the sun and moon thing a super chat?
Yeah.
Okay. I won't talk about that then. And then was the John 10 thing a super chat?
No, that was just Dalton
It was
talking.
me.
Okay, do you want me to talk about that a little or no?
No, we don't really care about that. We're here for debates.
Well, I know. I'm gonna tell you. Those are points that you guys did not really explore all the way, and they were unfounded.
Yeah, don't really care. Give me the argument for why your God's real.
Okay. So let's look at Romans 1, starting in verse 18.
Oh boy, you think this is gonna go well from Romans 1? No one
100%.
without excuse.
Yeah, 100%. But it's not.
Boy.
Are you gonna?
It is that.
Are you going to be able to substantiate why we should care what Paul thinks?
100%.
I can't wait. Well, I'll put the passage on the board. Although everyone knows this one by heart, I have no idea why people bring this passage up like it means anything. For the wrath of God is revealed from heaven against all ungodliness and injustice of those who by their injustice suppress the truth. So you think that we actually know the truth, that we're just suppressing the truth in unrighteousness?
Okay, so hold on a minute, brother. I understand we're having a debate, but I tried to bring up some points. You already rejected those. Can I bring up my point, or would you like to railroad me?
No, I'm asking you what your point is with this passage.
Yes, I know, but you asked me a question before I could pose it to you, if that makes sense. So can I say it?
Oh, I mean, if you want to, yeah, you can dodge my question. Go ahead.
So what we're looking at right here is it says, because what may be known of God, so known of who? It's God, right? This is the God of the Bible, is manifest to them, for God has shown it to them. But how is he going to show it to them? For since the creation of the world, his invisible attributes are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead, so that they are without excuse. So, what this is trying to say is, Paul's not appealing to his own authority. Paul is not appealing to his own authority in this verse. What he's appealing to is the fact that when humans look at the creation of the world and go outside every day, see a sunset, see a sunrise, Paul says that inspires in you a feeling that supports the idea that there is a divine God. That's what he's appealing.
And I would just say Paul's wrong. That's
why should we?
That's like your opinion, man.
Paul's wrong. Okay, so hold on. So Paul's wrong. I need back that up, right? Because if you're asking guests to back up their
points, you'll have to substantiate that Paul's claim about God is correct. So you have to establish God existing rather than begging the question.
Because it's not Paul's claim. Anyone can do this.
I'm sorry. Did Paul write this?
Paul wrote this, but what he's saying.
Oh, so why do I care what Paul says?
Because if I told you, man, when I brush my teeth get clean. Does that make me the claimer of that, or can everyone just brush their teeth and say if they get
if you said when I brush my teeth, God holds my toothbrush, I would say you need to demonstrate God exists before I believe he's holding your toothbrush.
So hold on, let's take it. So we're going fast, right? What we need to do is we need to break this text down.
You think this is fast?
We need to break this text down because you're trying to railroad me and say, well, Paul's not credible.
Railroad you? Yes, how have I railroad you? I'd ask you for a simple request, which is, why should I care? Give me a reason why I should care what Paul says about God.
The reason you should care what Paul says about God is because believing in this God or not is an eternal decision, not just a carnal one.
I don't believe in it. The same is true about every other God. Every other God has so-called eternal consequences as well. That has nothing to do with whether or not they exist.
And so let me give you a little bit of insight, right? So in a lot of other religions, Buddhism, Hinduism, even in the Muslim religion, which is Allah is very similar to the God of the Bible, right? We're seeing this thing where no matter what choice you make, everything is going to lead to a state of nirvana or heaven. Even the Muslims believe that. Eventually, everyone gets to heaven. In Buddhism, eventually everyone gets to heaven. In Hinduism, eventually everyone gets to heaven. But in Christianity, this religion is the only religion that is going to teach you that it is appointed once for a man to live, and then he must be judged. There is no
Cool
That's
story,
everyone gets to
that's
bro.
heaven.
literally in like 5 other religions, and it is meaningless. Even if it was unique, it doesn't mean that the religion is true. So what you need to establish is that it's true, not that it has differences from other religions.
If we're looking for just an evidence that I can throw up on the board, in the same way that you cannot prove to me that God is fake, I
I
cannot
can prove
prove
that
to
your God is.
Okay, I'm ready.
Fantastic. Is the Bible true?
In my opinion, yes. It's the
Is
inerrant word of
Jesus God?
Jesus is God.
Can God tell a lie?
God cannot tell a lie, no.
Okay, that means Jesus couldn't tell a lie, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Have you read John chapter 3?
Let's turn to John chapter 3. See, so look at what's about to happen, right? You're bringing up a verse to me. I'm going to let you explain it before I decide to throw in my own commentary about it.
I love
And by the way, bro, I want to let you know I love debating, and I want to be like respectful of you. So if you do not like the jesting, let me know, because I will stop. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to be rude at all.
No,
Yeah,
it's entertaining.
we're not worried about
Yeah.
that.
It is just a jest. Trust me, brother, because I love pursuing the truth, and I love that you're out here doing this. You know what I mean? For real.
Right. Okay. So let me get the passage for you real quick. I apologize. I usually have it up. John 3:13 is where we're going. Let me
Okay,
get it
perfect.
on the screen.
I'm going to pull up the other passage that I know you're going to reference, just so I can, in case the Hebrew needs to get brought up.
John 3:13, Jesus says, "No one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man."
Okay.
Right? What's that mean?
Okay. It's hard to say, right? Because that word ascended, can we look? Do you have the Blue Letter Bible in front of you? That way we can look at it in the Greek, because
Do you
I
think
don't know what the word ascended means.
do you think the word ascend is difficult?
For me, yes, because we need to look at it in the Greek, because that's when it was originally written in the Greek. So in order to really
Are
get an
you
understanding,
fluent in Greek?
I'm not fluent in Greek, no, but if you look up Blue Letter Bible,
I know.
we can.
I have Greek
Yeah.
lexicons. I'm asking
Okay.
you, if you're not fluent in Greek, why does looking it up in Greek gonna help you? You think the guy with the PhD translated it wrong?
No, I'm not saying that. But for example, so there's another passage, right, where it says, where in the Bible, you could call this a contradiction. It says, if you, basically walk in the Spirit, right, your adversaries are going to be at peace with you. And that's, you could say, oh, well, I could say, oh, well, I'm a true Christian and I walk in the Spirit, but for some reason I still have enemies and they're not at peace with me. Does that mean God is a liar? No, because when we actually go to the Hebrew, because it's in Proverbs, it shows you that that word "be at peace" means just like a balancing of the scales. It doesn't mean literal peace. So looking up this word in the Greek is going to help us.
Yeah, it's anababekin. Means
Okay,
to
and
go
then
up. It's the
to go up.
cognate to Allah in Hebrew, to ascend.
Okay, so
Right
it's
there.
just to go up. Okay.
To go up into heaven. He's to go up into heaven. That's it. That's what he's saying. That's what ascend means. Believe it or not, the guy with the PhD figured this one out. Okay, so it says no one has ascended into heaven except for the one who descended from heaven. Is that a true
Okay.
statement?
Yes, I would take that as a true statement.
Oh, okay. Have you read Second Kings?
So who's ascending in 2 Kings? Let's go see.
Eliyahu?
You don't know?
No, I don't know every word of the Bible by heart. No, that's why I
This is
study it.
this is like a big story. Like everyone knows this guy.
Okay, so
Eliyahu b'sarah hashemayim.
You know Elijah and the fiery chariot?
Yeah. So it says he ascended right there. So is it the same word?
Yeah. No, it's Hebrew.
Yeah,
Allah?
but that's what I'm saying. So now it's Hebrew, right? So if we want to realize, and this is probably going to sound like a cop out, but
Do
I
you know
don't know
Hebrew?
100. No, I don't know Hebrew.
Okay, so
just
you
like I
don't know
don't know.
Hebrew or Greek, but you want to make arguments based on Hebrew. Just so you know, Dalton and I learned Hebrew and Greek.
What
So
was
okay,
the
so
just a reminder? What was the Greek word used in John 3?
Anaba bacon.
Yeah, so a variant of it is used in the Septuagint when it gets translated.
it's the same. You're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let me see. So if we go to John 3, is he talking about Elijah or no? It doesn't say. So it said no one has ascended but the one who has descended,
Yeah, no
right?
one has ascended except for Jesus.
Is he referring to himself or is he referring to Elijah?
He's referring to
Yes.
himself.
No one has ascended to heaven except for he who descended from heaven, the Son of Man. The Son of Man is
Okay.
Jesus.
Yeah, I mean honestly I don't know. You know what I mean? I'm sure there's a million ways to explain it, you know what I mean? Have you had anyone try to explain this to you before?
Yeah, none of them are good
Yeah.
explanations, which is why I still turn to it.
Okay. Yeah, to be honest, bro, it's very interesting because so in my Bible that I have, all my Bibles, like I have Bibles from different scholars, right? And so in this one in front of me, of course, it does not have an explanation, which
Of
is
course it
crazy.
doesn't.
But so yeah, I know that, and that's interesting because I don't know. But like I said, so I'm studying the word and everything, right? So I'm not a scholar like the scholars that have written these study Bibles and everything like this. And my evidence is so. Let me ask you, right? I'm admitting to you that I don't know how to reconcile these passages. But when I brought up Romans 1 and said, "Hey, the personal feeling that I get corresponds with this passage and it
So
speaks to
what?
me," you just say, "Well, it's not credible."
The
Yeah,
Well,
the
that's what
the
I'm
ev-
well,
saying is that
your personal experience is irrelevant. My personal experience disagrees with yours, so they're useless.
Yeah, my personal experience actually demonstrates that Paul was wrong because I don't look into heaven and automatically see like God's invisible attributes. It's not immediately obvious to me whatsoever.
that's true, but when you read that verse, there's already a rebuttal for that. And I don't know, you know what I mean? So it's like when we read this verse, I would have to come to the conclusion that you're lying. You know what I mean? And this is not I'm not trying to
So you're a
defame your
mind reader
character or
now.
something.
Your argument relies on you reading our minds
I'm
now.
not,
Okay, well I
I'm not
believe
trying
you're
to tell you
lying. Link, I think you're lying. Prove me wrong.
that's okay. I'm telling you the truth, man.
Obviously,
See
Paul's a
how bad of
liar.
an argument. See how bad of an argument is you're lying. That's never a good argument.
I'm not well, but the thing is, bro, it goes deeper than that, right? You're not lying
It
because you're
doesn't.
motivated to be
Why
a
why
habitual
should
liar.
we believe that the Bible is true when it repeatedly says things that are not true? Like it says that Jesus is Messiah, despite the fact that he didn't fulfill a single prophecy.
Okay, so that I actually can refute because I can
I'd
show you a
love
prophecy
I'd
right
love
now.
for you to try. I would love for you to
Okay,
try.
so can we look back in the Old Testament? Give me a second. It's in some minor prophets, and I will look at it. But I'll give you an easy one that Jesus fulfilled.
Sure, I'd love to hear
Okay.
about it.
Okay. Give me 1 second in my minor prophets here. I was just reading about it, and but
If you're
yeah,
in the
no.
minor
So
prophets,
that's
you probably want to go to Micah 5 if I'm guessing.
yeah, so born in Bethlehem, right? Is where we're going. Is that it?
Well, not
I'm asking
born.
you.
Doesn't
Yeah, it didn't say anything about being born.
It says he's coming out of there, though, right?
Not
he's
quite, no.
Yeah, no.
Listen,
So could
we
you
can
put it
do it
on?
if you yeah, we can do it if you want. Yeah, Micah 5. I really enjoy
Oh,
Micah 5 actually. So I'll put it back on the screen. So Micah 5, specifically 2, it says, "But you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah." What does the line
yep.
Bethlehem of Ephrathah mean to you?
Explain it to me, because honestly, I don't know.
These are the eldest ancestors of King David. This is actually referring to a lineage, not a birthplace. And it says
I have
Bethlehem.
hold on. So let's take that point, right? I have no problem with that.
I know.
If it
Okay.
refers to a lineage, not a birthplace, then you just kind of would prove the claim because Jesus comes from the lineage of David.
Well, he doesn't. We'll get there next. It says, "But you, O
Okay.
Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are of the little clans of Judah, from you shall come forth for me one who is to rule in Israel, whose origin is from old, from ancient days." So the ancient days is the days of Bethlehem and Ephrathah, the ancient lineage of David. So
Okay.
can you
Right
can
there,
you
I do
show
not.
me a single passage where Jesus ruled in Israel?
Okay, so I don't believe that we have the correct understanding there. So whose goings forth are from old, from everlasting. And so I believe what it's saying is that Jesus' nature is eternal. That's what that verse is trying to claim.
No.
Verse 2, yes, it is. And every biblical
Every
scholars would
biblical
claim,
scholar, name one.
right.
Name a single biblical scholar that's talked
And
about Micah
scholar,
5
and
before. Name one.
this is a common understanding of the text,
Name
brother,
one.
that this
It's
passage,
not.
dude, every Christian ever.
No,
This
you'd
is
be
a very
wrong.
yeah. This
You'd be
is a
wrong.
common understanding.
Unlike you, Link, I
Here.
actually studied with the scholars. I actually bothered to go to school.
Yeah,
I'm in
so
right now.
olam doesn't always mean eternity. We see examples like, for example, in Deuteronomy 32, where Moses says, "Remember the days of old, consider the years of many generations." Zikor yemot olam. Olam here doesn't
Okay,
mean
so
eternity. It just means ancient days.
sorry. Tell me what you're saying. I did not mean to interrupt you. I got too riled up.
It means
Olam,
Go ahead.
yeah,
Dom.
olam doesn't always mean eternity. It can just refer to ancient times. For example, in Deuteronomy 32, verse 7, Moses says, Zikor yemot olam. Remember the days of old.
Okay, so the last word in my ESV translation is everlasting.
Yeah, it's
No.
not that.
Everlasting is the last. Okay, so
Olam has
I
a
can
semantic
but now,
range.
hold on.
There's no
Now do you
actual
see?
there's no
hold on.
actual reason to
Real quick,
translate
interrupt you.
Olam as everlasting.
Okay, so let me tell you something, right? We're looking at this definition of ascend, and look at this, how we can say, oh, do you think the Hebrew writer got it wrong? Hee. But now I'm trying to tell you that my Bible says everlasting, and now all of a sudden words don't mean anything anymore.
No, I'm
That's what
disagreeing
I'm
with
trying to
your translation with my translation on the board. My translation on the board is what I'm agreeing with.
Ancient days.
Yeah.
Ancient days
Yep.
is what's replacing everlasting. So can we pull this up in the letter Bible? Ancient days, what it's referring to in
It's
the Hebrew.
Mime olam.
Yeah.
Mime olam.
And is one of the uses everlasting?
Not when you pair it with the word that comes with it. So from everlasting is a meaningless statement. This is a reference to the past.
No, dude. See, that's
yeah, dude. From the days from past. So hold on, you're talking way too much,
Click
Link,
on
and
the
you're
word
not
everlasting.
listening.
Can we see where it's used?
You're
Can we see the
talking way
definition of the
too
word?
much, and you're not listening. I'm going to show you how Hebrew works. So stop talking for 5 seconds. This word here, this is a phrase. Do you understand that this is a phrase? These words work together.
Okay.
Okay.
You're saying the context of the word lets us know that it doesn't
No,
actually
the construction of the word.
There might be a
in the. Go ahead, Dalton.
In his Bible, we could have him turn to Amos 9:11 and show that even in his translation, it actually translates a similar phrase in the very same way. Link, what does it say in Amos 9:11, which is a passage which is quoted a lot in the New Testament? How is it translated in your Bible?
Let's look. Amos 9:11, right, is where we're turning?
Yep. Should be easy to remember, everybody.
Okay. That's crazy.
Never forget Amos 9:11.
Never forget Amos. That's wild. Okay. On that day, I will raise up the tabernacle of David, which has fallen down, and repair its damages. I will raise up his ruins and rebuild it as in the days of old.
What is days of old in the Hebrew?
And that's the same phrase. So is it the same exact phrase or no? Yeah.
Kego me olam.
So ask me this. Why do these different translations embellish like that?
Because the ESV has an agenda. The ESV wants every passage that you think is about Jesus to sound like Jesus. That's why actual scholars, like real good scholars, don't use the ESV. Only people in like the Reformed movement will recommend an ESV. Almost universally, if you go to a Bible college or a seminary, they're going to have you pick up an NRSV.
I don't understand because I understand what you're saying, and I'm not going to refute you. It's just weird because my church is not reformed, and yet we recommend ESV. So I
Well,
don't understand. I don't understand why, but we're not
I never
reformed.
said that
So
I never said that the ESV was only used in Reformed circles. It just happens to be the Bible of choice
the
for
most
most
popular.
people in Reformed circles. So the reality is, in Micah, there's no reason to believe that Micah's talking about somebody who's eternal. It's also true that Jesus never ruled in Israel, and he's also not from the line of Judah.
He's from the line of David, though.
He's certainly not. But address the fact that he didn't rule in Israel, then we'll show you how he's not from the line of David.
Okay, so you see how it says, "Oh, one to be ruler in Israel."
One who is to rule in Israel.
Yep. So I'll tell you, that's not for his first coming, that's for his second coming.
Why would we believe that he's yet two comings?
Because, brother, let me lay it out to you like this. If we're not going to take the Bible at its word, then
No,
why
no,
bother even
no.
having this?
If I'm a Jew, why would I believe that the Messiah is coming twice?
Yeah.
If,
And
if
if
I
so,
believe if
also,
I believe what the New Testament said, I'd be a Christian. Or I think you're confused.
Right. If we read the book of Revelations, bro,
oh,
we can know it's true. I
It's
mean,
not. No, it's a claim, not a truth. Revelation hasn't happened. Until Revelation happens, it's not true. Again, if I
believe it.
Also, you
believed
can
that
use
the
that
New
same
Testament
argument
was
to
true,
justify
I'd
any
be
Messiah.
a Christian. No one heard anything anyone just said right now because we all spoke at once. If we believe that the New Testament was true, we would be Christians. We don't believe it's true. We're demonstrating why it's not
Correct.
true right now.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying this person, so if we look at Micah, we would have to assume that Micah, if he had access to the book of Revelation, would believe it because it comes from his
He
faith.
didn't have access to the book of Revelation, and
I
Revelation is a
understand.
lie.
I said if he did. I didn't say he had access to it. I said if he did have access to the book of Revelation, he would have interpreted it as truth. So what I'm
No, he
trying to
wouldn't
tell you,
have. The Jews rejected
okay,
Christianity for a reason. So again, you have to demonstrate the New Testament is true before you claim that it's true. So what in this passage did he fulfill? Because it says there's going to become a leader from the lineage of David, and that leader is going to rule over Israel. When did Jesus do that?
so he's not ruling in Israel yet, brother. But
Okay, so
according to
to
the
be
Bible,
clear, it didn't get fulfilled yet then.
it is not fulfilled right now.
Okay,
No.
all right,
But
then
he is.
show me one that did
According-
get fulfilled.
I can't show you when it did get fulfilled, brother, because it has not been fulfilled yet. But this is not a
Well,
good argument because
if it hasn't been fulfilled, then it's not fulfilled. You can't count it as a fulfilled prophecy then.
okay, if I tell you tomorrow is coming and then it happens, it made my, you know what I mean? Like I don't understand what we're trying to grasp at here because
It's
we can't.
pretty easy. The text says something's going to happen. I'm asking, did it happen?
It did not happen yet.
Then it's not a fulfilled prophecy. Okay, then find me one that did get fulfilled.
So what are we thinking about verse 3?
What about verse 3 is even worse because it leads to verse 4.
Okay.
Therefore, they shall give him up until the time when she who is in labor has brought forth the rest of his kindred shall return to the people of Israel. So this should have been the returning of the people to Israel. And then it says, he shall stand and feed his flock in the strength of the Lord, in the majesty of the name of Yahweh his God. Yahweh is the name of this person's God. Do you think that Jesus has a God?
So yes, I do. Being a Christian, Jesus yields to the will of the Father. And so if we want to phrase it that Jesus, yeah, I mean, yes, I would say that's okay to say that.
That's not okay. Jesus didn't have a God if he is God. You can't be God and then have a God.
But the thing, you can, but it's not in the same way.
So there's two gods.
There's two different persons in
Link,
one God. Yeah.
Link, I'm going to warn you. If you get buried in the Trinity, you're going to get cooked hard. You have to think.
I'm telling you.
Hold on, Link. You have to think long and hard right now if you want to get buried in the Trinity. Because I have this discussion every time I go live. I've been doing it for 2 years, and I can promise you, like, you're going to be in a Trinity chokehold if you even attempt it. So do you want to stay on prophecies, or do you want to get cooked on Trinity?
So no, but hold on a minute. So what I'll tell you, so a lot of Christians are going to have different beliefs about the Trinity, but I'll put it to you like this, that according to the Bible, not according to what the Christian masses believe, according to the Bible, God the Father, God the Son, who is Jesus, and the Spirit share the same divine essence, but not the same personhood.
Well, that's not in
And
the
God the
Bible, but also no one cares. The question is, can a God have a God? It's just yes or no.
Jesus can
Oh, nope.
lend
I
himself
need
to
a
God
yes
the
or no
Father.
link. Can a God have a God?
Jesus can be God and also
It's
talk to the
crazy that you
Father
can't
like
say yes or no. I'm going to need a yes or no. Can a God have a God?
define God, and then I'll say yes or no definitively.
If you define God, what do you think a God is?
I would say, in my opinion, God is just the supreme being who is responsible for the creation of the earth, and he's Yahweh. Like
You got it.
you
And how
define
many are there?
there's one
Oh,
essence,
there's one
three per
God. Yeah, there's one God, right?
there's one essence, but three
Okay, there's
persons,
one
and he.
God, right?
I see what you're doing, man. You're gonna say, well, if there's one God, there can't be two gods.
Yeah, I'm
But
showing
you're
you how
not defining.
logical. Okay, so
But
you're gonna go into the Trinity chokehold. I warned you about this, and now
no,
this is what's gonna happen.
you're not.
I tried
So
to
hold on a
prevent
minute.
this from happening out of
You're
reverence
not
for
even
your
letting. Now, you're
actual
not even letting
position
me
on the
speak. Now, you
prophecies.
realize that the question
I love it when they
is
try to
independent.
talk over me and then they complain that I won't let them speak, as if them speaking is me having to let them talk over me. I'll never understand that. All right, we're gonna do
You
just a
need to.
logical syllogism real quick, and I want you to follow along. We can talk about each point. They're not difficult. Premise number one: you can't be 100% God unless you're identical to God. True or false?
So hold on a minute, man. I will answer you. I will answer you. But I'm asking you. We have to define God because we're throwing this term God around,
I already
but
agreed
it
with your
doesn't have any.
definition. God is the supreme being,
He's a supreme being. Okay, so then yes,
and there's and
Jesus can have a God.
there's only one, or there's many.
There is one God according to the Bible.
Okay. So there's only one God. Okay. So premise number one, there's only one God. It says you can't be 100% God unless you're identical to God, correct?
Agree.
Okay, cool. Premise number two is going to be just as easy as the first one. To be identical to God, you must have all of God's attributes.
Agree.
Agree. Oh, yeah, we agree with that. Okay. And then premise number three, and we could do a fourth premise. I don't know if it's even necessary. Premise number three is Jesus lacks some of God's attributes.
Of course, I don't agree with this, man.
Is Jesus omnipresent?
Yes.
So Jesus didn't have a physical presence on the earth?
Jesus did have a physical presence on the earth, but he could. But in the same
Was that
way,
presence omnipresent?
his divine nature did not go away
Was
because he
that
also
presence
had 100.
omnipresence?
Okay, so do you see how you're not letting me explain this because I'm going to give you a valid
I'm
answer to
not
your
letting you
question?
explain it because I'm waiting for a yes or no. If you actually listen to my
Jesus,
question, you know that the answer is a yes, no, or maybe. So I'll try
Jesus
again. Was Jesus omnipresent when he was on the earth?
could have been if he wanted to. Yes.
He could have been. I didn't ask you if he could have been. I asked, was he?
You're asking, did his human form appear in more than one place at once?
Yeah. All places, not
Unless
one.
all did his. Okay, so the only answer to the question how you framed it is no. The
Yeah,
only question to the
obviously.
answer how you framed.
Was Jesus omnipresent or omniscient?
I believe he was. Yes.
Then he didn't know the day or the hour. He lied.
No, he's not lying, dude. But the thing is
Well,
that
did he
when you
know
read
it?
the Bible, but dude, if all you okay, there's
The
a common
dodging is
denominator in
crazy.
all.
Did he know it?
There's. Hold on a minute, man. You're
Did
asking me more questions.
Jesus know the day or the hour?
He doesn't know when he's supposed to come back, but now you're even
Okay,
into
so
your.
that's
So
that's
hold on.
that's
Let's
one thing
pause
he
here for a
doesn't
second.
know.
Pause here for a second. Pause here for a second.
You
You're
guys
trying to
cooked.
debunk the second coming of Jesus, but now you're
I'm
using the
not at
second
all
coming.
trying to debunk the second coming. I'm trying to help you understand in the logical
You're,
syllogism, Jesus couldn't possibly be God because
dude,
God's omniscient and there's something that Jesus doesn't know.
keep on jumping around points so fast without really fleshing it out, man. And we started off good, and I'm humble enough to track along with you. You saw that in the beginning where you brought up the ascension of Elijah, and I said, listen, man, I'm gonna have to do some research on that, and I was humble. But now you keep on. I'm trying to explain this to you, but you
I
keep
don't,
on jumping
Link,
around.
I don't need an explanation. I got 2 fucking degrees in biblical studies. I need a yes or no to yes or no questions.
Well,
So we'll try this
Cussing at each
again.
other.
Did Jesus know all things?
Jesus knows all things that there is for him to
Not
know.
right now. When he was alive on the earth, did he know all things?
Some of his knowledge was veiled.
Did he know all things?
It's just, bro, it's hard to
The
explain
answer is
these
no.
concepts, man.
This is where you be honest, Link, and say the word no. Let it leave your lips. The answer is no. He didn't know all things.
In his human form, he did not know all things in a way we can understand the concept of knowing them. But dude,
So he didn't know all
this is what I'm.
things.
But we're operating off these premises without defining our terms. First of all, you're throwing out Jesus isn't a human and he's not, omnipresent. But the thing is, bro,
That's all we have
Jesus
evidence
is 100.
of. We only have evidence of Jesus the human. We have no evidence of Jesus the magic man, Jesus the God, Jesus the demigod. The only evidence we have is Jesus the man.
I can't. So I'll tell you this, man. If we're not going to take the Bible as a source of true knowledge, then we can't have this debate. Because
I
the thing
don't
is,
believe the Bible's true. This is the starting
how do you
point.
know about?
I don't
Then
know
why
why
are you?
you possibly have this crazy idea that I think that the Bible says things that are true. This is an internal critique in your worldview. The Bible says that Jesus didn't know something. It says that he didn't even know the day nor the hour of his second coming, which I actually think is might be accurate because he predicted it would happen before his disciples died, and then it didn't happen. So I believe him. He didn't fucking know.
Dude, again, we don't got to cuss at each other, brother. But
I'm not cussing at you. I'm allowed to use words that aren't Christian. I'm not a Christian. I'm not beholden to your language set.
I understand that, and I'm not trying to do something. But if you're not going to respect like me as an individual, then why are we even talking?
I'm allowed to use cuss words.
There's nothing disrespectful about
Link,
cursing.
I didn't come into your church. You're on my live stream. It's my live stream. I can say fuckity fuck all I want. I'm not calling you a fucker.
No, I understand that, bro. I understand that, but that type of language is dishonoring. Not only
it's not dishonoring.
Bro,
I'm not a Christian. I don't give a fuck.
Okay, man. Then if we're not going to take what the Bible says as what actually happened, then
why would
we
I?
Can't have a discussion.
We started already. I don't believe the Bible's true. I don't believe it, or else I would be a Christian. If I believe the Bible is true, I would be a Christian. And it just demonstrably says things that are not true.
In the Old Testament, brother, this is where some of the major historians are getting their history. Because let me tell you something.
No, they're certainly not.
Yes, they are, dude.
No, they're not.
There's 3,000 original manuscripts that detail Jesus' existence, but only 9 for.
We have no original manuscripts, not one.
Dude, the Dead Sea Scrolls are right there.
The Dead Sea Scrolls are of the Old Testament. It's almost like you don't even know what you're talking about. Where did you learn these bad talking points?
I read the Bible.
No, the Dead Sea Scrolls are for the Old Testament. The Dead Sea Scrolls don't say shit about
in
Jesus.
The Bible,
no, they're not in the Bible.
Because, okay, see, and so hold on, pause there, because we just uncovered the root of our problem, man. I'm trying to tell you that
the root of your problem is you don't know anything. You only think you know things.
No, dude, you're saying that Jesus is not mentioned in the Old Testament, but this is what the writer wants us to get from the text. The
writer of the New Testament's wrong. That's what I'm telling you. The New Testament lies about Jesus being the Messiah. Even on page number 1 of the New Testament, it lies about the lineage of Jesus. It leaves out 3 people, and it says that he came through a cursed lineage of Jeconiah, which means he's disqualified to be the king, and it ends in Joseph. He's not even blood related to Joseph.
No, he's not blood related to Joseph. No, he's not, because God is his father. We can agree on that.
Okay, and what does God say about the Messiah that's going to come from David in the Old Testament? What does he say about him?
There's a lot of things that he says, in my opinion. But I know
he says he's gonna come from whose body?
I don't know. I've never heard this before.
2 Samuel 17:12. I'll put it on the screen for you.
Okay, I'm getting there as well, brother. Thank you for putting it up on the screen. I know it is very helpful.
Kingship, when your days are fulfilled and you lie down with your ancestors, I will raise up your offspring after you, who shall come forth from your body, and I will establish his kingdom. Lineage is through the body.
So can I ask you a question, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're saying that Jesus isn't mentioned in the Old Testament, but then you say that this is about Jesus.
No,
So
I'm
I
saying
don't
it's not
understand
about
how.
Jesus. That's what I'm saying. The Messiah was supposed to come from the physical body of David, and he did not.
What verse was it? 7. Sorry.
2 Samuel 7:12.
7:12. Thank you.
So not
Sorry,
only
kind
was
of.
it supposed to come from the body of David, it was also supposed to go through Solomon specifically. And the lineage in Luke goes through Nathan, not through Solomon, which means Luke is right out.
Yeah, dude. Again, in my translation, we're looking at the word seed here, seed of David.
Even worse, he didn't come from the seed of David. You made it worse, not better.
But he did, though.
He did not. There's not a single drop of David's seed in him.
There's nothing in the Bible that's a contradiction to this passage.
Well,
though.
try this again. There's not a single drop of David's seed. His lineage never made it to Jesus.
Jesus is of his lineage, though, through his ancestors.
He's not.
Where are we getting this information?
From Matthew and Luke. The lineage goes to Joseph. Joseph is not the daddy of Jesus. There's no seed of David in Jesus.
Dude, but this is... Yeah, I just don't know how you're reconciling what you're telling me, because you're saying... So you're trying to say that these Old Testament prophecies, Jesus isn't the one that they're about.
No, they're not about Jesus. Not even remotely close. That's why we're not Christians, because these are not about Jesus. He fulfilled 0 prophecies.
He's clearly fulfilling these prophecies in my eyes, man. And
no,
it's just,
he hasn't fulfilled one yet. You already admitted he didn't fulfill Micah 5:2, so what's the next one that he didn't fulfill?
Part of it. He didn't fulfill part of it.
Well, you got to fulfill all of it. You don't get to fulfill part of it. And
Dude,
again, he failed. He failed all 3 in my worldview. He failed being from the line of David. He failed being an actual king, and he failed being a god, because the Trinity is logically incoherent. So no, he didn't fulfill anything in Micah 5.
So what we're looking at, brother, is you can fulfill part of it, and there's...
No, you can't.
I say you can, because if I say
That's
I'm
what
gonna eat
that's what a loser would say that didn't get to fulfill it. Yeah, I could say that too. I rode a donkey. Did I fulfill Zechariah 9:9?
Dude, see, again, this is a view where it's like...
What's to stop me from believing that Menachem Mendel Schneerson was the Messiah if partial fulfillment is acceptable criteria?
He doesn't know who that is. Come on. He doesn't know anything.
So in the 90s, Link, there was a rabbi who a lot of people thought was the Messiah. He didn't fulfill any full prophecy, so why can't we just do the same thing to him?
Because in my opinion, dude, we're qualifying these we're not qualifying these arguments. And what I mean by that is the fact that you guys said, "Oh, he didn't rule in Israel, so therefore he didn't." But what we read in Revelation is that
no one cares about Revelation until it comes true. It's meaningless to us. Until it comes true, it doesn't mean anything to us. It hasn't come true yet, so it doesn't mean anything. We're not asking what you think will happen in the future. We're asking what actually already happened. We don't care what you think will happen. And so I'll ask my question again on partial fulfillment. I've ridden a donkey in accordance with Zechariah 9:9. Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you. Triumphant and victorious is he, humble and riding on a donkey, on the colt, the foal of a donkey. I've ridden a donkey. Did I fulfill this prophecy?
No, do you want me to explain to you why you didn't?
I need a yes or no. Did I fulfill the prophecy?
No, you did not.
But I partially fulfilled it. I rode the donkey.
But you didn't. Yeah, dude. But Jesus actually.
I partially fulfilled it, though. No, I partially fulfilled it. So
I understand what you're saying, but you're putting words in my mouth, because
I'm going to need your tithes and offerings now, since I partially fulfilled this prophecy. I'm the Messiah.
So right now, brother, you're putting words in my mouth, because I never said... It was never my claim that a partial fulfillment is okay. That's your guys' claim.
You literally said that. No, my claim is that you can't partially fulfill a prophecy. You have to fulfill all bullet points. That was your claim.
My claim is that he fulfilled all of it.
He didn't.
It just hasn't been fulfilled yet.
That means he didn't do it. If it hasn't been fulfilled yet, that means it hasn't been done. That's what it means to be that's what it means to be unfulfilled. What's the word unfulfilled mean?
So No, unfulfilled just means it hasn't happened yet. I'm right with you, right?
Okay.
So let's
If something is unfulfilled, does that mean that it's fulfilled?
to me, yes. And I'll explain to you is because when
The word unfulfilled now also means fulfilled. This is a new
because
first. Never
oh,
heard this argument. What do we call this? The unfulfillment argumentum. I love it.
because we can know it's going to be fulfilled. That's
No, you
where we're
can't.
breaking
You
down.
can't know it. You believe it
You can't.
because you believe the lies of the New Testament. I don't. So again, I don't care what you think will happen in the future. I care about what already did happen. And if Jesus
Then
didn't
you
complete
can't.
the
Then you can't.
requirements
But then
of
you can't
Zechariah 9, if he
go
didn't
any
complete the
prophecy at
requirements
all.
of Micah 5, then it means there's unfulfilled. You can't point to it as a fulfilled prophecy.
Okay, so let's take a look at this, right? Let's say Percy Jackson, the lightning thief, was fated to go kill Kronos, his dad, or his grandfather. And it said, one day the son of Poseidon will go and kill Kronos' grandfather. It will remain unfulfilled till Percy Jackson actually goes and kills Kronos, right? But it
Yeah,
is fated
it's,
but it is fated to happen that way.
that's
Percy
adorable. You have
Jackson
to
will
prove
go.
that fate exists. That's begging the question. It assumes that your God and your God's fate already exists, which you haven't proven yet. So
Okay,
you
hold on,
can't
hold on, hold on.
appeal.
Pause right there, pause right
So
there.
you can
We just did
appeal.
something.
So you can
We just had a break.
appeal. You can appeal, Link, to something you have no proof of as evidence of the things that you have no proof of.
I can appeal to it through Romans 1, brother. That's what I was trying to tell you
No,
originally.
that's called begging the question. We started on Romans 1, and this whole narrative was you proving that Romans 1 is true, and you haven't been able to do it yet. And now you're going back to Romans 1 to prove that Romans 1 is true, which is called begging the question. It's a fallacy in argumentation.
We've come full circle.
I know, it's
All
wild. I can't wait to clip this video. People are going to eat this one up. Just so you're aware, there's like 2,500 people watching this happen in real time. This is crazy.
That's fine, brother, because 2,500 people can hear about Jesus, so it's okay.
Trust me, they already know. They know about Jesus. We all know. So the reality is, if Jesus didn't fulfill all the requirements of Micah 5, that means it's still unfulfilled. Show me a prophecy that was fulfilled. I already got Zechariah 9:9 up. You want to go to that one?
Because, dude, but what you're doing is you're saying you're using the Bible to try to debunk the Bible, which is not.
It's not even hard.
But then I'm trying to tell you. But then you're saying, well, how do we know that the Bible's real?
I'm showing you a
So
contradiction. Just to be sure, Link, I'm showing you a contradiction. I'm not saying that it's true. I don't think Zechariah wrote this. I don't care if he wrote it or not. I'm showing you that even if you take the Old Testament for its word, it contradicts the New Testament. I don't believe the Old Testament's true either. But if it contradicts the Old Testament, then it's certainly not true.
It is true, though. But what you're
Prove
doing is
it, Link. You haven't proven any of it yet.
Again, but all your arguments are unqualified, meaning you're
They
trying
are.
to tell me, can God?
They're 100% qualified.
Then you can't tell me what a God is. You're saying, can God have a God?
I did give you a definition of a God. Just Link, just take 5 seconds and just pretend I'm Hebrew for the next hour, okay? Just pretend I'm a fucking Jewish Hebrew man and I believe in the Old Testament. Will that make things easier for you?
It's not that, brother. But what you're failing to.
He can't help himself. I don't know why, Link, you can't answer simple questions. It's crazy that you're unable to focus. I feel like
qualifying.
I feel like you need to take a deep breath. Like, I realize right now that you're like, in your mind, you probably think you're saying things that are intelligent. Everyone here listening doesn't agree with you. We all see what's happening right now. So stop spiraling off into tangents and just like answer easy questions with easy answers. Like, if you ask me an easy question, I just give you an easy answer. I don't give you the answer and preach after it. None of that's necessary, right? So what we're looking for right now, because you started with the New Testament's true, and now we're demonstrating that we don't believe the New Testament's true, and here's why. One of the reasons is because, in fact, we have all these prophecies about the Messiah, and Jesus didn't fulfill any of them. And so far, you haven't shown us a prophecy that actually got fulfilled yet.
Okay, so let's use that line of reasoning. You're using the prophecies from the Old Testament to show that the New Testament isn't true. That's what you just said, right?
Mm-hmm.
So by looking at that text, you believe that those writings are credible.
No, I don't.
Because you're appealing. So, but then how are you appealing to their authority?
Because you think they're credible, Link. I don't believe they have any authority. What I'm saying is whether they have authority or not, the predictions within the text did not come true. I could say the same thing about Nostradamus. I could pick up Nostradamus, I can read it, I can say, did these predictions come true, yes or no? Doesn't matter what I think about Nostradamus. All you have to do is read the text and ask yourself, did it happen?
Yes, but then again, dude, what we're looking at is you're trying to explain this text and you're saying this means this, therefore it contradicts this. But the meaning that you're saying contradicts is not what the author intended. And that's what I'm trying to
No,
tell you
you'd
about
be
not
wrong.
qualifying your argument.
You're wrong.
You can, and that's why I'm debating you, because you can believe that. But I just wanted
You
to show
already
you.
admitted that I was right. You already said Micah 5:2 didn't get fulfilled yet, which means I am right. Next one.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's where we're disagreeing, because I have a hope that it will be fulfilled.
I don't care about your hope that it will be fulfilled. If it hasn't been fulfilled yet, it means it's unfulfilled. I want to see a prophecy that has been fulfilled, not one that you think will be fulfilled.
I mean, dude, he's dying on the cross. He's resurrecting. You know,
none of it's
bunch...
prophesied. None of it. Show me the prophecy.
The resurrection?
None of it's prophesied.
Dude, yeah. I mean,
Show
honestly, I can't
show it.
I can't point you off the top of my head.
Because there isn't one. There's no prophecy about a dying and rising Messiah. In fact, the prophecy about the Messiah is that he's going to be a victorious king. And you want to know what that victorious king's going to do? In Zechariah 9, it says he will cut off the chariots from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off, and he shall command peace to the nations. His dominion will be from sea to sea, from the river to the ends of the earth. Did Jesus end all the wars in Israel?
He will.
Did he do it? I didn't ask will he do it. I said, did he do it?
And that's why I'm trying to tell you, brother, is when we read the Bible.
Link, I need a yes or no. Did he do it?
He's not. That is not
okay, then it's unfulfilled as well, which means Matthew 21 is a lie when it says that Jesus fulfilled Zechariah 9. Next one. Which prophecy did he fulfill? We're still waiting for one. We're 0 for 2.
No, wait, hold on. Go back to Zechariah 9 and 10. He did fulfill Zechariah 9.
No, he didn't.
Because he rode into Jerusalem on
So did I. So did I. You told me that wasn't enough. You said that I couldn't fulfill the prophecy because I rode a donkey. So if I don't fulfill the prophecy for riding a donkey, then neither does Jesus.
Because, again, this is unqualified. You have to ride the donkey into Jerusalem.
Does it say that? Does it say that?
Are gathered singing
Does it say that?
Dude, yes. This is what the author wants you to know.
Okay, so this is the one prophecy you want to. So this is the one prophecy you want to be literal with, right? Okay, it says a king. He's going to be triumphant and victorious. When did Jesus rule? When did Jesus rule and reign over Jerusalem?
Just because he is a king doesn't mean everybody can know that he was king.
It does. No. It says he's going to be triumphant and victorious over his enemies. That's verse 10. So again, you don't believe Jesus fulfilled all of this prophecy. You only think he fulfilled part of the prophecy, which means if partial prophecy fulfillments count, that means I partially fulfilled it.
See, okay, so listen to me real quick. You cannot partially fulfill it because...
No, why can't I?
Because look at verse 9. Rejoice
I'm looking at it.
greatly,
It's on the screen.
Okay, O daughter of Zion, and you. Who is that referring to?
There's no... You mean your?
No. See, your king
comes to you. Well, this is obviously... Again, this is a partial...
No, hold on. Straightforward answers. Who is
Link, we know who you is. It's the Jewish people, what's left of them.
Okay.
And again, it doesn't matter because it's a partial fulfillment. I partially fulfilled the part of riding on the donkey. When I come back as the full Messiah, I'll fulfill the part of being a king in Israel. It's partial fulfillment.
I mean, you're saying it's a partial, but you cooked yourself because you...
No, I didn't. I'm using your logic. I don't have to fulfill all of it. I only have to fulfill part of it.
But you didn't fulfill any of it.
I did. I rode a donkey.
You didn't ride it into Jerusalem.
It doesn't matter. That's part of it. That's only part of it. I'll be in Jerusalem when I come back.
Dude, it's just your logic. I understand where you're
It's
coming
your
from,
logic, not mine. I don't believe in partial fulfillment. You do.
but you're again, it's unqualified. What you're saying
I don't even think you
is
know what unqualified means. What do you think that word means? You keep using it.
because you're not qualifying your argument, meaning you're
What
not
do you
putting
think it means?
you're not putting it in the context that it needs to be in order to understand the
That's
text.
not what unqualified means.
You said I rode a donkey. Did I fulfill it? That argument is unqualified.
The
because you didn't
context is irrelevant. Context is meaningless for the prophecies of Jesus. They're all partial fulfillment or context non-dependent. There's not a single prophecy that Jesus fulfilled in the original context of the prophecy. Not one.
What I believe, brother, is that Jesus is fulfilling these prophecies. Some of them he already fulfilled.
Okay, did he fulfill all of this prophecy?
He fulfills verse 9. Verse 10, he will
I said
fulfill
all of
in the
it.
future.
Well, he didn't fulfill verse 9 because he's never a king.
Okay, and I can explain that, right? So let's say
Here comes the spiritual king.
Okay, Saul and David. No, it's not that, right? It's not spiritual at all. Saul and
when
David.
was he a king in Israel?
Okay, I'll explain it to you, right? So give me a second. So Saul and David, do you know them?
No, I've never heard of them. I went to Bible college and seminary. I never heard of the first two kings of Israel.
Okay, so when David was anointed king, did all of Israel know he was the king? Or was it still Saul?
Not yet.
They didn't know, right? Right, they didn't know. They
But
would
did
still
he?
say, hey,
But did he?
Saul,
But did he become king?
David did become king, right?
Exactly. When did Jesus become king?
Okay, hold on a minute, bro. You just cooked
I'm sorry.
yourself.
When did Jesus become king?
Hold on, no. Let's slow it down. Again, we're jumping.
I love it when he gets excited. When did Jesus become king?
Hold on. Let me finish
when
my point, brother.
Did Jesus become? I already know your point. It's a bad one. You're saying he's king even though he hasn't reigned as king, because once you're anointed, you're de facto the king. But then there's some sort of a delay, and that's a silly argument because I'm still waiting for when you think he will actually. When you think he'll actually be king over his people.
Your king comes to you. Jesus is going to reign as king in the
in the future. In the future he'll be king. Which means it didn't happen yet. Oh no. Actually, I'm the anointed king. God anointed me king. I'll be the king of the Jews when I come back. See how easy it is to make these unfalsifiable claims? I'm the king. Throw some crowns in the chat for the king. Throw the chat. Where's my Messiah? I need a Burger King crown. Where's my fucking crown?
We're falling in the same rabbit hole, man, of now you're saying, well, I did something that is kind of similar to the text, so therefore
that's all Jesus did. That's all Jesus did. He did something vaguely familiar to the text. You like it about Jesus, but you hate it about me because you don't know. You don't know you're getting cooked inside and out right now. You think that you can special plead for Jesus, partially fulfilling, vaguely fulfilling, but when I do it, you get all bent out of shape. But look at all these people in the chat worshiping me as king. Put a crown in the chat if you think Justin's king.
No king of mine, brother. That's all I'll have to say. But
okay, so find me a prophecy that Jesus really did fulfill that I didn't fulfill.
This prophecy right here, I believe, is the best one I could point you to because
that's
I
the
believe
best.
That we see that.
That's the best you could do.
But you're dismissing everything I say and mocking.
Dalton, I gotta go get something. Talk to Link for a moment because I know you've got some things to say about the prophecies. I gotta get something. I'll be right back.
Yeah, grab your crown, bud. Link, you know King David wasn't, even though he was anointed, he wasn't actually king until he actually sat on the throne and became king, right?
So I don't believe that. I believe that once he was anointed the king, that kingship, God's favor. Yeah.
Where does the text address him as being a king prior to his taking the throne? Where does the term melech or king ever get ascribed to David?
Yeah. So he's not ruling as the function of a king, but God's
So he's not king.
Kingship. He is king in God's eyes, yes.
No, when does the text of the Bible ever refer to David as a king prior to his sitting on the throne of Israel?
Because so I'll rebut that with a question. If some guy came and told me, "Hey, you're going to be the next president of the United States," am I the next president or no?
You're the next president, but you can't go around saying you are the president until you actually are president.
Correct. Correct.
So
I
Jesus
agree with
is
you.
not. So Jesus was not the king when he rode in Jerusalem on a donkey.
He was the king because he was the king, and
No,
this is
he didn't.
so this
He didn't sit on any throne.
because okay, so because he did not serve in the office of the kingship at that time does not mean he was not the king, and
No, that's exactly what that means, Link.
that's my
Because again, King David was not king of Israel until he took the throne of Israel. The same would be true for Jesus. Jesus is not the only Jewish man who's ever rode into Jerusalem on a donkey, nor is he the only person. If all it takes to be a king is someone calling you a king, then again, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson is also the Messiah because he is called king among the Jews.
No, for sure. And again, you're trying to pin this claim on me, and again, it's not, you're not doing it out of malicious intent, I don't believe. But you and the host, the co-host, sorry, I don't mean to disrespect you. You are just as valid as host is he. But
No, he's the host. I'm not.
basically you're trying to say you're trying to tell me,
Here's the
Link,
problem, Link.
you no wait, hold on, because hold on, let me finish real
Link,
quick.
here's the problem.
He's got the towel.
I actually have a whole Messiah get up. I don't know where it went though. I can't find my costume, so this is the best we're gonna do. I'm the Messiah now. King Justin, Messiah Justin. Messiah's Justin in the house. Yeah, well, if your God was real, I would care.
He's real, but so I'll leave.
But by the way, Justin's just as much. Justin's just as much a king as Jesus ever was.
I fulfilled as many prophecies as Jesus.
When you die, man, you'll regret that, saying that,
yeah,
because there is a life after death. There is a life.
Empty threats, here they come.
No, it's not empty threats, bro.
You'll regret that.
You will, and it's just the truth. It's not on my accord.
No, Link. You're going to regret it when you die and you stand before Yahweh and He condemns you to Gehenna because you worshipped a man as if he were God who wasn't even the Messiah.
Why are
it's not going to happen that way, though.
Listen, I'll tell you this, Link. I've only got one advice for you, Link. If you deny me before men, I'll deny you before my Father in heaven.
So, bro, like, this is getting just blasphemous on another level. But and again, dude,
blasphemous. I'm the Messiah.
You get but you're not, man. Messiah. And so, what we're looking at, guys.
No, he rode on a donkey.
Prove me wrong.
He rode on a donkey. He rode on a donkey.
Actually, when I was 16, I had nails go through my hands too. By the way. It was a construction accident, but it happened.
Man, I get it, but you're not going to get me.
I'm not rage baiting. I'm demonstrating the nonsense of Jesus being the Messiah by demonstrating that everything Jesus fulfilled, I fulfilled also. I also fulfilled Jeremiah 4.
My low key.
You're not low key, no one can
brother.
hear you.
My phone is like getting cooked, so I.
Yeah, that's not the only thing getting cooked.
Hold on a minute.
Yeah, that might be that might be true.
Okay, let's go. I think I plugged my phone in time. Yo, my phone is about to go dead. Okay.
I'm actually fulfilling. Anyway, I'm fulfilling Job 27 right now. You want to see another prophecy I fulfilled?
No, I don't care.
27:11 says, "I will teach you concerning the hand of God, that which is with the Almighty I will not conceal. I will bitch smack a hoe." See, I just fulfilled Job 27.
No, it's okay. If you railroad me one more time with mockery, I'm gonna leave. But if you do want to talk,
Hail Justin, King of the Jews.
No! I'm the Messiah. I don't care if you worship me. I'll throw you in hell.
Okay, all right, brother. Have a good night. I appreciate you talking with me. And just keep
Shalom,
on
heretic.
truth, man. I love you guys. And I'll catch you later.
I'm sure you do. Have a good one.
Oh, it's funny how the more he got cooked, the darker his screen got. It's ironic.
I'm so mad right now that I couldn't find my Jesus outfit. I legit have a Jesus outfit somewhere.
No, that's gonna get screenshot for sure.
I'll have to dig it out. Anyways, Because I was just thinking about that the other week. I was like, you know what? It's been over a year. Dalton, you haven't been around long enough. I used to run a live stream occasionally titled I'm the Messiah. And then I went through all the prophecies that I partially fulfilled, just like Jesus, and just watch people crash out. I haven't done it in forever, but I'll dig my costume out and do it again soon.
I love that. Hey, by the way, next time someone wants to try to bring up to you Micah 5:2 at the end where it says Mime Olam, meaning for everlasting, I found a similar usage in Micah 7:14 where it uses the same Hebrew phrase, and even in the ESV and stuff like that, it says from ancient days.
I love it. I love it.
Micah 7:14.
All right, I'm going to read a couple of super chats, friends. While I'm doing that, make sure you're following Dalton on YouTube and on TikTok. For those who haven't followed his YouTube account yet, and we're gonna get another guest in here shortly. Nick says, "I'm not in Jamaica. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just from Jamaica. It's a saying that we say in Jamaica, big ups, which means respect. I'm in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Well, hello over in Fort Lauderdale. I hope you're enjoying some decent weather. It's starting to get chilly where I'm at. But thank you for the super chat. And Master Machete says, Doug rolled away our sins. Book of Sediment 420. The stone shall not cast the first rock. Light the bush, pass it left, for you shall be highly blessed. I like that one, actually. I like that one a lot. That's a good rhyme for Doug. And Zakul says, pee is stored in the balls according to my religion. I don't know if that, I'm pretty sure that's not anatomically correct. I think you might be confused on that one, but thank you. Hypnotic Blaze says, don't hate on our vertical sisters, brothers, and others. They don't know of the wide backgrounds and the beautiful decor. We are all rock hard for Doug. Well, I will say this. The vertical stream doesn't get as much as the background, but that's okay. Right now, they're getting more of my face. I got a big old head on the horizontal stream right now. Oh, no. Wrong one. I've switched my camera out. Yahweh's scrotum, thank you for the 616, says Chris has no choice but to come up to make bad arguments about free will. You're right. Oh, I see what you did there. He has no choice because it's fucking determined. Unbelievable. That's a great super chat. Oh my gosh. And Nakasis, I'll never say that name. Nakasius, thank you for the $5 Canadian chat. Says the Greeks called the laws of logic the laws of thought because they were a first-person description of the act of thinking. I agree. I'm going to start calling them the laws of thought because I think it's a better description of them. I appreciate that. And Steve says, is it just me or is there more lying on the horizontal feed? Oh, no. Now there's accusations going on. Abraham the Chaldean says, I live stream vertical, but rewatch horizontal. Yet I know Doug will never spit me out because of my lukewarm orientation preferences. And he won't. He'd never do it. You can be trans stream and Doug loves you for it. Lord Illuminous Poo says, hey guys, looks like the tower is really coming. Ega may merit. Am I supposed to know what that means?
No, he was talking and the tower's coming along quite aga merit.
His language changed. That was good. I'm an idiot. Yeah, sorry.
I made one joke about a sectarianism growing in your group, and now suddenly every comment.
This is what's happening now. The schism is afoot. Steel Team Stick says, ever heard of the mineral facts argument for Doug? No, but that's a great play on the minimal facts argument. I like this a lot. The wordplay is good tonight, friends. And Nerd Unleashed says, I was lost in the quagmire of the quarry. Doug pulled me out to get down into the bedrock of belief. Can I get a geological amen? Dig deep for Doug. That was amazing use of words. I really do appreciate it. That was good. And Adam, thank you for sending out 5 DZ debate memberships. That's one more for horizontal stream. Sean F says the Holy Silicon spoke to me. Do not think that I have come to abolish the aspect ratio, but to fulfill into the horizontal direction. Anyone who sets aside any of these pixels will not enter my kingdom. There you have it. Doug needs both. Both. He wants you to watch both streams. Mr. Exclusive says, let me take a crack. At what? At a super chat you just did. Congratulations. And Cryptic Peptide says, Regolith 169, our rock, the foundation of man, a steadfast love, gave way to choice for mortals, but no punishment prescribed. Be stoned, be joyful, like a geode we hold beautiful inside. I like that one, actually. We're all geodes, a little rough on the outside sometimes, but really special on the inside. Simon, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, here's 10 towers, man. Listening to that guy acting up while playing Punch Out on my NES is so entertaining, man. I appreciate that. And I got to be honest, that was an entertaining chat. Entertaining. Baghead said, another theist thought more anti-Christian. You got more anti-Christian Okay, anti-Christian songs. Only the good die young. Oh yeah, by Billy Joel. He's talking about how the religious people don't really live; they die young because they throw their life away to religion. Also, I'd rather laugh with the sinners than cry with the saints. The sinners are much more fun. This is true. Okay, listen. Billy Joel doesn't get much love from the millennial generation, but he's got a lot of really good songs. He really does. Chip, thank you for the $2 super chat. Oh, what?
I'll say my favorite Billy Joel song is not even one that a lot of people will recognize, but it's the one he did from Oliver and Company.
Yeah, he did the music for All Dogs Go to Heaven too.
Did he? Well, there you go.
There was like a Billy Joel movie music era. Chip says, why the fuck can't Christians understand verb tenses? Did every one of them fail English? They did. They graduated school, but then their minds were poisoned to think that words have no meaning anymore. Mr. Exclusive says, here's another 10 for a crack. Well, thank you. I really do appreciate that. And I'm just going to grab a couple more so we don't get too backed up. Patrick Meyer says, turn a light on, brother. I want to see if you look as silly as you sound. Oh, you mean the guest? Well, there's a follow-up. He says, her, I don't believe that. We know we are trying to educate you. I know. I still don't know who you're talking about, Patrick. I hope you're talking about the guest. Patrick again says, thank you, by the way, for the super chat. Says, can confirm he does look as stupid as he sounds. I was really curious. I'm assuming you're referring to the guest, or else he wouldn't be sending me all these super chats, or you're just hate chatting, which is fine. And Coffee Town Atheist says, all this junk they say about God just sounds like they're appealing to things that sound like we should understand, but none of it actually means anything. This is true. That they keep talking about the religion like it's just obviously true when it's obviously not. That's how you know you've been tricked into believing something, when you think it's true, but you can't explain why it's true.
Justin, how dare you internally critique the Bible?
Oh, no, I shouldn't have done that. I should not have done that. And I'm being told right now by others that there are now screenshots of Messiah Justin floating around the community. It has begun. People know about the Messiah. Last one from our friend Eris. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, when you die, you'll regret that. Why? Fear getting fucked up and tortured over jokes or insults. Why would a merciful God care about any mockery? Would you pour lava into a mocker's eye, Link? It wouldn't, but God would. The God of this book would. He says, what Jesus says in Luke 19, when he comes back in the parable, to take those who didn't want him to be king over them and slaughter them in my very presence. That's what he says. All right. I think we've got a special co-host joining us.
Hello.
Sarah.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi.
You come to cook?
There we go. How's it going?
You know what? We're having a blast tonight.
I saw the last 5 or 10 minutes of that dude, and I was very stressed out. That was a stressful guy.
He was very antsy by the end of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little worked up.
Know, it's okay. He proved that I was a messiah, and that's fine.
You looked beautiful in your getup. Just fantastic.
Really appreciate that.
Baruch haba b'shem Doug. Blessed is he who comes in the name of Doug.
Very good. All right, let's get our next guest. It's going to be Lix Tetrix. Did I say that right?
You did.
Is there a name or a title you would prefer to be called? Or is that how you want to be
You
called?
can go by my first name, Barry.
Barry, okay. Barry, good to meet you. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes and yes.
Okay. Is it a particular God or a generic God?
Yahweh of the Bible. And Allah of the Quran.
You believe in that the Quran's true?
Yes.
Are you Christian or are you Muslim? Or both?
Kind of in between.
Okay, so you just don't really know yet.
No, I do know, but I'm not a Christian. I do believe in all the teachings of the Old and New Testament, but I don't believe that Jesus is God.
Do you believe Jesus was crucified?
Yes.
Well, then you don't believe the Quran.
No, if you read the Quran, it'll say that the Jews did not crucify him, but Yahweh crucified him.
Oh God, not this. I got this argument
No,
yesterday from
that's
somebody.
no. Well, then someone knows because the religions are univocal. They just haven't came together yet, and so
Holy fuck.
I mean, laugh, but you'll see.
Here, Lix.
That's not what I called. I was
Lix,
calling about prophecy.
Lix, do you know who Miriam is?
Oh no.
Do I know who Miriam is?
Yeah.
Miriam from where?
From Nazareth.
Tulsa.
Jesus' mama.
Yes.
What does the Quran say that who her brother is?
I don't have the Quran in front of me.
So
Little details like that I don't pay a lot of attention to because it doesn't matter. But the weightier things matter.
Surah
That's what I think
19.
we're going to talk about.
Sure, you want to talk about prophecy? Go ahead.
Yes.
To be sure, this is our favorite topic. I even though it's a rabbit trail, but go ahead, tell us about the prophecies that were fulfilled.
Deuteronomy 18. But,
Oh no.
but before I know, but before
Why
we
would
talk
you-
about that,
Why
I
you
would
think-
like to revisit. Go ahead.
Go ahead. You
I'm
wanna
sorry.
visit what?
Go ahead. I wanted to. I would like to visit Micah 5:2 first, because you used the word olam, and I heard your definitions. But one of the biggest parts of olam is a conceal. Is something concealed in eternity.
It's an indefinite time period.
You're making an etymological fallacy.
What's that? What are you saying is an etymological fallacy?
You're going to make the claim that because the root word is alam, which means to conceal, that's exactly what this must mean?
Well, that's what the people who wrote Strong's Concordance had
Oh
put.
no.
Now, you know something. What?
All right, so you're a nice guy, so we'll level with you. Okay, so the Strong's Concordance is not an actual lexicon of the Hebrew language. It's just a lexicon, not even lexicon. It's just a concordance of how it's translated in the King James Bible, right? So the Strong's Concordance is only really helpful for you to understand how the King James Bible was translated, but we have way better lexicons nowadays.
Okay. Well, the Briggs Driver.
The Browns Driver Briggs, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a
Yes.
much better one. The updated
I
one,
agree.
that's there's a better one called the Hallet, the Hebrew Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament, but that's expensive. The BDB is cheap, and to be honest, I think it's easier to read.
Okay. Well, I don't mind looking at all of them, including Strong's. I mean, I understand that you feel that Strong's was just for the King James, and I agree with you. I'm okay with that. But I don't think that if Strong's was trying to present a unfair an unfair, I don't know what the word is for it, but if Strong's Concordance is trying to back up the King James version, I don't think that they would put in the word concealed, because that doesn't fit in that prophecy with Christian values. For instance, they think that they're trying to say eternal because they're wanting to say that Jesus, the man, was eternal, and we know that he was not. But the idea of Jesus, and if y'all will forgive me, I would rather not say Jesus. I'd rather use Yeshua. Um, but the idea of Yeshua is eternal. And in the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was God. But we know that Jesus was not God. But the idea was eternal, and it got brought to life. And I want to give you a quick example. We won't go to the scripture, but
I don't really know what we're talking about right now. I thought we were talking about Micah 5.
I am
well,
so all
yes.
over the place.
Okay, but what I'm going to do is explain to you what Micah 5:2 means. Because that last word, olam, and let me, and it'll take me to.
Did you see the two words that precede it?
Well, I'm looking at it. What two words are you speaking about?
All right. From days.
Can I ask you real quick? You've got some biblical scholars here that you're talking to. So, what are your qualifications for knowing what this passage really means and understanding the language that it's written in?
Can I ask you a question?
Can you answer mine first?
Yes. I am not a scholar, but are you telling me that scholars are smart? Are you telling me that Christian scholars and Islamic scholars are smart and they know what they're talking about, and y'all believe them?
Um, I am asking about your expertise.
Well,
So
if
if
you'll
you
give me a
have,
few minutes, I'm going to let you see it. But if you'll just bear with me, you'll see.
okay, so just to be clear, then do you speak this language? Are you trained in this area in any
I've
way?
studied religion for 40 years.
But did you actually learn Hebrew?
I've looked at Hebrew. I didn't find that it was important that I know Hebrew, because it's like I don't invent the light,
It's the Hebrew Bible.
Well, I understand, but there's Hebrew lexicons. I don't have to learn Hebrew.
You
I trust the people who are.
No, you can't just look up a word and know how it's going to be used in a sentence. You have to understand how compound phrases work, how they're traditionally used. Like, you can't just look up a word in a lexicon and say, "Well, it means what I want it to mean."
No, well, y'all are fixing to put it to the test. Listen. If you'll let me talk, you're fixing to put it to the test. But
I can't wait. All right, yeah, show me. Yeah, show me how Mimeo Lam doesn't mean from the old days.
Well, it is from the old days, but why is the word
we agree.
concealed?
It's not
I mean, why is the
concealed.
word? Can it be concealed from old?
No,
Why?
because that's not how the word is used. This word is not used to mean concealed, especially not in the conjugation that it's used in.
Well, I mean, and I say this respectfully, Justin. That is your opinion, but the Brown's Driver Briggs lexicon. They use the Strong Concordance.
No, they don't.
Numbers.
The Brown Driver Briggs gives you
one I have
the
does.
hold
The
on,
one I'm looking.
Licks. You have an enhanced Brown Driver Briggs that wasn't done by Brown Driver and Briggs. That was done by somebody after them. They did that to help people move from the Strong's Concordance to a better lexicon. That's the only point of those Strong's Concordance numbers in there. They're not saying that the Strong's Concordance got anything right.
Right. So if Strong's Concordance had something wrong, they should change it.
No, the goal of a lexicon is not to go back to prior works or other works and try to prove them wrong. Also, the original Brown Driver Briggs, I'm pretty sure, came out roughly the same time period as the original Strong's. Let me actually see.
This is like the equivalent of, say, a physician explaining to you what is wrong with your body, and a person pulling out an old medical textbook and pointing at anatomy and saying, "No, I know better."
Yeah, so they were published like a decade or two apart. The Strong's was 1890, and the BDB was 1906. So they're 16 years apart.
Okay. I do want to say that I'm not going to pull up the lexicon to look at that word to see if the word concealed is weighs on the definition of alam. But with this prophecy, but in this prophecy, it has been from the old or from everlasting or what did your or from ancient days is what you write on there. Your translation said ancient of days, and so the reason I say this, I'll get to Deuteronomy 18:15, but with Micah 2, when Abraham fought the five generals and he met Melchizedek, it says he
Genesis
broke
14.
bread. Yes, and he broke bread with Melchizedek. They sat down and had a conversation. Shortly, well, there's things to say, but shortly after Melchizedek, Abraham there's the story of him going to sacrifice his son Isaac.
Yep, we know the
And
story.
you ask,
We all know the story.
Just to be
give
clear,
us the point.
Just to be clear, we're
well,
talking about
no,
everything
the
else
point
except
is,
for Micah
okay,
5:2.
no, you don't have to agree with this, but I'm going to bring this to 5:2 real quick because this is not why I called. And so Abraham heard the story from Melchizedek about things that were going to happen. Melchizedek was a high priest of Yahweh.
That's not even in
Well,
Genesis.
yes, it is.
No.
From the
Genesis 14 says nothing about a story being transmitted.
well, but I know, but hold on.
So
The
you
Bible,
added that then. That's not in
but
there.
hold on, no, but there's a reason because because what the prophecy that I'm bringing up in Deuteronomy 18, I don't want to make just a single thing out of it. I want to
But
show you a pattern.
Licks,
But
your
and
pattern is based on something that's untrue. You said that there was a story that Melchizedek gave to Abraham in Genesis 14, and there's not.
there's things that aren't true, but you can have logical reasons for them. I'm not telling you this is true. We're not debating it. I'm making a point
Then
so I
why
can go
would
to
you say
Deuteronomy.
it? If
Oh,
it's
you're
not
going
in
to
the
find
Bible,
out.
why would you say it as though it were?
But because you're going to find, and I'll do it real quick and then we'll get over this because I don't mean to say this, but there's going to be a part of Deuteronomy 18 that we have to understand this and then we'll go on. But let me just quickly make
You're
my
not
point.
going to like Deuteronomy 18 when we get there. Do you want me just to cut you off at the pass and tell
Can
you
I,
that?
can I say this and let's go to Deuteronomy 18. So this is just my opinion. It's not in the scripture, but I could never understand why Abraham would sacrifice his child. That's against everything that God believes in. And so this is
God
what I
didn't
want
tell
to tell
Abraham
you.
that.
Yeah.
God told Abraham to test his faith, go sacrifice your son Isaac.
Did God tell Abraham
You're-
that sacrificing children was bad?
no, he didn't tell him that.
No, so he didn't know. Yeah, that's why he did it.
No, he told him to go sacrifice his child.
So what? People did that sometimes.
Okay. Well, just remember, he stopped him.
I know.
And there was a ram in the thicket.
He didn't stop
But,
Jephthah, did he?
but but Jephthah didn't do that on God's will or
No,
command.
he
Jephthah did it on
did.
his own.
No.
No, he didn't.
The Holy
God
Holy
says,
Spirit the
no,
Holy Spirit
you know
compelled him
good
to
and
make that
well
vow.
in the law.
I know good and
You
well
know
that you're
good and
lying
well.
right now. I know good and well
Hold on.
that you're going to get proven wrong in about 3 seconds.
We'll go. I'd love to go to that.
When
I'd
Jephthah
love to
made
go to Jephthah.
when Jephthah made the vow, what
He
preceded
vowed
it?
it unto God.
What preceded right before that moment?
What preceded it was he was wanting to defeat the Ammonites.
No, what event preceded it? Verse 29.
I don't.
The
What is
Spirit
it?
of the Lord came upon Jephthah, and he passed through Gilead and Manasseh, and he passed on to Mizpah of Gilead, and from Mizpah of Gilead he passed on to the Ammonites. And Jephthah made a vow to the Lord and said, "If you will give me the Ammonites into my hand, then whatever comes out of my doors of my house to meet me when I return, when I'm victorious from the Ammonites, shall be the Lord's, to be offered up by me as a burnt offering." Okay, so
Okay.
the Spirit of the Lord
What you're
came
doing is
upon
what you're
Jephthah,
wanting me
and
not to
then
do.
while Jephthah was under the Spirit, he made it a rash vow.
No, he did not.
Was this not a rash
You're
vow?
doing what you told me not to do. The Spirit of God came upon Jephthah to defeat the Ammonites. The Spirit of God didn't come on Jephthah to sacrifice his daughter, because
Does it-
God's law,
when
which
did
he
it
can't be
leave?
contrary.
When did it leave?
He can't. When did he leave?
When did the Spirit
I
leave
don't know.
Jephthah?
It doesn't say when the
Well,
Spirit
you
of
you
God
said
left
it
him.
did. You said it was there only for the war.
No, I said the Spirit of God didn't come upon him to kill his daughter,
Well,
because that's contrary to what
I,
God teaches.
I didn't say that.
He
Try to try to
human
focus on the words
sacrifice.
actually leaving my mouth. No, that's not true. We'll go to Ezekiel next. So he
Okay.
doesn't hate human sacrifice. He only hates human sacrifice to other gods. In fact, we can cover Leviticus 27
Well, that's
too.
not true.
So no, it is true. So it
Many times
says
in the scriptures he hates that.
licks. No, he
Okay.
hates it when you sacrifice to other gods. He didn't say anything about sacrificing people to him. It says the Spirit of the Lord came upon Jephthah. Did he go to war yet? Is he at war yet?
Who?
Jephthah.
Jephthah?
Yeah.
No, I think he makes that vow before he goes to war.
That's right. And then yes, and did the Spirit of God allow him to be victorious in war?
Well, the Spirit of God doesn't. The Spirit of God does
Did
not
God
stay on a
give
man.
him
He
victory?
possesses a man
Did
at
God give him
times.
victory?
Yes, but he didn't give it because he sacrificed his daughter.
I never said that. I don't
That
know why
was
you keep saying
Jephthah.
that. Licks, you need to listen to the
Okay.
words leaving my mouth, not the words you want to leave my mouth. So we'll try this
I hear you
again.
say, but no, you're saying that the Spirit of
did
God
he
led
make a
Jephthah.
vow? Did he make a vow before or after he went to war? You already said it's before.
It had to be before, yes.
And when did the Spirit fall on him?
When did it come out of him?
I'm asking you, when did it fall on him?
It doesn't say. And
It
doesn't
does
say for
say,
you.
yeah, it does, right before he made his travels. Yes, that's what the word
Right, but
then
it
is doing
doesn't.
in the
Yeah,
sentence. So before he made his travel for war, the Spirit of the Lord
but
came upon
that's
him, and then he traveled with the Spirit of the Lord. All this traveling in these two verses are under the compulsion of the Spirit of the Lord, and there's no break. It goes from him traveling to making the vow. Now, whether you think he made the vow because God Spirit compelled him or not is actually kind of irrelevant. The reality is, if God intervened to give him the war, he could have intervened to save the life of the child.
But he didn't
Yeah,
intervene
because
when
he
he
doesn't.
vowed his daughter.
Because he doesn't
See,
care. He doesn't care if
that's
she's
your.
sacrificed to him. That's what I'm saying.
That's
He
your.
could have
He does
intervened.
care.
He
He
doesn't.
does care.
Then why didn't he intervene?
Because Jephthah has a free will.
No, it doesn't matter. What
But
did he intervene in the war? Did he intervene so that they would win the war?
yes, he intervened in that. That was
So
what the
he
Spirit
cares
of the
about
Lord
the
came in.
war? He cares about the war, but he doesn't
Yes,
care about the
yes,
daughter?
yes, and that makes sense with
Oh, that's
everything.
worse. No.
He,
God will literally intervene to make sure that his enemies get killed, but he won't intervene to make sure his own people get murdered.
well, he didn't tell Jephthah to sacrifice his
I don't
daughter.
care.
Jephthah took that
That
upon
wasn't my
himself.
claim, Licks. That wasn't my claim. I don't know why you keep putting that on me.
I agree with you. But
Okay,
what I'm saying is,
so the
your
reality is
perspective is okay.
God could have intervened, couldn't he?
Oh, he could have done anything. He could
But
have
he
intervened,
didn't.
yes. But he didn't, yes.
That's right. Why? And why is that?
You know, well, he could be. I don't know, because I don't have the mind of God, or I'm going to play like I do. But let me explain this to you. Maybe God, when Jephthah was going to make that burnt offering, the first one that came out of his house, Jephthah was probably thinking about something else. So you could
we know.
say
That's
that
why I
Jephthah
said it
had
was a
no.
rash vow, Licks. That's why I
I
told you that from
agree.
the beginning. He made a rash vow, and he followed through
Right,
with it, and God didn't stop him because God don't give a fuck about
right.
Jephthah's daughter.
But it doesn't mean that he didn't care about his daughter.
If he
Jephthah did that,
cared, he
not
would have
God.
intervened.
Who vowed his daughter, God or Jephthah?
Jephthah, and God didn't stop him.
Okay,
He stopped
he
Abraham because he
didn't. I
cared
agree
about
with you.
Abraham. He cared about Abraham's son. He didn't care about the daughter of Jephthah.
Okay,
That's why he
well,
interviewed in
he
one,
did.
but he
He
didn't
stopped.
intervene in the other.
Right, because he told Abraham to sacrifice his
I
son.
know.
He did not tell Jephthah to
So what?
sacrifice anybody.
No,
But
no,
he
no.
did tell
He did
he
it. He
did
did
tell
it while
Isaac.
under the compulsion of the. He does command child sacrifice. Have you not read Ezekiel?
Well, we'll get to let's go to where we came here for. I'll go to
No,
Ezekiel. I mean, I've
you're
got
the
a few
one that
minutes
wanted
if
to
you
do
want to.
this dumb rabbit
But
trail. So that
I'm
now we're on your dumb rabbit trail. So we're just gonna
okay.
go ahead and finish your dumb rabbit trail. Ezekiel interprets the commands in Exodus as God commanding child sacrifice. He says, "Moreover, I gave them statutes that were not good and
Wait.
ordinance."
Tell me what this is. I'd like to go
Ezekiel
to
20.
it.
Yep,
Okay.
it's on the
21.
it's on the screen.
I know, but I'd rather read my scripture.
Right? Yeah, yeah. You probably got the right translation. Mine's the devil's translation.
No, the devil's wise, so I don't mind reading it. I'll read your translation. Go ahead and read it. I'm watching.
Yeah. Moreover, I gave them statutes that were not good and ordinances by which they could not live. I defiled them through their very gifts in their offering up of their firstborn, in order that I might horrify them, so that they might know that I am the Lord. So according to Ezekiel, the commandment in Exodus to offer up your firstborn was actual sacrifice.
Well, but who was Ezekiel prophesying to?
It doesn't
He
matter.
was
He's talking
prophesying.
about the
It
past. That's what
does.
we're talking
Let
about.
me tell you, it does matter. He was
It doesn't matter.
prophesying
He's
to
prophesying to the Israelites.
idolaters.
It doesn't matter who he's
No, he
prophesying
was not
to.
prophesying.
The question is, what is he saying about the past?
He wasn't prophesying to the children of Israel in Babylon that went in
No
captivity like Jeremiah
one
told them to.
cares, Licks. The question
They
is,
do
did
care.
God
You should
command child
care.
sacrifice?
No, he hates it.
Then that means Ezekiel's wrong.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
It's
okay,
the
we'll try this.
idolaters.
We'll try this again, Licks. We'll read it again. This is
No,
God
hold on.
saying.
But
This
listen,
is
who
God's.
is he
I'm just gonna
to
mute you.
who?
So, old man, you're old enough to know to stop talking over people. I don't want to have to mute you, and I don't want to have to talk over you. You're getting talked over because you talk over me. If you want to have a cordial conversation, you need to calm down and stop interrupting me. The minute you stop interrupting me is the minute I'll stop interrupting you. If you continue to interrupt me, I will continue to interrupt you, and I will do it until you're blue in the face. I've got way more energy than you. I got all night. Verse 25, God is saying, moreover, I gave them statutes that were not good and ordinances by which they could not live. And what was the statute? He says, I defiled them through their very gifts in their offering up of their firstborn, in order that I might horrify them, so that they may know that I am the Lord. That's
Okay.
about the
So
past, is it not?
no, he's prophesying to these people
We'll try
that
this
are in
again. He's
Judea.
not prophesying anything. He's talking about the past. These are all past tense verbs.
Okay.
This is not a future prophecy. I gave is in the past tense.
It's not. I didn't say it was a prophecy. I'm
You
saying.
did. You just did.
Okay. Well, I apologize. I'm saying that
Okay.
when he's a prophet and speaks, I call it a prophecy. But it's a word. But what he is saying, he is talking to Israel that is
We
left
know,
in
Licks.
Judah.
We know who he's talking to. We don't care. The question
Okay,
is
but
not who is he talking to. The question is, what is he saying? What is he saying about what God did?
Can we make one point first? Some of these people
He
are
can't
in
fucking focus.
Babylon.
No one cares. We all know the Israelites are in Babylonian captivity. Nobody gives a shit.
Okay,
That means
but
nothing
he's
to
talking.
that means nothing to the conversation. The question is, did God
Yes,
command child sacrifice? That's the question.
If you'll let me answer, He is speaking to the people still left in
I will
Judah.
never understand why you think context will help here. That doesn't answer the question. He's talking
Because
about something in the he's talking about something in the past. He's talking about
he's
something that's
talking
already
to
happened. That's what we're questioning right now, Licks. We're asking, what is he saying about the stuff that already happened? We know who he's talking to. We know the context. We read the Bible more than you. We don't care about the context of who's in captivity. We care about what is he saying about the past. The question is, what is he saying in these two verses?
Justin, this is not the past. Verse 1 says,
We're not in verse 1. We're in verse 25.
I know it, but we're in the. You got to be in the same chapter. I mean, you can't just
Licks, we're in
forget the
verse
first.
25. We want to
Okay.
know about what happened in the past.
I don't know
Ezekiel
how to-
is talking about what happened in the past. That's the
No,
question. Yes, that is the question. He says, moreover, I gave them statutes. Is that future or past?
They gave them statutes in the past, back in that's
yes.
okay.
In the there we
Yes.
go. Finally, Licks, you found it. Okay, so Ezekiel, God is speaking through Ezekiel about things he already did. Yes or no?
No.
Wrong. Okay, we'll try this again. Licks, Licks, we're gonna simplify this conversation. I'm gonna ask you nothing but yes or no questions, and the only thing you need to say is yes or no. I don't need any yapping. I don't need any preaching. Yes or no, is I gave them statutes future tense or past tense?
Sorry, my microphone was off. That is past tense, speaking about when in the law.
And when you use words in the past tense, speaking about past events, would we say then that that is all about past happenings?
That one sentence is about a past happening. Yes.
That's what I asked you about, was this one sentence. Thank you. Okay.
Yes.
In this one sentence, it
Yes.
says that God did something in the past. What did he say happened?
I mean, it's
in the same verse.
Well, it's also in verse 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
No, it's
13.
in verse 25.
Wherefore I gave them also statutes that were not good, and judgments whereby they should not live.
There we go. And those are all things that already happened, correct? Those are in the past.
It happened up into the present. In the past also,
No,
but it's
wrong again.
now.
I didn't ask you about the present. I said, did this happen? Did this happen in the past?
It did happen in the past, but it's also
okay.
happened
I'm not asking you
in the
about the present. I'm not asking you about the present.
But you should. That's what they're talking to, is the
Licks,
present.
they're not talking to the present. They're talking to Israelites in Babylon. We're not in Babylon. We're not Israelites. Licks, I've read it. I read every last word of this book. That's why you need to calm down. You need to calm down and actually follow the conversation, okay?
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. The passage says nothing about the future. The section we're in is a recounting of the past. And God says, I gave them statutes, yes or no, in the past.
Yes, it says that.
Okay, and it says they were not good. Is that in the past?
Those were in the past, but you got to go to verse 20.
No, we're not doing that yet. We're doing word by word, Licks.
Okay, those are
word
past.
by word. Okay.
Those are past.
So right now, this text is saying something happened in the past, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What happened? Can you read me verse 26 when it describes what happened?
And I polluted them in their own gifts, in that they caused to pass through the fire all that openeth the womb, that I might make them desolate, to the end that they might know that I am Yahweh.
That's right. And was that something that happened in the past?
Yes. It happened every year.
Okay, so no. I'm not asking it when they did it. I'm asking about when the commandment was given. No one's asking when did they practice child sacrifice. We're asking when did God say the thing. So God is saying, I gave them commandments. Some of them were not good. This is one of them that was not good, which was to offer up their firstborn by passing them through the fire. That's
never
child
gave that commandment.
sacrifice. He did.
He never gave that commandment.
He
They did
did.
it. He didn't.
He said he did right here. I defiled them through their very gifts in their offerings up of their firstborn in order that I might horrify them so that they might know that I am the Lord. These are the bad statutes in 25. These are the not good statutes. This is in Exodus twice.
Where in Exodus?
I'll show you. Exodus 20:30 says,
what you're
therefore,
telling me-
go to the house of Israel. Thus
Exodus
saith
what?
the Lord, you will... oh, sorry, that wasn't the one I was looking for. Exodus... I thought it was going to be in 20. I'm probably wrong on that. Let me find it real quick. I apologize. I thought it was going to be in 20. I got to Google.
And I really just want to talk about Deuteronomy 18.
Exodus 22. And there's a duplicate. Exodus 22 and Exodus 13, it looks like. But I think Exodus 22 is one we want.
But I have to ask you, the Jewish rabbis...
Oh, nope. You're not saying anything till we read the passage.
Okay.
Was it 22, 29? No? Why are you lying, Google? We'll try 13.
Are you in Exodus or in Ezekiel?
Oh, did I? Oh, for goodness sake.
There you go. I got you.
We'll try again. No, I mean, that's still not the one we want. I think it might be in 13. It's actually in there twice, and I always forget which chapters. Consecration of the firstborn. You shall set apart for the Lord all that opens the womb, all the firstborn offspring of your livestock that are males to be the Lord's, but every firstborn donkey you shall redeem with a sheep. If you do not redeem it, you must break its neck. Every firstborn male among your children shall be redeemed. This is not the one. It's Exodus 34. The firstborn of your donkey you shall redeem with a lamb, or blah, 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 blah. All of the firstborn of your... Nope, that's not the one. Well, motherfucker, why can't I find it?
Well, can
which passage are you looking for?
The passage in Exodus where God says to give your firstborn to the Lord.
Let's see. You've already checked Exodus 13.
Yeah, I'm in Exodus 13. That's when you actually get to redeem them. It says, if you do not redeem it, you must break its neck. Every firstborn male among your children you shall
22?
redeem. 13,
Exodus 22?
I thought it was in 22. I didn't see it.
Your firstborn sons you shall give to me. Exodus 22, 29 through 30.
I thought I was there. I was still in Ezekiel when I was reading that. You shall not delay to make offerings from the fullness of your harvest and from the outflow of your presses. The firstborn of your sons you shall give to me. You shall do the same with your oxen and your sheep. 7 days it shall remain with its mother. On the 8th day you shall give it to me. This is what Ezekiel is determining is God asking to offer up the firstborn. So when you go to Ezekiel 20 and he says that God...
Day, that's circumcision on the 8th day.
It didn't say 8th day. And also, donkeys and oxen don't get circumcised.
No, but the males do.
Not donkeys and oxen.
No, not donkeys, but human males get circumcised.
Well,
they don't
this doesn't
get
say
sacrificed.
anything about circumcision.
But that is what happens on the 8th day.
Who circumcises donkeys?
We're not talking about those days. We're talking about Exodus 22, 29, when it says, the firstborn of your sons you shall give to me. Doesn't say circumcise them.
God, but that doesn't
same
mean
way it
kill
says
them.
yeah, it does. That's exactly how Ezekiel is interpreting it. Ezekiel says that this is a bad commandment. Ezekiel disagrees with you. Ezekiel says that I gave them statutes that were not good and ordinances by which they could not live, and I defiled them through their gifts, their very gifts, in offering up of their firstborn in order that I might horrify them so that they might know that I am the Lord.
Okay.
So Ezekiel thinks that Yahweh asked for child sacrifice, which is in alignment with Leviticus 27, when he tells you not to redeem any human being that's been devoted to destruction. Did I type in 17 or
Yeah, but
27?
that's not to redeem a murderer. That's
No, it's not.
Leviticus
Nope,
20.
wrong again. It doesn't
Yes, it
say anything
is.
about murder. No, it's not. It says nothing that a person owns that has been devoted to destruction, that's a harem for the Lord, be it human or animal or inherited landholding, may be sold or redeemed. Every devoted thing is most holy to the Lord. No human beings who have been devoted to destruction can be ransomed. They shall be
Correct.
put to
Those who have
death.
got the death penalty.
No,
Those
that's
who
not
broke the
what it means to
Sabbath.
be devoted to destruction.
Yes, it is.
No, it's
They're
not.
put to death. They're
No,
put to death.
that's not what devoted to destruction means.
Then okay, to what is devoted to destruction then?
Devoted to destruction
It's
is a
killing.
bad rendering of the Hebrew word harem, which means to kill an entity or preserve an entity and have it destroyed specifically for Yahweh, because that's Yahweh's portion.
Right, but when you look at the law, that is you cannot redeem a murderer or someone who is condemned to
But
death.
that's
You
not the same
cannot redeem
thing.
them.
No, being
But
condemned to
someone
death,
who, but
is not the same as devoted to destruction. They're different Hebrew phrases. They're different. They're not the
well,
same.
you have to know that there's different. There's you can look at something as one way, and
Licks.
I can look at something
Licks.
in
We know what
the.
a harem is. We know what a harem killing an offering is. There's no equivalent to it. There's no other phrase that matches it. In the ancient Near East, this is used throughout the land. We know what it means. It's when you preserve a section as spoil for the Lord and you dedicate it to them to your Lord by destroying it. So like in the Mesha stele in the 9th century, King Mesha records that he went and attacked the town Nebo. He dedicated the entire town of Nebo as a harem offering to his God, and he killed every man, woman, and child in that town as a harem. In Leviticus and Exodus and elsewhere, and especially Deuteronomy, we find God talking about harem, about this idea that there are some
As punishment.
things. No, try again.
The
There are some
Canaanites, the Amalekites, that was
licks.
punishment.
The more you
Okay.
interrupt, the more wrong you sound. So stop interrupting me. So a harem is anything. It's not always a person. Sometimes it's a vessel. Sometimes it's an animal. It's something that is going to be destroyed for God, not for any crime, not because not because they broke a law of God. They're not under God's law. They're not Israelites. These are entities that are being destroyed as an offering to God.
Okay. Well, do you mind if we go to Deuteronomy 18, what I came up for? Because I don't think most people will believe that God requires sacrifices. Now you may,
Well,
and I
well,
and
you
I
would
can
be
see that.
wrong.
Only the
I,
educated ones.
well, but
Ezekiel
he
said
did.
so. We just read
I
Ezekiel.
know.
Ezekiel explicitly told you the opposite. So what
You
you're
say
saying is
you said it. You
you don't
says
believe what Ezekiel
explicitly.
said.
I'm reading Ezekiel, and I can tell you. I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I understand why you're saying it,
All
but
right,
it does not explicitly
we'll try this for
say
the last time.
that.
Yes. What does it mean to pass your children over the fire?
To pass your children over the fire means a sacrifice.
Okay,
Yes.
and did God
Okay.
say in this passage that he told them to do it?
I'm going to answer the question yes for the sake of being yes or no. And
Because
I'm going to
that's the
say
answer.
yes.
Yes. In Ezekiel
Yes.
20, God
Can I put
states
an
that he
extra?
no.
Can I?
In
Why?
Ezekiel 20, God states that he commanded them to pass their children through the fire, which is child sacrifice, which means God commanded child sacrifice.
Right. But it was the remnant left in
No one
Judah that was
cares.
being
No
punished.
one cares.
But you should care because
No
it's
one
a
cares why he did
punishment.
it. Licks, no one cares why he did it. No one asked why he did it. We're asking,
But
did he
none,
do it?
but none of the children of Israel that was in
Licks,
Babylon did it.
nobody cares.
They
Nobody
did. They
cares
were the
why
good
they did it.
ones.
Licks, no one cares. The only question on the board is, did God command child sacrifice? And the answer is yes.
No, I don't believe
He
that.
did.
It's not
You just
plural.
said it. It left your mouth. You just said that God did do it.
I said yes to idolaters. He did the same
No
thing
one,
to the
no one
Amalekites
cares. No one
and the
cares.
Canaanites.
No one cares,
But he
Licks.
does it for
No,
punishment. That's it.
Licks.
Can I just
No one
ask?
cares. We're not
Okay.
asking,
Well,
does he
let's.
do it for everybody? We asked you, did he do it at all?
Okay. Can we go to Deuteronomy 18 and
No, not
and
until
the
you're
way
ready
this,
to be honest. Did he command child sacrifice ever?
do I have to be honest
Yes,
with
you
your
have to be honest.
perspective? Okay, I'm trying to be. He did not command child sacrifice.
You are
It
a
doesn't
fucking
say
liar.
any.
You read it 5 times. We'll do it for the 6th time. Moreover, I gave them statutes that were not good, ordinances by which they could not live. I defiled them through their very gifts and offering up their firstborn in order that I might horrify them. Did God command them to offer up their firstborn by passing them through the fire? Yes or no?
Okay, yes. Can we
Okay,
go
and
to Deuteronomy
is
18?
passing them through the fire child sacrifice?
Yes.
Okay, so then did God command some people to do child sacrifice?
Yes.
Thank you for being honest finally. Now what do you want to say?
I'd like to go to Deuteronomy 18 and get your
Sorry,
opinion on
Sarah.
that.
We're over here just snacking.
What do you want to read in Deuteronomy 18? You want to tell me how Jesus is the prophet that came after Moses?
Yes.
Yeah, why would we possibly believe that it's Jesus when it's clearly Joshua?
Well, I agree. But let me explain to you why it is not Joshua.
It's a double fulfillment. It's a typology, right?
You can't agree
No,
and disagree
no, it's not a
simultaneously.
double. It's not,
They're opposites.
okay. So we'll read it, and it says, Yahweh your God will raise up a prophet from among you of your brethren, like to me, to him you shall listen to. So it says that. The Quran, the Islam, they believe it's Muhammad. The Christians believe that it's Yeshua.
And they're both
And
wrong.
evidently the atheists believe that it's Joshua. So let me make your point for
No,
you.
the Jews believe it's Joshua because if you just finished Deuteronomy, Joshua was the one that succeeded Moses.
Okay. Where is that
Chapter
in Deuteronomy
31.
Well, Deuteronomy 27.
Should be 31, right? Yeah, it should be
Yeah.
31. Deuteronomy 31, Joshua becomes Moses' successor. When Moses had finished speaking all these words to Israel, he said to them, I am now 120 years old. I'm no longer able to get about, and the Lord has told me, you shall not cross over this Jordan. The Lord your God himself shall cross over before you. He will destroy these nations before you, and you shall dispossess them. Joshua also will cross over before you, as the Lord promised, so on and so forth. Where's the blessing? There we go. Verse 7, then Moses summoned Joshua and said to him in the sight of all Israel, be strong and bold, for you are the one who will go with this people into the land that the Lord has sworn to their ancestors to give them, and you will put them in possession of it. It is the Lord who goes before you. He will be with you. He will not fail you or forsake you. Do not fear or be dismayed. Joshua succeeded Moses.
All right. I heard you earlier say that Moses met God face to face.
I didn't say that.
And well, somewhere someone said that in Exodus 34:35, there's a scripture that says
33.
Moses.
Wait, Justin didn't say it, but someone somewhere said it, and so now you want to.
No, okay, Exodus 34:35. You want me to read that, or
Are you about to make the argument that because God didn't speak to Joshua face to face, and therefore he cannot be the prophet like unto Moses?
No. It says that in 35, it just tells you that, and the children of Israel saw the face of Moses, and then the skin of Moses' face shone, and Moses put the veil on his face again until he went in to speak. And then you got the other pattern in the mount, Exodus 25:40, to where God is speaking to Moses and he's showing him. And the only thing I want to bring up in this, and he says,
So what?
and see that you make them after their pattern, which has been shown to you in the mount.
He's doing it. He's doing the exact thing Dalton he said he wasn't going to do. He's doing it right now. Licks, why do you lie so much?
I'm a fucking prophet.
I don't understand why you do this.
Okay, well, I'm going to show you why. Read Numbers 13:16.
This parade of verses is crazy.
No, this will be the last one.
All right, Numbers 13, 16. Oh, that's an
Yes.
explanation, not a 1. There we go. I'll put it
Yes.
on the board. Okay. You know this is going to end badly for you when we start looking at the actual prophecies about the Messiah. These were the names of the men whom Moses sent to spy out the land, and Moses changed the name of Hoshea, son of Nun, to Joshua.
Yes.
So what?
So, well, Moses saw the pattern of things to come, just like Abraham saw the pattern of things to come with Melchizedek. And
what?
Moses named that prophet Joshua, which is Jesus' name, Joshua.
No, he named it Joshua because it means Yahweh saves, or salvation.
Right.
Yeah, they
of
were just
Yahweh.
introduced.
Right.
They were
And
just
so what is-
introducing the theophoric element
Okay,
into the
but
name
hold on.
Yehoshua.
Okay. So, but Joshua's name was Hosea. That was his name.
His original name was Hoshea.
Yes. But
So what?
the Messiah's name is Yeshua.
Wrong.
And that is who Moses.
Yeshua.
Wrong again.
That is, who
Yeshua.
that is who Moses prophesied
And
about.
you're still wrong. Moses
Well,
Moses didn't say anything about a Messiah.
Yes, he said a prophet to come like me.
Did he say Messiah?
Well, you said the Jewish rabbis take that as Deuteronomy. They take that
Did he
as.
say Messiah?
Well, he's.
It's crazy,
I mean-
Licks, that you're getting up here and lying. Just say yes or no. Did he say Messiah?
Okay, but but
Licks,
this is what he said.
did he say Messiah? Licks, this is why people don't like talking to you. I can tell in real life people don't like talking to you because you won't answer questions when you know the answers to them. Did Moses say Messiah? Licks, I have more energy than you. I will make you say it. You'll never wear me out. I'm a 41-year-old with ADHD. You'll never do it. Just answer the question.
Well, you read it yourself. It's at the bottom of 18.
Did
Is that-
Moses say anything about the Messiah?
Yes.
Where? Show me the passage where he mentions the Messiah.
18. I will raise him up a prophet from
he-
among your brethren.
Liar. You lie like
I
a
will
rug.
raise him up. Hold on. I will raise him up a prophet.
Why
from
are
among
you
their
up
brethren.
here lying? Did he
Why-
say
Hold
Messiah?
on.
Did he say Messiah?
Hold-
Where's
Let's
the
read.
word?
What are you scared
I'll
of?
make you a deal, Licks. Licks,
What are
you
you
show
scared
me.
of?
You show me the word
I'm
Messiah
fixing
in
to.
this passage, and
I'm
I'll give you
fixing to.
$100 right now. I don't know if you have Venmo. I'll give it to you right now.
I don't want your money.
Show
I
me
will
the word
raise him
Messiah
up.
in this passage.
Okay, listen. I'm fixing to.
You're
I
not.
will
You're
raise
lying.
him up.
Licks.
Why do you keep interrupting me?
Because
Why do
you're
you keep
lying to
interrupting
me. Stop lying to
No.
my face, Licks. I'm asking
reading the
you to
scripture.
show me the word Messiah. Where does the word Messiah show up here?
And it shall come that whoever will not
Fucking
listen to
liar.
my word
Licks,
will
I'm
be-
stopping you every time.
19.
Every time.
You can read 19.
Does the word Messiah show up in verse 19?
Listen,
Licks.
the definition does.
Licks, I have more energy
Read
than you
it.
do. You'll never win.
We're
Does
gonna
the
put that to the
word
point.
Messiah show up?
Put it to the test.
Does the word
When a
Messiah show up?
Let me read it and we'll see.
No, Licks,
When
I
a
know the
prophet-
answer. I'm waiting for you to be honest. Does the word Messiah show up?
The description of the Messiah shows up. But the
No,
word
it doesn't. The description of a prophet shows up. We'll try again. Does the Messiah show up?
Look at 19. And it
Does-
shall come to pass
Licks,
that
you'll never.
whoever-
Licks, I'm talking over you. No one can hear you. You're never going to win this fight. Just answer the fucking question. Does the word Messiah show up?
No, but that doesn't prove your point.
There you go.
19
Thank you.
is
My
the-
my point is that
it's
Moses
the
didn't
living
say anything
embodiment.
about a Messiah. He said something about a prophet, not a Messiah. So this is not even a
19
this not even a messianic
19
passage.
Yes,
you
it
can
is.
say it over
No.
and over again all you want. Licks, it's not a messianic passage. Do you want to see an actual messianic passage? The one that actually
Joshua-
talks about a real
Well,
Messiah?
We can get to those. There's many of them. And listen, and I'm gonna, and it's going to be very difficult for me to sit here tonight and go over all that you have waiting. But this
Yeah,
is the point.
because if you
Well,
continue
why
to
would I
lie to
do that
me
when you're
and evade
stopping?
easy questions, it'll take all night. This could be a 10-minute
Why?
conversation if you would stop being a coward and answer direct questions with direct answers. Are you willing to do that?
I will if you are. I'm asking you to read 19 and tell me that's not the
I've read it
definition of
100
Messiah.
times, and no, it's not the definition of the
Read it to your
Messiah. It says
chat. Read
anyone
it.
who we've read it 100 times.
Why
Anyone who
can't you
does
read
not
it 101?
I'm reading it right now. Stop fucking talking. Anyone who
Okay.
does not heed the words of that prophet shall speak in my name, I myself will hold accountable. Does it say Messiah or prophet?
Prophet.
Okay. What's the
So
next
can you
verse
admit
say?
that
What's the next?
Yeshua?
What's
Can
the
you
next
admit
verse?
that
What's
Yeshua
the
was that
next?
prophet?
Stop talking, Licks. What's the next
Was
verse
Yeshua
say?
the prophet?
Stop talking. What's the next verse say?
But the prophet that shall speak a word arrogantly in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, or that shall speak in the name of other gods, that same prophet shall die.
Okay, fantastic. So this is about a prophet, isn't it?
Yeah, this is about a prophet. Yes,
Oh
Jesus
yeah,
was a
the whole
prophet.
passage is about a fucking prophet, isn't it? That's why he
Yeah.
gives you commands as to what to do to test prophets. He says
But
to
you
test a
said,
prophet, and if the Licks, why are you talking over me? This is why I interrupt you. This is why I overtalk you. If you can't be old enough to not talk over me, I'll never stop talking over you. I'll do it twice as much, and I'll do it louder than you. Nothing in this
and you got to
passage,
delete
I'm
that.
doing it, I'm going to talk over you right now, Licks, every time. Nothing in this passage mentions a Messiah, not a single word about a Messiah here. This is about a prophet. He gives you parameters for how to test prophets. This is about prophets. Nothing in here about a Messiah.
Okay. When you studied for 20 years and you were an Old Testament scholar, are you telling me that that verse, that chapter 18, what we're reading, is not a well-known by most all religious scholars, that is either talking about Muhammad, Joshua, or Yeshua, the Messiah?
I
It
told
was
you it's
one of those
Joshua.
stories. Okay, but Joshua, when he went, the very minute that he went in to Jordan, he disobeyed God's command. He did not kill all the Canaanites. He made them slaves, and that is not a prophet like Moses. Joshua did not do God's will. His
Neither did
words were
Jesus.
Joshua split the Jordan River in the same way that Moses split the Red Sea.
I agree.
Joshua sent spies out ahead of them, just like Moses did. Yahweh said to Joshua, "I will be with
No,
you." In the same way He
no,
said
no,
to
no. His
Moses,
name
"I
was
will be with
Hosea.
you."
His name was Hosea. It was not
It was
Yeshua.
Joshua. It's used in the text as
No,
Jesus,
Joshua.
no, it was
fuck.
Hosea.
It's used in
Moses
the text
changed
as
his name.
Joshua.
It
Justin,
is
your
used in
mic's
the
kind
text
of
as
loud.
Joshua. That doesn't make it true.
What's
This
that?
text is bad.
My mic's loud?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I can turn. Let me.
I just listed 3 ways in which Joshua was just like Moses, and you just said, "Nuh-uh."
Oh well, okay. So he parted the Jordan River
He sent
instead of the Red Sea. I agree. Listen, I'm not putting Joshua.
he sent the spies ahead of them, just like Moses did. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Yahweh said
Okay.
He would be with him, just as He told Moses He would be with him.
Okay.
They were both publicly validated.
Okay.
They were both
But
the leaders of the nation.
but was he someone that God would require of if people did not obey the words which he spoke in Yahweh's
Yes.
name? Did he require it of him?
Yes.
But his name was Hosea.
No, his name was
Yeshua.
His name was Joshua.
And,
He wasn't called Hosea
and
for a long time
Moses.
at this point.
God called
Well, it
him
doesn't
Joshua.
matter. His name is not Joshua.
God
His
called
name is
him
Hosea.
Joshua.
God called him Joshua. No, hold
So his
on.
name was Joshua then.
The writers of
Holy shit.
Deuteronomy called him Joshua.
Oh, so Deuteronomy's lying about God's words?
Joshua chapter 1 verse
I
1.
think
After
before
the
the-
death
I
of
think-
Moses, the servant
I
of the Lord said to Joshua, the son of Nun, Moses' minister, Moses' my servant is dead. The text calls him Joshua.
So does God.
Yehoshua.
God himself.
Yes, the text does, but
God
y'all
himself.
have got of all
God
people,
himself.
y'all cannot
Licks.
take up for this text.
Licks. Pay attention. Pay attention.
Justin,
Deuteronomy 31:14. God says, "Your time to die is near. Call Joshua." God called him Joshua. Sorry, Sarah. What are you saying?
I don't think Lix thinks that the Bible is 100% accurate.
Yeah, that's the case. He picks and chooses which parts he likes, I bet.
Because
So
I can
it,
see.
yeah,
no,
I can.
because it was
I
no,
can see
it
why
was
it
put
took you
together
40
by
years to
man.
read this, Licks.
Yeah. Let's poke on that for just a second, Licks. What percentage of the Bible is true?
Oh, there's no way to tell how much of it's true.
I mean, more than half.
I would say probably more than half. Yes,
Is
it's case
Deuteronomy
by case.
31:14 true?
31:14. And Yahweh said to Moses, "Behold, your days approach that you must die. Call Yeshua and present yourselves in the
It doesn't say
tent."
Yeshua. It says Yehoshua. You don't get the name Yeshua until you get to Second Temple literature,
Yeah.
like the books of Nehemiah and Ezra. It says Yehoshua.
But those are different languages. It's Joshua.
No.
No.
In the New Testament,
In Hebrew,
flip the
Joshua
name
is
up.
Yehoshua.
I understand, but it
No,
means
you
the
don't.
same thing. It's just the Hebrew, and it's the writing of the Old Testament
Listen,
compared to the writing of the New
you're the one
Testament.
that feels the need to pronounce these names in the Hebraic manner. We're just correcting you.
Well, but in English, they're
You
both
c-
pronounced Joshua.
well, then just pronounce it in English and stop trying to feel special.
Okay, I will. Joshua. So
Okay.
that man that took the children of Israel over into Jordan's name was Hosea.
Yeah, no one cares.
No.
It's Joshua. So we'll try this again.
Then,
So
but
in
when,
the passage we're reading in Deuteronomy, does God call him Joshua?
yes, the writer does. Now, I don't
Okay,
know if
no.
God did or not.
D-
The
I'm asking
writer
you.
does.
I'm asking you. Did this passage happen?
What do you mean?
Did God use the name Joshua? Yes or no?
No, Moses did. Moses named
Okay,
him.
so then this verse is a lie.
Well, Moses is writing this, or
Is
whoever the
this
author
verse
is. God
a
is not writing
lie?
this.
Lix, is
God
this a
is not calling him
verse?
Joshua.
Lix, is this verse true?
Yes, the verse is true.
No, because you just said he didn't call him Joshua.
Moses named that man Joshua.
We'll try this again, Lix.
God,
This is very
God
easy. This is
didn't.
fifth grade logic. Did
God
God
named
say,
Joshua.
"Your time is near, call Joshua"? Did God say those words?
Maybe, I don't know. I mean,
We need an
it's
answer.
written. Hold on.
Okay,
It's written, but
if you don't know if these words are true, then how do you know Deuteronomy 18 is true?
because
Because that's the one I like.
this
I like Deuteronomy 18. Is that why?
because this was written thousands of years before the Messiah was born.
We're not
And
asking about
God
the Messiah.
commanded,
I'm asking how do you
and
know
God
Deuteronomy
gave his
18 is.
name,
I'm not
and
asking about
God
the
gave his
Messiah. I'm not
name.
asking about the Messiah. Lix, I'm going to stop you. I'm not asking about the Messiah. I asked you how do you know Deuteronomy 18 is true?
I just find it to be true.
I find it to
I
not
mean,
be true. There you go. Problem
okay.
solved. So Deuteronomy
Can I ask you a
18
question?
is untrue
Right.
by your own hermeneutic. Your own hermeneutic is I pick and choose which passages I want to be true.
No, no, I'm not.
It
I don't
is.
mind you, but here's the thing: God didn't write Deuteronomy.
What
So
is
if
your measuring stick here? Like, how are you going through and determining which parts of the Bible are true and which are false?
because everything has to line up, or it's
Wait,
all
line up
a
with what?
Well, that's your problem, Licks. Is you're under the
lie.
assumption that everything in the Bible has to line up.
Well, it does, or it's going to be now. But just hold on a minute here, because I'm not going to get railroaded, because I know what you are going to say. But I'm going to say this:
Starting a new rabbit
there
trail.
no, there's not. No, there are contradictions in the Bible. There are many. So I don't try to line up the contradictions that don't matter, like a genealogy. Who cares about a genealogy?
That's literally the most important thing. The Messiah has to come from the line of David. All the prophecies were about that. That's super important.
No, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Did
But
God
you know,
say that the Messiah would come
you,
through that the throne would be established through Solomon from the seed of David?
yes, I believe it does.
Okay, if that verse is true, then
But
the
Joseph's
Messiah
seed
must.
wasn't.
If that verse is
But
true,
Joseph's.
if that verse is true, no one gives a fuck about Joseph. If that prediction is true, that means the Messiah must come from the line of David, not adopted into it from the actual seed of David.
Well, now we're going into a rabbit hole.
Yeah, the rabbit hole
Because
is every time you see a verse you don't like, you throw it out.
no, I don't. I don't mind those verses. I'm not throwing it out. But you,
Well, but
Okay,
wait,
if
Lex,
I,
you do
I'm
some
not
of them you
like
think are
31
not
points.
true, right? So, Lex, you said probably more than 50% of the Bible is true, but definitely there's a chunk of it that's not true, correct?
Well,
And I'm just repeating your words. You said that.
well, here's what I like. It's not true. For instance, like there can be different numbers that men give, and so if
Oh,
someone
wait,
says
but
that,
you were just
Lex.
arguing in the previous verse that you weren't even sure, Moses had written Deuteronomy. You weren't even sure if that was correct. And so it seems that you think that some of the Bible is true and some of it may be missing some details here and there, right?
I don't think that's too far fetched to say.
Okay. So if some of it's true, but some of it is incorrect, what we're trying to get at is how are you deciding which parts are correct and which parts maybe have the details wrong?
There's a possibility I could have details wrong.
Okay, so then if you're looking at this document and this is a language you don't speak in its origin, and you don't know which details in this text are true and which ones are false, how do you know how to trust any of this document?
Well, when y'all were born, y'all were not given the scholarly things that you have accomplished. Y'all had to
Fucking
go
story
learn.
time. I'll never. She
No,
asked you for a specific answer. Are you going to give her the answer? We're not asking you for a story. She says,
you're.
"How do
I'm
you
am.
determine? How do you
I do it the way
determine?"
y'all did it. I
No,
was
you
taught
don't.
by someone. I was taught by someone who studied it and knew it.
Well,
Y'all didn't learn.
wait, Lex, hold on. I'm sorry. I just want to on that point. Do you mean that
Who do we have to?
someone studied it and they told you what they believed, or that you acquired the skills to study yourself? Like, when I was in high school, I took a high school biology class. And so, sure, like my teacher taught me things. But then I went on and got a PhD in physiology, and now I understand how to conduct research myself so that I know how to use the scientific method to arrive at logical and empirical conclusions. So I'm asking, are you just trusting one person or
No.
a small group of people who are telling you information, or do you have a skill set in which you can evaluate evidence yourself and use either logic or empiricism to get to a correct conclusion?
Um, that's one of those questions that no matter what answer I give you, it's going to be the wrong one.
We want the
I think
honest answer.
yeah, you can just tell me the truth and we can go from there.
I've
The
never
honest
seen
answer
somebody
is
hedge so many answers. Just say the true thing.
you've got to understand who I'm talking. Y'all are not dumb people. Y'all are smart people, and I've been listening to you for a while.
Then
And the only
stop
reason I came,
lying to us. That's why
I'm
this
not.
conversation is the
What
way
am
it
I?
is. Stop lying and
What am I?
gaslighting and just give Sarah the answer. What's the answer?
Sarah, if you don't mind, will you ask me that again because I got thrown off just a
Yeah,
little
no
bit?
problem. So
Okay.
what I'm asking is, what is your skill set for getting to the truth? So I can appreciate that maybe you have some trusted teachers, but I'm asking, have you individually studied and maybe gathered the tools to actually evaluate this evidence yourself?
I have studied myself. I do not have teachers. I have books. I've searched it since I was 23, and now I'm 63. So I have, for 40 years, I have searched these things out myself, because just like y'all, I was in the church and I knew this was all lies. And so I either had to search this out myself or become like y'all and be an atheist, because what is out there in religion is so deceptive and
Okay, so
wrong.
then when you are searching, like I can appreciate that. So when you are searching yourself, you will probably find books from people who say this thing is true, or this thing is true, or this thing is true. How are you even deciding what to read? And how do you decide which scholars are correct?
Well, it's not my habit to believe a scholar, because every time I've read a scholar, they have led me astray. So
Wait,
I
I'm sorry,
do,
how do you know that they've led you astray? What does that mean?
well, because I've talked to Jewish scholars, I've talked to Christian scholars. Now, I have not talked to Islamic scholars, but I've listened to Islamic scholars. And so when you get into Judaism, y'all been through it. I don't have to say.
Maybe you
This is
need
why
to
y'all are where
start
you're
looking
at.
at
I'm
some
either
non.
I was
Maybe you
I
need to
was
start
going to
looking at
be an
some
atheist.
non-confessional. Maybe you need to start looking at some non-confessional scholars.
Maybe you should listen to the question being asked of you.
No,
How does this answer Sarah's
listen.
question?
It's I did. I answered a question. I says I did this. I have not had teachers. The
What was her
teachers
question?
that where did I do this on my own, or did I have teachers?
So I was asking you, when you're
No.
reading the books that you're reading, the
Hmm.
research you're doing on your own, I asked you, how do you know which books to read?
I
And how do
don't
you
know
decide
how.
which books are
It's
true?
it's it's trial and error.
Yeah.
It's trial and error.
Okay.
Okay.
So
So
the problem with that is going to really put you at risk for confirmation bias. So you're going to read one thing, and if it doesn't resonate with what you already believe, then you are likely to throw it aside and say, that doesn't feel right to me. And when you pick up something that does confirm what you think is probably correct, you'll say, oh yeah, this feels good. Like this is correct. If you don't have some type of metric to check these books against.
Well, here's the metric. I don't care what they say. And I know that y'all going. This is not something you're going to agree with, but if I do read a book, which I don't read that many books, or I do I read the scriptures with the lexicons, Greek for New Testament, and I do use Strong's, and I use the Brown's Briggs and Driver, or whatever it's called, and then I've got another couple of Greek lexicons, and then I use the interlinear, and that's what I mostly read when I study, is the interlinear, to where you see that with the lexicons beside me. And
I
so
wish
if I
people would
do
stop doing
read,
that. I wish you wouldn't do that anymore. If you don't know Greek or Hebrew, you have no business tinkering with lexicons.
but here, right, but I don't know Hebrew or
That's
Greek.
the problem.
So, but
If you don't know
but
how the language works, what are you doing with a lexicon? It doesn't do anything for you. Just the
it gives
guys
me the
with the
definition of
the
a word.
we have the definition. It's in English. They translated it in English.
Well, but no, there's so many translations.
But
There's
that gets back to
translations
the
of
point, Lex.
different.
If you want to say, oh gosh, there's so many translations, how do I know which translation is true? I'm actually asking you that question is
Well, that's
you are using but you're using a metric that you don't know how to use. So that would be like me, if I'm going to try and use a French to English dictionary to read French, But if I don't understand how the language is physically put together, I'm going to get the wrong answer. And so
Well,
if you are not trained in this language, you are trying to do this word by word and you're going to get the wrong answer.
well, I heard Doug say that he speaks Hebrew, and the other day I was listening. He was teaching someone Hebrew, and he learned Hebrew from Rosetta Stone. And
Who's
so
Doug?
and listen, and there's nothing wrong with
Am I
that.
Doug?
There's nothing wrong. What?
Are you saying I'm Doug?
There's no, I don't. The Bible guide. Who I don't know his name.
Dalton?
The Bible.
Doug?
Dalton. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I read Doug and those other things that you were reading tonight, and I'm going, who is Doug? But Dalton. And so I'm not putting Dalton down because of he learned Hebrew through Rosetta
Oh
Stone.
no, I'm now learning modern Hebrew through Rosetta Stone, but I learned
Right.
Hebrew from rabbis.
The point being, Licks, if you really want to get to the truth, learning these skills will help you get there. So if you are very concerned that the translations you have might not be accurate, then yeah, take the time to learn what that Hebrew language, especially that ancient Hebrew language, is like. But you aren't taking the time to. Did we lose him?
We lost him. I guess his phone battery died or something.
Well, I learned something new about myself. I am Doug Incarnate, apparently.
Woo!
I think Sarah had the licks elixir. He was actually listening to her.
He did listen.
Yeah, that was amazing. You were getting through to him. You were like the Licks whisperer. I did learn a lot about Jephthah today.
Yeah, I missed the part in the Bible where he made an appearance.
Oh God.
Man, you know you expect somebody to not be that obtuse after having so many years of learning and interacting with people, but it's crazy that I guess some people never learn. Let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll get one more guest in here. Derek, thank you for sending out 20. Count them, 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. Deconstruction Zone still kicking the pants out of DZ debates on memberships right now. Ehud the Leftist, though, making it up with 5 DZ debate memberships. Thank you very much, my friend. And Derek, thank you for the super chat, says, unless I've missed it, I think we need We'll Try This Again merch and swag. It's in the gift shop. Go to the gift shop right now on YouTube. It's in there. There's something in there. That slogan does exist. If it's not, then I don't know. Maybe the gift shop took it down and didn't inform me. That could be something I have to look into. But it says, Doug, please find us worthy and bless us with such gifts so we can remain rock hard with our DZ drip. I do have more that I'll be adding soon, like some baby paste stuff, but I haven't got around to it. But we're gonna get there, friends. Retired Bomb Tech, thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, do y'all think Christianity painted themselves in a moral corner for their God's actions? Yes, 100%. The minute their God was out of pocket and you can't question God. Yeah, they put themselves in a huge moral corner. So it seems like most of the other multi-God religions there was at least one God that was a dick. Excuses when you hold their feet to the fire. So this is true. This is why polytheism has more explanatory power, because you can have a God that's just an asshole, whereas in Christianity you can't do that. They try to push it off on Satan, but Satan's only doing his shit because God let him, because they're like, well, God, we got to blame it on Satan, but like Satan can't do it unless God tells him to do it. So it's just really weird. They should just come out as polytheists.
Well, you can't have a God who's a dick if you're a Calvinist, because they're quite okay with that.
That's true. That's a fair point. Canbest, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $69 Canadian chat. Thank you so much. Canbest is the best. Thank you, my friends. It's crap. Simply holy crap. Yes. Talking to that gentleman was a holy crap moment. And last one for now. We'll get the rest after our next guest from E-Money Snipes. Thank you for the $20. Says Licks Tetrix believes in the Christian and Muslim God. He was the first person in history to have their soul split, and one sent to Christian hell and the other sent to Muslim hell. What a dummy.
Strangely enough, what he said earlier about believing in both the Quran and Christianity, not the first time I heard that. I heard someone else just yesterday make that same claim. They were trying to use the Quran to justify the Bible. And they also
Yeah.
made the claim that Allah killed Jesus on the cross based on a misinterpretation of that one Quranic passage. Oh, it's Licks.
The phoenix has arisen.
No, my phone went dead. I apologize. But I did want to say before I left, I learned a lot from y'all. I respect what you're saying. It is with a smile on my face when these Christians call up. Y'all are the best. Y'all are the greatest evangelists for Christianity that I can think of, because y'all tear down that false religion that they believe in. But I want to say thank you for the respect tonight. Thank you for getting to hear me. And I would love to engage with you at another time on these other prophecies.
Yeah, we'd love
because
that.
I don't know. You're going to teach me, and I want that, and I do want that. I want
We'd love
Go
to hear
ahead.
from you. We only have like 2 rules around here. Rule number 1, if you talk over somebody, you get talked over. Rule number 2, answer the question. You dodge questions, it gets worse.
Yes, but sometimes a yes or no question is hard to answer yes or no,
If
and
you're
that's
honest,
why
it's not.
Here, just ask me a yes or no question.
Dalton, do you like mustaches?
Yes.
Oh shit, that was easy. I don't know what happened there.
Woo!
Dalton, was Jesus a real king?
No.
No, that was easy. Yeah, I don't know. They seem pretty easy to us.
Well, it was very nice to meet you, Lex. Thanks
yes, it
for
was
coming
the
up.
same here, and I hope to return sometime. But I do
We-
watch y'all, and
We at least admire the amount of spirit that you were able to put into the discussion. You knocked it out of the park in that respect.
well, listen, I appreciate it, and I do want to visit you when you go to the Atheist channel, not necessarily this thing, but I do want to talk about is God real?
Sure.
And
I mean,
the
that was
other
our topic for tonight. To be clear, the topic was whether or not God is real, and you couldn't stay on track at all.
Okay. Well, maybe next time I won't. I'll be able to stay on track.
All right. It's good to hear from you, Lex.
Okay. Y'all have a good evening. Y'all have a good
Take
evening.
care.
Thanks. Bye.
So we're
All right,
evangelists
Justin, I have to
now.
go too.
Yeah, I got to go here in a little, after this next guest. I'm going to read super chats and leave. Sarah, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
You really
And
had
Justin,
the magic
I
touch
did
with
just-
him.
I did just drop our latest episode. So if you want more Justin, come find me on YouTube. Because he's all over it.
I don't know how that happened, but Sarah's awesome on our podcast. You really should check it out on her channel, Leaving Faith. That's where all the episodes are dropping. I got like a sub, what do you call it?
Playlist?
Playlist. There you go. Yeah. I was gonna say subroutine, but I'm like, fuck, I'm not programming right now. Yes, go check out Leaving Faith on YouTube and TikTok, and make sure you follow our on YouTube so you can follow our walk through Genesis. It's a lot of fun.
It is fun. Yeah, you guys will like it. All right, thanks, friends. Have a good night.
Have a great one.
Oh, Justin, guess what? I am now eligible for monetization.
Oh hell yeah! I told you it wouldn't take very long to get the 3,000 mark. Big congratulations!
Yeah, I just gotta fill out some stuff apparently.
That's what's up. I'm excited. All right. Well, we lost a lot of people in the guest queue during our conversation with Licks, which of course happens. I'm going to bring in the next in line on YouTube. It's funny. We started the night with a bunch of guests on YouTube, nobody on TikTok. Now we're at the end of the night, and everybody's coming up on TikTok, and YouTube's not quite so full. But Jerry, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I am at least 18 and I do believe in God.
Okay, and is it a particular God or a generic God?
Yahweh.
So are you Jewish or Christian?
Christian.
Okay. What's the greatest evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Okay, so my biggest evidence that the Christian God is real is that we have a rational mind, and the universe is intelligible. And
Oh
because the
boy.
universe is intelligible, and you can decipher certain aspects and truths of the universe with the rational mind, God exists because He created the universe.
Great. I'm gonna start the Philbro timer now. So we can get that on the board. We'll start 10-minute timer. There you go. Let me reset it and restart it. There you go. Philbro timer starting. All right, give me premise number 1 of your precept argument.
So if everything was by random chance and there was no God,
That's
we cannot
too.
trust.
That's already too much for one premise. Try again.
Okay, the universe is intelligible.
Okay. Premise number 1 is the uni is intelligible, right?
Yes.
What is it? What does intelligible mean?
You're able to not rationalize. I don't have a necessary definition. I know that it means
Well,
that you can come
you're
to. Well,
you're gonna
let's
have to
I'll give you an
gonna have to
example.
figure it out before we can move forward.
Right. I would say you can use math to figure out what needs to be done, or how
You
much
mean
torque is
you mean logical?
logical. Yes.
Okay, so we'd say that the universe is logical then.
Yes.
Okay, next one.
We have. Hold on 1 second. Consciousness.
I can't no way I'm gonna spell that right. We have consciousness. Yeah, I think we agree. What do you think consciousness is?
I would say we think for that. I think therefore I am, but I would take it more of the sense of we're made in God's image, so we're able
Well,
to.
that's a different
We're
claim.
able to.
Oof.
I know, I understand that. But that's how I view it.
Okay, so we have consciousness, which means we think. Next.
We have a morality. We have a sense of right and wrong.
Next.
Objective morality.
Oh, objective. Oh, geez. Okay. This is not a valid argument at all, by the way. But can you support premise number 3? Because I'm willing to bet a lot of money that you can't.
I'm pretty sure you can break down my arguments, but it's something I still believe.
Right. Yeah. But can you support premise 3?
I've only been studying for a year, so it's I'm not gonna have a lot to give you on that one.
Right. But can you support premise 3?
If I was to have to support premise three, I would say everybody believes that a child shouldn't be raped, and
That's not.
and the people
That's not
who
true.
don't believe that, and the
I
people who
wish that
don't
were
believe
true.
that are viewed as sorry, not.
This is gonna get
I
really
wouldn't say
bad for
everyone,
you.
because
You said
there
you're a
are
Christian,
some
right?
people. Yes.
Okay. And your support is that everyone thinks that grape is bad.
I would say mostly everyone, because you got some sickos out
Oh,
there.
mostly. Oh, that's
Oh,
subjective. So you've just invalidated premise 3, which
No,
again, this is
I
not
would
a
say I
valid
would
art.
say
This is not a
the
valid syllogism, anyways.
no.
But you just ruined premise
Hold
3.
on. No, that's it would be everyone, but people sear their
Okay.
conscience.
Oh, so you can read minds?
No, I just believe what the Bible says.
Well, no,
you think
that's
the
what you were
Bible
trying
says
to
rape?
establish first. That's begging the question. You have to establish this syllogism before you can even move to the Bible.
Right, but what I'm using in conjunction with it is that almost everybody, and I would say everybody, even the person who does it, knows they're wrong but doesn't care.
Right, support that. Prove it.
Yeah.
Well, and I would say every society, child rape is wrong.
No, That's not true. You just said the opposite of that. You said mostly everybody, and it's also not true that it was
I didn't
always
say everybody
wrong.
right now. I just said
Muhammad
75%.
famously married a 6-year-old, and nobody had a problem with it.
Yeah, but they rationalized it away with it being in a marriage.
It doesn't matter. They thought that they didn't think it was grape. We think it's grape. So it doesn't matter if it's in a marriage or not. Is having it if having sex with a 9-year-old grape?
No, of course not.
Oh, do you think 9-year-olds can consent?
Oh no, I thought you said it's sex with a 9-year-old great. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Is it grape? We have to mask our words on TikTok.
Okay, yes, it is.
Okay, so then did Muhammad commit grape?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and his followers were okay with this, right?
Yes.
Right. So that means not everybody thinks that graping children is wrong because they were okay with Muhammad doing it to Aisha. And it's also true in your holy book in Numbers 31, God is perfectly okay with it happening to little virgin girls from Midian. So this can't be a valid syllogism. You got to try something else.
Numbers 31, right? You said.
Oh boy, he's never read Numbers 31 yet. All right. Here we go. Here we go.
I gotta get specific wordings on it and see what was said. Because from what you were talking to with the last gentleman with about Ezekiel, I don't agree that God commanded.
You don't want to
you'd be
open
wrong.
that thing.
If you were paying attention, you
No, I
know
was
you're
paying
wrong.
attention.
Nobody
I
is
don't
dumb
think
enough to read those words and say that those words don't mean what those words mean. God said, I commanded them things that they couldn't follow. They were bad statutes, and part of that was to pass your children through the fire. That's what it says.
You have different translations saying, "I give them up," and "I give them."
Well, let's look what the Hebrew says.
Passing through the fire. It uses the
go
verb.
five- if you go
It uses
five
the
verses
verb.
down-
It uses the verb avar, which means to pass through, pass over.
Yes. If you go 5 verses down, and verse 30, he says, "Therefore say to the house of Israel, thus says the Lord God, are you defiling yourselves in the manner of your fathers and committing harlotry according to their abominations? For when you offer
Harlotry
your
is not child sacrifice.
Hold on, it's not the end. For when you offer your gifts and make your sons pass through the fire, you defile yourselves with all your idols. Even to this day, so shall I be inquired by you."
Yes, exactly. Yes, offering up your children through the fire defiles them, and God commanded them to do it.
He gave them over to their sins, and that was their
No,
the natural
he gave them
progression of it.
statutes.
No.
We'll try this again.
Where is this getting over in the text?
Jerry, stop lying to me. I'm going to read it for the 15th time tonight. It says, moreover, I gave them statute. What is a fucking statute?
If the New King James Version...
What is a statute, Jerry?
Okay, the statutes to be laws.
Okay, it's a commandment or a law or something they need to follow. Okay. Was all of them good? Or were all of them good?
Okay, before we get there, can I put a point in?
Yes or no? No. Yes or no? Were all of the statutes good?
No.
Okay. And which ones did God give that were not good?
I gave you an answer. My turn.
No, I'm still waiting for the conclusion. Which statute did God...
I also gave them up to statutes that were not good. And
no, I'm asking you which statute. Which statute is not good?
That's the New King James Version.
The New King James is lying to you, and I'm asking you a different question, which is, what statute is not good?
What statute would not be good?
Yeah.
It would just be giving them up to sin.
No, try again. Verse 26.
And I pronounced them unclean because of their ritual gifts, in that they caused all their firstborns to pass through the fire.
That's right. Okay, that's the statute that was not good. And did God give? And did God give it? And did God give it?
Required it.
And did God give the statute?
He gave them up to their statutes.
No, it's not in the text.
No, it's in my text.
It's in the New King James, because the New King James is lying to you. We'll just show you. I'll never understand why people read these passages and think that their English translation is crazy to me.
V'gam ani natati lachem kuchim And also vegam I ani natati gave lachem to them chuchim laws. I gave to them laws. It didn't say I gave them up to laws.
No, it says they gave up.
No, natati doesn't mean
Nati-
to give up. It means to give. This is the verb natan. Natan means to give. It doesn't mean to give
Then
up.
why does it say they gave up?
It doesn't mean to give over because this is a King James next to it. We don't read King James is horseshit. We only care about this word right here in Hebrew, natati. That's a conjugation of natan. It means to give. And what did he give? He gave them statutes.
Can you show
he
me
gave,
a conjugation of
he
give?
gave them to
Can you
them.
show me the English?
This is the pronoun right there, to them. He
But from
gave.
what you're showing me, it shows
He
gave up.
gave to them.
No, he gave up. I mean, you can say what you
all right,
want to say, but
we'll try this. We'll try this again. Stop talking for 5 seconds, Jerry. You have two people on the screen who actually know how Hebrew works. There's this up isn't in there. Natan never means to give up. It means to give. What is being given? Something's being given to them. Lechem means to them. Give
Yes, I agree.
them statutes. The King
Look,
James purposely
you're asking me to
mistranslated
trust-
this.
you're asking me to trust
the King
your-
James. No, I'm asking you to trust a better Bible translation than the King James. Read it in any other translation than the King James, and you'll find that it follows our translation.
I agree that it will. Yeah, I have another Bible here.
Okay, the King James is horseshit. Stop reading it.
As I said, the New King James version, not the King James version.
It's just as bad. And actually, it's not as bad. That's a lie. The New King James will never be as bad as the original King James.
I don't agree, but either way,
The King James intentionally translated this wrong.
With verse 30 and 31, you can still say that it means giving up because they're following what's right in their eyes.
No, there's nothing in verse 30 that needs to tell you how to interpret verse 25.
31.
It doesn't say it doesn't say that. It says that God gave them statutes. It didn't say God gave them up to statutes. It said God gave them statutes.
He says, following the idols of their fathers.
Did God give them statutes?
I don't think it says gave. I think it says give. I think it means give up.
No, it doesn't
Masar
mean
is
give
the
up.
Hebrew word for give up.
But look, it's showing me there. It says gave up, and you're saying it says gave.
It's wrong. Your translation from any King James version is wrong. They add the word up there because they don't want it to seem like it says child sacrifice. Give up is not a translation of the Hebrew word natan. And I'm louder than you, Jerry. No one can fucking hear you when you talk over me. Just so you know, every time you do it, no one will ever hear you. And I will continue to talk over you if you talk over me.
Verse 30 and 31.
No one cares. We're talking about 25.
If you take 30 and 31
no
in
one
conjunction
cares.
with
Jerry, no one fucking cares.
Okay,
What does 25 say?
That's fine.
We're in 25. Jerry, we're in 25. What does 25 say?
25 is only 5 verses away.
What does 25 say, though?
You're saying it says gave. I say it
That's
gave
what
up.
it says. It doesn't. No, okay, then show me in the Hebrew dictionary where give up is a possible translation of natan. Show me. Open your dictionary right now.
No, you show me. You're trying to prove me wrong.
It's on the screen right now. It means to give, put, or set. It's an active verb. There's a reason why every other translation disagrees with the King James and New King James, because New King James and the King James are trying to soften the language for apologists like you.
Okay, let's say it says give.
It does
Let's
say
say it says
give.
give,
Yes,
but it
God
still
gave. God
gave
gave. God gave what? What did he give? This is how sentence structure works. What did he give?
He gave them statutes.
Yes, and to who?
I'm not 100% sure.
To them, the Israelites.
To them, yes.
That's what lachem means. To the Israelites, lahem. So he gave to them statutes, hukim.
If you go to verse 30, 31, I still
No
believe
one
it.
gives a fuck about 30. The only question on the
You can say
board
that all you
is,
want.
did God give the statute in 26?
It says it there, so he gave it to them. I
Yes,
don't
he
know
did. That's the only
in
question we've
what
been trying to
context.
answer the entire
I
time.
don't
Yes, we
know how
know
it's meant,
that in verse
but if I'm to
26
take
that
it,
he gave them the statute. And again, no one can fucking hear you, Jerry. No one can hear you. I don't know why you keep doing this. No one will ever hear you talking while I'm talking. My
continuing
microphone's
my
4
thoughts so I don't
times
lose
as
it.
loud as you, Jerry.
I'm continuing
So
my
in
thoughts
verse
so I don't lose it.
25 and 26, God gave a commandment, and that commandment was to pass the children through the fire, which is his interpretation of Exodus 22.
But if you go to verse 30 and 31,
I
it's saying
don't
that they're
care.
following
No
the
one
idols of their
cares.
fathers.
Jerry, no one fucking cares. The only question we're
Okay,
trying to answer
you
right
can
now
say
is,
that.
did God give the command?
I would say, okay, so if I'm going to take it that away,
Jerry, yes or no, did he give the command?
I just said yes.
Then that's all we're trying to answer. We don't give a shit about
No,
the
but
rest.
you
The only
gotta take it in
Jerry, no one
context.
cares. The only question
He
we're answering
didn't
right
go
now
to them and
is,
say, hey,
Jerry,
sacrifice
no
your
one
kids.
gives a fuck. The
You can
only
say that, but I
question
don't
we're
care.
trying to answer right now is whether or not he gave the command, and the answer to
He
that
didn't go to
question
them.
is yes. All right, now you're getting muted. I'm tired of fucking yelling at children. Jerry, you gotta fucking pay attention. The only question we're answering right now, the only one, the only thing we care about is, did God give a command to offer them up or to pass them through the fire? And the answer is yes. I don't need anything after that. Everything that comes after your yes is useless and a waste of time. The answer to my question is yes, which means you're wrong on Exodus 20. Would you like to move on to your next bad talking point?
By the way, while Jerry's silent, the actual Hebrew word meaning to give over something is shalach. It's used in
Yes.
Psalm 81, verse 12, where it says, so I gave them over to their stubborn hearts. Does Jerry know how to unmute himself?
Yeah, he probably didn't know he's muted. He's busy yapping. I'm too tired to be shouting over Jerry. I'm just going to mute him for now on. I've been trying not to mute people, but
This is nice, though.
I know. It's crazy how they refuse to stay, they're completely unable to stay linear. They're not anywhere near remotely close to being able to answer yes or no questions. I'll never understand it. We started with the question, did God command child sacrifice? And he wants to talk about everything but that. I don't care why he did it. I just want to know, did he do it? Jerry, are you still with us? What are you doing over there? Do you get lost?
I'm here.
Fantastic. Okay, so the only question we had on the board was whether or not
I said
God
yes.
commanded child sacrifice, and you agree, which means
I
we're done with
said yes.
which means we're done with that talking point. We could have been done with
No.
it 10 minutes ago.
You're
if you
being
weren't-
dishonest. You're being dishonest.
No,
If you gotta take
you
it in
already
context,
agreed
okay.
with me, Jerry. You already agree with me. God commanded it. I don't care why he commanded it. He commanded it.
He didn't say it verbally. He didn't command them to. He
He
gave them
did.
over. I
No,
truly
it
believe
doesn't
he
say
gave
give
them
over.
The Hebrew word shalach, which means to
I
give
know,
someone
I heard
over, is not used in the text of Ezekiel.
I'm not gonna give it the point. I mean, we can move on to the next one, but I'm not gonna give it up.
Yeah, well, you're wrong. You can be publicly wrong if you want. You're wrong in front of almost 3,000 people, and they can
That's
see
fine.
that you're just incapable of actually engaging honestly. Even though you said twice that yes, God did give a command to do child sacrifice according to verse 25 and 26. You
I'm
already
saying the
you
text. The
Jerry,
text
you
says
already
it-
Jerry, you already said no one can fucking hear you. Stop talking over me. No one can fucking hear
talking
you,
to you. I'm
Jerry.
not talking to
I'm
them.
10
I
times
don't care if
louder
they
than
can't hear
you.
me.
No
I'm
one can
talking to
ever
you.
hear you. No one can
I'm
hear
talking to
you.
you.
No one can hear
So
you.
what?
I
Okay,
can't
that's
even
fine.
fucking hear you. I'm still talking. No one can hear you, Jerry. Every time you talk while I'm talking, I'm going to talk over you twice as much. This is
You
never
can
going to
talk
work
for
for
me.
you until you learn to be an adult. You're going to get talked over. That's what you deserve because you can't have a conversation. So again, you already agreed with me twice that in verse 26, God commanded this. God commanded passing them through the fire. Do you take it back? Do you no longer agree?
No, I agree with you there, but I'm saying
Then
it's not
then
in the
he
context you're
commanded
saying.
it. There we go. So it's over.
That's you're taking it out of context.
I'm not taking out of context. You don't need any context. The only question we have to ask is, did God give this command? Yes or no?
The text says it, yes.
Okay, that means yes, God gave that command. That's the only question we have to answer. I don't give a shit
I'm not
about
gonna concede it.
Jerry. You just did.
No, I'm not, because I said in 30 and 31 it says
Jerry,
how.
I don't give a fuck about 30. My question is, did God give this command? You said yes. That means we're done. The only question
we're
on
done
the
with this 'cause
board is,
I know we're
did
not gonna
God
agree.
give this command, Jerry? I don't give a shit about anything you say
gave the
after that.
command.
The only question I need answered is, did God give this command? You said yes. I said yes. That means we agree. We agree that God gave this command to pass
Not in
them
the
through the
way.
fire.
We
It doesn't
agree that the
fucking
command was
matter. It
given.
doesn't fucking matter what happens after that. You're done. You agree with me.
No, I agree with you, yeah. But in the way it's done, we don't agree.
No, we do agree. The only question is not about how it's done. No one asked how it's done. I asked you, did God give the command? And you said yes. I said yes. That means we agree. That means you lost your talking point on to the next bad one.
No, this wasn't a talking point. This was me addressing a verse that wasn't addressed properly.
It was
was
addressed
addressed
properly.
properly.
To me.
Jerry, the only question we had ever brought that verse up for was to answer the question, did God command the child sacrifice? And the answer that you gave us is yes, which means we addressed it correctly.
No, because it
You
just
just
to me it doesn't line up.
Yep.
you just don't seem to like what the actual Hebrew says, and you would prefer your English translation over what the text actually says.
No, like I said, 30 and 31
No,
is what I'm.
his special. It doesn't fucking matter. It's not relevant to the question.
It is relevant to the question.
No, it's not. What's the question?
The question is, did he command it?
Yeah, and what's the answer?
Yes.
Did I need to read verse 30 for that?
Okay, so what you're trying
Did
to do is
I need to read verse 30 to get that answer?
Yes.
No, wrong again. I didn't.
Yes.
I got the
Yes,
answer without
because
reading verse 30. Wrong
we don't
again.
work on
Wrong
it did
fucking
happen.
again,
We
Jerry.
work
I
on
didn't read
how.
verse 30. I didn't need
How
verse
is
30.
important.
I didn't need. No one can fucking hear you, Jerry. I didn't
I
need
don't
to
care.
read
I want-
verse
I wanna speak
30.
to you.
I didn't need you. I can't hear you fucking either. No
You-
one
you
needs to
clearly
read.
can,
No
'cause
one.
You're talking to me.
No one reads 30 to know what's in 26. No one's doing it.
If you're
I
trying to be
did
dishonest
I
with the
did
text,
not
that's
re-
fine.
I did not need to read verse 30 to tell you what is happening here. Did I
You're
read verse
manipulative
30?
and dishonest
Did I
with the
read
text.
verse 30? Did I read verse 30?
You're manipulative and dishonest
Did
to the
I
text.
read verse 30?
You're manipulative and
Did I
dishonest to the
read
text.
verse 30?
Manipulative and
Did
dishonest.
I read verse 30?
Manipulative
Did
and
I
dishonest.
read verse 30, Jerry?
You're being manipulative and dishonest.
Jerry, you'll never win this
Well,
fight.
let's move on to the next
You're
point, 'cause
no,
we're
we're
not
not
gonna get
moving
back.
on until you're done being a child. Did I
I'm
read
not being a
verse
child.
30?
I'm
Did
not
I
being a
read verse
child.
30? Did I
You
read
wanna
verse
label
30?
me a child.
Did I read
You
verse
wanna
30?
label me a child.
Did I read
You
verse
wanna label
30?
me a child.
Did I
You
read
wanna
verse
label me a
30?
child.
I'm going to
Look
mute
at
you
you,
like a
like a
fucking
child.
child now. Now you don't even hear anything you're saying. You can yelp all you want on mute. The answer to the question is no, by the way. I didn't read verse 30. Isn't that weird? We both we had the same conclusion. You and I came to the same conclusion about 25 and 26, and I didn't have to read verse 30. It's almost like verse 30 doesn't matter. I don't think he actually knows how to unmute himself, by the way. I had to send him the unmute request last time. There we go.
I don't fucking
So we'll
TikTok,
try this
dude.
again, Jerry. Did I read verse 30 to come to the conclusion that 25 and 26 means that God gave the command?
No.
Okay.
You don't need to.
How did I come to the conclusion without reading
You
verse
read
30?
the verse. You
Okay,
read the
so
verse.
then is verse 30 a requirement to understanding 25 and 26?
Is reading one verse honest to the text?
Try again. I didn't ask that question. Is reading verse 30 required to know what's happening in 25 and 26?
And why are we reading this verse for?
Again,
Because of
Jerry,
morality.
you didn't answer the question. Do I
We're
need
addressing the
verse
morality of the
30
issue.
to know what's happening in 25 and 26?
No, you don't.
Okay, there we go. The verse 30 is fucking irrelevant. You and I both
But
agree
why are
that
we
you
at
can
this?
read
Why
verse
are we at this point?
25
Because of
because
morality.
it answers the question, Jerry. Do you know what the question was?
Yes, but if
What's
it's a
the
nuanced
question?
situation, then it's
What's the
nuanced.
question? What's the question?
Does he give statutes? Yes.
What? No, what's the other question? It's all one question. What statue? What kind?
Bad statutes.
And what's the answer to that?
Yes.
Do I need verse 30 to know the answer to the question?
Yes.
No, I didn't need verse 30 to answer the
When it
question.
pertains to morality, yes, it does.
No, we're not talking about morality.
That's why we got to this point.
We're not talking about morality. We're talking about, did God command child sacrifice?
Before we got here,
It
we were
doesn't
talking
matter.
about-
I don't care. We're not talking about that right now. We're talking about, did God command child sacrifice? And what's the answer?
Yes.
Okay, that's the only question that requires an answer. Next question.
It was not his will. He
No one gives
allowed
a
their
fuck.
will to be-
No one gives a shit. No one's asking
Okay,
that
so-
question.
okay,
No one
that's fine.
cares.
All right, then we'll concede that point then. Because you don't care about it. That's fine.
It's not a concession. It's not even a talking point yet.
No, I'm conceding. It's fine. I'm not gonna argue that point with you.
Okay, so you ran out of time. I think you had, before you got sidetracked, you had like 3 minutes left on your maybe the worst syllogism I've ever
And
had on the
Isaiah
live
52
stream. So, do you want to finish the syllogism or do you just want to get kicked now?
You can kick me now, but Isaiah 52:13.
Yeah, no one gives a fuck.
Yeah, so some prophecies were fulfilled, and
No, there
in
wasn't.
historically,
Isaiah 52 ain't about
historically-
Jesus. Isaiah 52 ain't about
historically, there's
Jesus.
two comings.
Isaiah 52 ain't about Jesus. No, it's not. Nope,
Yes, it
you're
is.
wrong. You're wrong.
Yes, it is. You may
Nope.
think it's about Israel, but yes, it is.
Nope, it's not about Jesus.
Yes.
Even
Nope.
if it was
Psalms
about Jesus,
22,
Isaiah
Psalms
52
22.
verse 13 is also wouldn't be fulfilled because
My
he hasn't
God,
been
my
highly
God, why are you
exalted.
forsaking me? Verse
Yeah,
22.
Isaiah 52 wouldn't be fulfilled anyways.
Psalms 101.
Psalm
It's
101
it's
is not even a prophecy.
The Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand.
That's 110,
Yahweh said-
What does
dummy.
that mean?
That's 110, and it doesn't say the Lord said to my Lord. It says an oracle of Yahweh to my master. You're reading it in a bad translation.
No, that is your. That is your-
Yahweh la Adoni.
No. I'll never understand how the dumbest people on the planet think that they're so smart. What's to say? What does the Lord mean in every English translation when you see it in mini caps? What does it mean?
You're gonna make a point that has like no
What's it mean,
Lord said
Jerry?
to my Lord.
Larry,
The Lord said to my Lord.
fucking Jerry, answer the question. What's it mean?
Capitalize is God.
Okay, it's Yahweh.
Yes.
Okay. Now, this translation says, Yahweh says to my Lord. What's the word for my Lord?
I don't know. I told you I've only been studying for a year.
Adonai. That's the word for my Lord. What's it mean in Hebrew?
I don't know.
It doesn't mean God. It can be used as a placeholder for God out of respect, but it doesn't mean God. It's not saying that God said to my God. In fact, in Hebrew, Jerry, no one can fucking hear you. Stop talking while I'm talking, or I'll mute you like a goddamn child again. So, it doesn't say the Lord said to my Lord in Hebrew. What it actually says is Ne'um Yahweh, which is an utterance of Yahweh. So it's an utterance of Yahweh to my master, who is the king. This is a prophecy to King David. And the prophecy says, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool.
So
that prophecy was art. Jerry, stop fucking talking while I'm talking or I'll mute you.
You're lying.
Okay, so I'll just mute you then. Okay. So this prophecy was already fulfilled in King David. This whole prophecy is about King David. The Lord sends out from Zion your mighty scepter to rule in the midst of your foes. That's what David did. Your people will willingly offer themselves on the day you lead your forces on the holy mountains. That's what David did. Jesus didn't do that. Jesus didn't do any of that. David did that, and it's fulfilled. If you just read 1 Kings 5 or 2 Kings 5.
You know what's crazy, Justin? In the Hebrew text of Psalm 110, the very first word is La David, which means for David.
Yeah, Le David Mizmor. 1 Kings chapter 5:3. You know that my father David could not build a house for the name of the Lord his God because of the warfare which with his enemies surrounded him until he put them under the soles of his feet. This was a promise to David. This is not about Jesus, not about your sky carcass, the cumulus cadaver. It's not about Jesus at all. He still doesn't know how to unmute himself.
Oh, man.
I don't use TikTok, dude.
You don't use brain cells. Okay, so this is nothing about Jesus. This is a prophecy to King David.
You're just gonna insult me. That's just crazy. The other guy was literally.
It's not crazy. You're demonstrating it. No, that last guy was not speaking nearly as much nonsense as you.
That's because you don't believe.
I don't believe because it's not true.
Jerry, what's the first word in Psalm 110 in the original Hebrew? The very first word.
Pull it up.
Yeah.
Le David Mizmor.
Yeah, the very first word tells you who the psalm is written to. In Hebrew, it says La David. So you see the letters, the first four letters there. It's Lamed, Dalet, Vav, Dalet. Well, no, in English it might say a psalm of David, but the preposition Lamed means to or for. La David literally means for David. Mimzor, a psalm. Ne'um Yahweh la Adoni.
Pull that up to a trusted source on your site if you want to say that.
So the Lamed prefix means to, for, or of. What we know in the Psalms is that when it's in this configuration, Le David Mizmor, rather than Mizmor Le David, it's almost 9 times out of 10 to David, not from David.
Yeah. If you wanted to say that something was written by David, if you wanted to say a psalm of David, the word you would use would be Mimzor al Yedai David, by the hand of David. That's how you would say that. No actual non-confessional scholar. If you read, for example, Joel Baden's book on King David, Joel Baden points out, and he actually has a free for anyone who wants to watch on the Great Courses Plus. Joel Baden has a short video about who wrote the Psalms, and the Hebrew Bible never tells us that David wrote the Psalms. Exclusively, it says that it's written for David or to David or about David, but never says it's written by David. This is all about King David.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Psalm of David, so until you show me one of your trusted sources that would translate the way you want to translate it, I can kind of concede the point, but I won't trust it 100%. But I would say Psalm 22.
Psalm 22? Oh, why? Again, there's no prophecy there. Psalm 22 is not a prophecy.
You can say it's poetry or whatever you believe it is, but it literally describes what happens.
No, it doesn't, Jerry. Let me ask you an easy question. Are prophecies in the future or the past?
Prophecy are for the future.
Okay. Are there any future tense verbs in this that would indicate that it's a prophecy for the future? No. The answer is no, by the way.
Might as well skip to verse 16 and get to the juicy stuff, because that's exactly what he's thinking of. Oh, yep, there you go.
Yeah, Jerry, $100. Can you find me a future tense verb in here?
No, but for dogs have surrounded
me. There you go. Yeah, no, you can't.
Yeah. They pierced my hands and my feet. I count all my bones. They look and stare at me.
Wrong, doesn't say pierced.
They divide my garments among them, and for my clothing they
doesn't
cast
say
lots.
pierced.
Here's an interesting thing. If we were to open up Isaiah 38, verse 13, and look at the Hebrew, we would see this word called ka'ari, which even in your Bible gets translated correctly as like a lion. And when we open up Psalm 22, verse 16 in the original Hebrew, Guess what word we find? Can you guess, Jerry?
I want to see it. I'm not gonna guess.
The last few words are one more down.
Oh, it's 17
It's-
in the
yeah.
Hebrew, isn't it? Yeah. Ka'ari
Ka-
yadi.
Like I
Yeah.
said, if you guys gonna keep doing this, if you're not gonna pull up an actual something that explains it, I'm not gonna trust your words.
Here, Jerry,
Just
I want
one
you,
mouth to
Jerry, in your Bible, I want you to open up Isaiah 38, verse 13 real quick. Because we're going to show you how your Bible isn't going to be honest with the way it translates this word.
You said Isaiah 38?
Isaiah 38, verse 13. And then Justin's going to pull out the same text in Hebrew, and we're going to see what word it chooses to use, and we'll compare it to Psalm 22. Because it's funny, because when Ka'ari occurs in other parts of the Bible, Christian translators will be honest so long as they don't think it's about Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
So what does your Bible say, Jerry, in Isaiah 38, verse 13?
I have considered until morning like a lion, so he breaks all my bones. From day until night, you make an end of me.
And Justin, what does the text look like in Hebrew? What does it say?
It's going to look just
Actually,
like this. Ka'ari. Let me pull it up, though. Isaiah 38, which verse?
Verse 13.
Guarantee it's Ka'ari. They even notate it in the JPS.
It's
there
right
we
up there.
Boker
Spelled
Ka'ari.
So the letters Kaf, Aleph, Resh, Yud, and even the Nikud, the vowel points are the same. It's a Kamatz, Sheva Patach, and a Kirik. And when we go back to Psalm 22, it's the same letters, the same vowels, and yet for some reason, in your translation, it says pierced instead of like a lion. Why is that, Jerry?
I didn't see the price one. I'll take your word for it. I'm not sure.
So if Ka'ari means like a lion, and Psalm 22 says, Ka'ari, my hands and my feet, what should I think that means?
My hands and my feet? Maybe. Well, we're just my hands and my feet.
It comes right after Ka'ari, Yadai, VERICAL, like a lion at my hands and my feet. No word for pierced. The Hebrew word for pierced being takar does not occur in Psalm 22. Not once.
Well, it's definitely something for me to look up on.
Any more
But
prophecies?
I still believe it depicts my Jesus.
It doesn't.
But I'll look it up. I'll look it up and I'll give you that point. I don't know Hebrew.
Next one.
No, that's all I brought up.
Isaiah 7, Zechariah 9, Micah 5.
No, I'm not gonna pull anything up that I haven't at least read myself. I'm not gonna pull myself
Okay.
in anywhere that I don't know about.
Jerry, how much Bible training do you have?
How much Bible training? Not much.
Yeah.
I told you I just
Yeah.
started reading.
Yeah.
Like a year ago.
Why are you on a live stream with a guy who?
Because
Dalton
the guys
here,
before
Dalton,
they were
hey
actually-
Jerry,
they were-
why are you fucking talking? You haven't even heard my question yet. Try again.
You know, man,
Listen to my
you're already
question.
cussing me out, bro. I
Listen to
missed
my
before because they
question.
were actually, like,
Now you're muted. You don't get to answer questions until you get to hear the question. Now he's gone.
And he ran. All right.
What a fucking child. Oh well. What are you gonna do?
You never seen that? It's like, I feel like LeBron James playing against a 10-year-old on the court.
And the 10-year-old's like, I'm kicking LeBron James's ass.
Yeah.
I will never understand these people. I'll never get it. For example, like I've worked with a lot of people in engineering that have like masters and PhD in various fields. You know what I do when I have projects with those people? I defer to their experience. Like, oh, this motherfucker's got a PhD. he obviously knows way more than I do about this particular, topic. So I always defer to the people who have the actual expertise. So like the fact that the guy who's been a Christian for a year is going to get up here and just call us liars when we've actually spent years learning the actual material is crazy. Only I'll never understand how you can look at Ezekiel 20 and know in your mind that it's God commanding child sacrifice and spend 20 minutes avoiding it. I'll never get it.
And the apologetics of giving up is just such a lame ass apologetics.
It's bad. All right, friends, listen, I've got a bunch of super chats to read out, and I can't stay up till 3 in the morning. It's only a Monday. The fucking week's off like a banger already. I can't even wait to see what Friday's going to be like if Monday's like this, but my goodness. Thanks for being here. We're going to read off super chats. I'm sorry, we've got a bunch of them, so it might take me a while to get to yours if we haven't got to it yet. Karen says, my Lions are on MNF. What's that?
No idea. My Lions.
I'm sure she's talking about the Detroit Lions, but what's
Monday
Night Football. Why do people think I know these abbreviations?
I don't know.
I don't know abbreviations, people. I use whole words. I'm 40 plus. I don't know any of these things. Thank you, Karen. I appreciate that. And fucking go Lions. Lord Illuminous, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, as Pope of the horizontal, we deny the up and downers. Now the verticals are up and downers. This is getting crazy. I don't like the mud being slung. Jamma J says, was foreskin dowry a mill recruitment demonstration? What's mill mean? Friends, I love you, but I need whole words.
Yeah.
Whole words, please. I don't know what... you mean military recruitment?
I don't know, but I know that, I mean, that's David's dowry for Micah. And when King Saul, he goes, give me 200 foreskins. He's like, I got you 400. What a show off.
I know. He didn't have to touch that many penises. He chose
No,
to.
he wanted to. He was too busy thinking about Jonathan, but,
That's what it was. That's what it was. Yeah. He wanted to get some of that breastplate of righteousness. Lord Illuminous Pooh says horizontal is left and right. I see what you did there. Thank you for the super chat. It says, have you ever been a caller guest on these shows? I remember Matt's first atheist call on AXP. No, I've never called in one of the shows because it's supposed to be a debate. Why the fuck would I call in?
I remember seeing Matt's first ever call when he was like not on the show and he called into the Atheist Experience. Which is so wild. Yeah, it's out there on the internet. You can go watch it. Matt
called in?
He was not part of the Atheist Experience yet, and he called into the Atheist Experience to give his pointers. And yeah.
Why?
I don't remember. I think he just maybe had he brought forward some points against someone else or something like that. But he was giving his 2 cents. I guess maybe they just really liked him.
Yeah, well, they kept him around for like 20 years.
Yeah.
Interesting. No, I don't plan on calling unless like there's a really dead night and they need a good trolling.
I called in once.
Oh, how'd that go?
You tell me. I called you. It was you and Sarah was on AXP. I called you.
Wait, fucking, you called us?
Yeah, I did. That was like a month ago or something like that. I don't remember.
Shit, my memory is I do so many live streams. My memory can't keep track of any of them anymore.
Oh, I don't blame you. I don't keep track of people either.
I'm an old man. I don't know what to tell you. Mike, thank you for the $1.99 super chat. It says the Phil Bro is Spicoli and Justin is Mr. Hand. Well, thank you, Mike, and I have no idea what that means, but I appreciate the super chat. Adam, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. It says the Pope is a brain in a Vatican, and that is good. That is good. I like that. Sean, thank you for the super chat. It says, don't let Justin divide us. We stand together. I'm not dividing anyone. I want the two streams together. Together, friends. And Chris says horizontal verse verse. Please make a note. Oh my god.
Cat's
Guys,
out of the bag.
a house divided cannot stand, friends. Brittany says, well equals pretty deep subject for a shallow mind. Yeah, that might be that's what that means when they load up the well. Bitter Brush, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, all praise Doug, the horizontal tribe shall reign in the Holy Land. The verticals shall feast in the dust of their own pebbles. This is blasphemous. Blasphemous. Friends, we're of the same house, of the same lineage. David says the furthest back European languages go is Proto-Indo-European. That was my understanding, about 5,000 to 4,500 BCE.
Yeah.
It's entirely reconstructed, and there's no written evidence. Yeah, I mean, we know quite a bit about the Proto-Indo-European languages. I've never heard the Tower of Babel argument yet. That's an interesting one. Jesus, Titty F, and Christ, thank you for the super chat, says, I tried the vertical stream once and got some in my nose and mouth. Now I'll never do the horizontal stream again. Salty. He did go vertically on it repeatedly.
That took me a second.
Boy. You went down on it, not on you. Sandebark says Chris was putting the baloney back in Babylonian. That was good. I can't believe I've never heard that. I like that. Stateful Heretic says, my church used to say, God gave me this verse for you. So as a kid, I decided a fun prank would be to give Vicar Nahum 3:5-6. She didn't find it funny.
Let's see.
Well, I mean, Vicar is Latin. Nahum is the Hebrew prophet Nahum, which means to utter.
Behold, I am against you, says the Lord of hosts, and will lift up your skirts over your face, and I will let nations look on your nakedness and kingdoms on your shame.
I forgot about that. Yeah. So Vicar Nahum is what you're saying is the okay.
No, he gave the vicar Nahum 3:5-6 as the word of the God, the word that God gave to them.
Oh, I thought you were saying Vicar Nahum. You gave to Vicar. Sorry, you gave to Vicar, comma Nahum 3:5-6. Is that what we should say? Interesting. Now I have to reread it because my church used to say, God gave me this verse for you. So as a kid, I decided for fun prank, I would give to the vicar, Nahum 5:3-6. Now it's funny. I appreciate it. That was good. Guys, punctuation, sometimes you need commas or hyphens. Like you gotta,
Remember, everyone, punctuation is the difference between let's eat grandma and let's eat grandma.
Exactly. Yes, precisely. Yeah. Yep. Dr. Fudge, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, my interpretive framework divines that your words about Doug mean he actually wants us to have a square stream to unify the horizontal and vertical. And this is something I've never considered. I could do a square stream. I'm not thrilled about it. I think it would air at least on Instagram. I don't know about anywhere else.
Sure.
Stray Heathen says the crash outs are Duggites vert versus Duggite hort. What? Listen, I'm hoping, I'm praying to Doug that the vert and horizontals are not crashing out on each other. Guys, we're on the same team. Jim and Jay says my plants in the dark are my only friends. Incel. Hey, listen, I like plants. I'm not an incel.
Oh, they referred to that one 7-Day Adventist guy as an incel.
Oh, that could be. Yeah, that could be. Ashera, great to see you. Thank you for the 666. Hail Nero says magma erupts vertically, but it settles into foundation stone horizontally. In your hot youth, you go vertical, but in your wise years, you become horizontal. Actually, I don't disagree with that. I think what you're saying, though, is that you start on vertical and you end up horizontal as you mature. And to be fair, that has actually been the trend. The reason why I will never stop running a vertical stream is because the vertical stream gets pushed into the shorts feed, and the shorts feed has a much higher visibility rate than the horizontal stream. So most of the guests on YouTube that call in, they call in because they saw me on the shorts feed. If I run only a horizontal feed, I won't get as many callers from YouTube. That's the same problem they have on AXP, the same problem they have on the line. When we're taking callers, we have like 1 or 2 people in the queue. That's it. Like we're dying for calls on these shows because the format is changing. Everyone's going to TikTok. Everyone's going to vertical.
We gotta get them on TikTok, streaming on TikTok.
I'm working with them. It's going to happen soon, actually. Austin316 says, for the atheist playlist, all by the band Ghost. We have Ghost on the playlist already. It says Driftwood, Doug in the chorus. Oh, I didn't know that. Call Me Little Miss Sunshine. He is Deuce and Absentia. Oh, fuck me. I can't stop yawning now. Horizontal, cause too stoned for vertical. It's been a long day. It hasn't even been that long of a live. We've only been live for like 5 hours or so. Speed Design says horizontal stream has a recorded line of pebbles going back to Doug's original church. Horizontal stream is the Petrus. Vertical are just heretics. This is not true. Actually, vertical is the original live stream. We started vertical only and then later added the horizontal, which means the horizontal is progressive revelation. And SkeptiQuest says caller Chris is forgetting the small detail that planets also require heat from the sun, else they'd be subject to the cryogenic cold of outer space. That may be true, although I would imagine he believed in a literal 6-day creation, so he'd just say, fuck it, the planets were cold for a couple days. I don't think he cared too much about that. And Jay says, crap, he was nice. I'm a jerk. Sorry, Plant Boy. You're right. That one caller did turn out nice, which that was the payback we get for having a bunch of nice callers at the beginning of the stream, is we ended up with Licks and Jerry. I hate muting people, but also I also hate turning my earbuds down because then I can't actually hear them and I want to hear them. But then when they talk over me, I have to talk over them because like you don't get to talk over the host. Whatever. Lord Illuminous says, peace be upon the verticals and the horizontals as we are all pressed into one perfect diamond. I agree. Lord Luminous Pooh, this is divine revelation. And Adam says, hi, I'm Polish. Well, good to meet you, Polish. I had to. I couldn't stop it. I couldn't stop. I'm Polish. To Polish means to lick. I hate languages. I never get licked. Well, I'm sorry. That is unfortunate, to be sure. That is unfortunate. Your day is coming, though, friend. Or on that day you'll be coming? On the day that comes, you'll be coming. Gretchen Z, thank you for the 666, says Verts ahead in membership because they are the elitist 1%. The horizontal 99% stand 10 toes down on principle. What we lack in dollars, we make up for in heart. Listen, if this chat has shown me anything, is that the horizontal stream has a lot of heart. I don't see a lot of defenders of vertical. Very, very few. Dr. Joe, great to see you. Thank you so much for the $9.99. And Dr. Joe says, I'm ambizontal. Thank you for that. Interesting guest lineup. It's been 2 hours and neither you nor Dalton have raised your voice. Oh, boy, was that foreboding. Sorry, Dr. Joe. Licks did me in. I couldn't tolerate him. He was too he was insane. But listen, we say around here, if you don't interrupt me, you won't get interrupted. But the minute you start disrespecting the host, I'm going to talk over you 10 times as much. You'll never win. You'll never win the talking over the host contest with me. It'll never happen. I'll be louder than you and I'll talk more than you. Nick Trail says, someone said big ups to Yardis in your chat. Just to let you know, that means Jamaican. Wait, just to let you know, that means, I think you mean, well, Nick, you told me what it means in Jamaican. I know what it means now, but it's not coming to my mouth. But yeah, it's not congratulations. What was it again? Big ups means, You doing well? Fuck, now I gotta go watch. I gotta go look at the super chats now. Oh, thank you for the double clarity, though. Miss Pickles says Link probably needs to get railroaded, Eiffel Towered, or Huckleberry what seed or something. He has a lot of pent up aggression. Oh, Link, yeah. Yeah, Link, he did have a little bit there. And April says, thank you for your donation. Well, April, thank you for your donation. I appreciate that. You as well, Aloser, says it's purely coincidental that Veritas and Vertical have so many coinciding characters or proof vertical stream is the truth. It's a typological fulfillment. What else could it be?
I'm seeing here big ups means like something to the effect of much respect, shout out, props to you, respect due.
That's what it meant. Yeah, yeah. Props to you. Yeah. That's what it was now that you've jogged my memory. Thank you for that. Eifer says, are somebody who spent the last 3 years studying Buddhism, I'm becoming a secular Buddhist. Nirvana isn't a place, it's a state of mind. Well, yeah, I mean, Buddhists are mostly atheists. There are some that believe in God. I knew one in Florida that her family believed in God, but most of them don't.
Yeah, when I left theism altogether, I explored the possibility of becoming a secular Buddhist, but I wasn't interested in becoming part of another like group or anything like that.
Yeah, I'm with you, actually. I'm not interested in groups. Maybe Satanism. We'll see. Eifer says as. We knew what you meant as. Yeah, as somebody, not are somebody. But I think we knew what you were saying. Thank you for that. House, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says the ascendancy lie can only be reconciled if Elijah equals no one. Poor Elijah got annihilated. Fuck, I'm tired. I don't know why I keep yawning, friends. Poor Elijah just got annihilated. Only thing left for him is to rock hard for Doug. I agree. Listen, I'm curious, though, how he was taken to heaven in a fiery chariot and didn't get burned. Isn't that a strange thing to believe?
It's like it's the same. I guess it's the same kind of fire that the burning bush was in. The bush that burned but was not consumed.
It's that smokeless fire that God made the jinn out of in the Quran.
Magic, yeah.
It's the magic fire. Yeah, funny that we can't see the big burning flame up in the sky, though. April says, I can't take a man in a tank top seriously, no matter what the topic. Girl, bye. Was there a
it
man
was yeah, what's his face? The one who got shrouded in darkness.
Oh, he was in a tank top?
Yeah, muscle shirt. Yeah, tank top.
To be fair, like if you live in a hot state, I get it. Like some of us sweat, you know what I mean? You got to cool off.
It's still 90 degrees here in the day in Texas, and it is October.
If I was in Texas, I'd wear a tank top. Just saying, man, that's some weather. Doug's vertical juice. Fuck me. Had to change my name / handle. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thanks for cheering on the Verties. Is that what we call them now? The Verties? It's me. Link was smoking. He must be a Southern Baptist. Southern
that's
Baptist?
his name.